So we're going to get the second day rolling with our first panel. Professor Benito Schmidt is the moderator. So I will go ahead and invite him up. This is on continuing the conversation on the 60th anniversary of the military coup. So a lot of great panelists, but I'll let Professor Benito Schmidt introduce everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Let's start our panel 4, Rethinking the History of the Brazilian Military Dictatorship, Part 2. I am Benito Schmidt, a professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Porto Alegre. First of all, I would like to thank immensely for the opportunity to coordinate this panel. Furthermore, I publicly thank James Green for encouraging my career and for being an example of a historian and activist for democracy and human rights. Thank you, Jim. The presenters are Jonathan Grossman. He's a historian and political scientist with a PhD in Romance and Latin American Studies from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem on Israeli-Brazilian relations during the dictatorship. He was my student in Israel. Currently, he is a postdoctoral fellow at the Jacob Robson Institute for the History of Individual and Collective Rights and a teaching associate at the Department of International Relations, both at the Hebrew University. Ayel Weinberg is an assistant professor of history at Florida Atlantic University, and his research focuses on health and violence during the Brazilian dictatorship. João Batista Nascimento Gregoire, Gaúcho, like me, holds a doctorate in history from the University of Kansas and is currently a postdoctoral fellow of the Carter G. Woodson Institute of the University of Virginia. And Meg Weeks is an assistant professor of Latin American Studies at the University of Florida. She holds a bachelor from Brown and a master and PhD in history from Harvard University. Then each of you has 20 minutes. I have the horrible sign with 5 minutes, 0 minutes, and we will start with Jonathan.
All right. Thank you, Benito. Okay, now how do I put my presentation? Yeah, I got it.
Got it? Oh, good.
Got it. All right. So, and mine is it's about the dictatorship, but not only. Hey all, I'm Jonathan. Thank you for introducing me, Benito, and I'm really happy to be here. So Jim has been my master's thesis advisor, my doctoral advisor. He's a long-time mentor and I hope I can say a friend. And he's an amazing scholar, an amazing activist, and an amazing human being. So. Like everyone here, I don't buy this retirement BS, but I'm sure that now it's going to work even harder than ever. But anyway, thank you, Jim, for inviting me, and we all love you. So today I'm going to present, it's actually a part of my doctoral research on Israel, Brazil, and the Jewish diaspora during the military dictatorship. It was carried out, of course, under Jim's supervision at the Hebrew University, and this is a paper on Israel's unofficial diplomats in Brazil. It's forthcoming, God knows when, as a chapter in a volume on citizen diplomacy that's currently under review, so you should wish us luck. So I'll begin with a short episode. So in 1973, the new Israeli ambassador in Brasilia, Mordechai Schneerson, he visited Rio de Janeiro. And reporting to Jerusalem on this trip, Schneerson wrote that apart from the events at the different institutions of the Jewish community and the discussions with the community leaders, I had other appointments with a number of Jews who did not participate in the businesses of the community, and they maintain close contacts with the authorities and in times of need can prove helpful for us, to Israel. So what Ambassador Schneerson describes here is an important dimension of Israel's diplomatic relations with various countries, and Brazil in particular, which is the use of citizens as unofficial diplomats in Jerusalem's service. So while these individuals, they didn't have any formal ties to the state of Israel, and although many of them weren't active in their local Jewish communities, they were a valuable diplomatic asset for Israel because of their access to key decision makers in Brazil and elsewhere. So in this forthcoming chapter, and in my dissertation, of course, which would hopefully someday turn into a book if Jim presses me enough. So I'm going to show how such Jewish unofficial diplomats helped Israel, or at least did what they thought was helping Israel throughout the 1960s and 1970s and even early 80s. So here I'm going to focus on two individuals who were apparently the most important unofficial diplomats in this period, which are the industrialist and businessman Israel Klabin and the media tycoon Adolfo Bloch. So both Klabin and Bloch, they helped Israel in many ways, but they did it in different contexts. So Klabin's personal networks, as I'm going to show, they went far beyond Israel or Brazil. He was very well connected. He used his global contacts to influence or to advance Israel's goals, not only in Brazil, but also in many other locations. And in contrast, Bloch's influence was usually limited to the Brazilian domestic arena, but this doesn't mean that it was less important. So I'm going to talk about how these differences played out, but first let me say a few words generally about Israel's use of unofficial diplomats in Brazil. So in Latin America, unofficial diplomacy by individuals is essential because Latin American politics is very personal, you can say personalistic, and it's often can be quite informal. Also, ethnic lobbying, which in the US is quite institutionalized, it's part of the political game, so it's generally frowned upon in many Latin American countries. So any individual with direct, informal access to the president, the foreign minister, or any other prominent leaders, they could be valuable assets for Israel, especially in authoritarian regimes. So usually these unofficial diplomats weren't leaders of Jewish organizations, but they drew their power from their personal resources and networks and clout. And this was especially true during the dictatorship, of course, when there were fewer avenues to influence politics, and there was no, especially for civil society. So as I said before, Adolfo Bloch and Israel Klabin, they were the most effective unofficial diplomats that Israel had in Brazil in the 60s and 70s. And their life stories and personalities and sources of influence were very different from one another. So let's take a look let's get to know them a little bit better. So Adolfo Bloch was a kind of an immigrant success story. He was born as Avram Yosievich Bloch in 1908 in Zhytomyr, which is in today's Ukraine. He arrived in Rio de Janeiro as a child with his family, and they opened a printing office. And in 1952, Adolfo and his brothers, they established a magazine called Manchete, a headline, which it quickly became very popular, and it turned into a successful media conglomerate. So what were Bloch's sources of power? Well, of course, he was influential because he owned an influential media organization, but he was also influential because of his personal friendship with Juscelino Kubitschek, JK, who was a former president and a powerful senator, and he was expected to win the 1965 election. So even after the 64 golpe, Bloch remained quite loyal to Kubitschek, even though he may have paid some personal prices for it. But he also became close to the new regime, to the dictatorship. So his media network covered the regime very favorably, and the government rewarded him with large advertising budgets and a license to operate a TV station. Now, Bloch, he wasn't an easy person to deal with. I mean, he was very outspoken, he was temperamental, he was often rude and quite offensive. His understanding of politics apparently was quite limited and even simplistic. So one of my interviewees who had close both professional and family ties to him, he described Bloch as a Jewish mujik, as a Russian peasant. So why did Bloch help Israel as an unofficial diplomat? Until the 1960s, he wasn't known publicly as a Jewish activist. He didn't participate in Jewish organizations. He married a Catholic woman in a church, God forbid. And he didn't even visit Israel. So after the 1967, the Six-Day War, he became an overzealous, outspoken Zionist and a public advocate of Israel. This has happened to many Jewish people in the diaspora after this war. But in fact, even before that, Bloch was never disconnected from his Jewishness. So in his media organization, in the Manchetem organization, he surrounded himself with Jewish assistants and employees, and he maintained close contacts with the Israeli embassy, and he assisted it in many things, as we're going to see quite soon. So it's clear that Israel was important to him even before he became publicly identified with Israel or Zionism. Now, moving on to Klabin. So Israel Klabin was like the mirror image of Adolfo Bloch. So he is actually, he's like 97 years old, still alive today. He's calm, he's sophisticated, he's calculated, very strategic. He earned graduate and postgraduate degrees from excellent universities in Brazil and in Europe. And unlike Bloch, he always identified with Jewish and Zionist causes. He was always close to the Jewish community, even though he didn't feel like very important leadership roles there. So he was born in Rio de Janeiro in 1926 to a Jewish family of Lithuanian origin, the Klabin Laffer clan. They established a successful company that produced paper and other materials, and they quickly became one of Brazil's richest and most powerful families. I think Time magazine once called them the Rothschilds of the South. His father, Wolf Kadiszewicz Klabin, had business ties and social ties with prominent politicians, including almighty President Getulio Vargas. And he was also a great Jewish philanthropist, his father, and a Zionist activist who had close personal contacts with Israel's most senior leaders, like David Ben-Gurion, Golda Meir, such people. Now, not less important, Klabin's uncle, he wasn't really his uncle, he was his father's cousin, but he treated him like an uncle. He calls him my uncle. So Horacio Laffer, he was a famous politician. Laffer served as a finance minister and foreign minister in the 1950s and early 60s. And this was actually the beginning of Klabin's career as an official diplomat. So when Laffer became a foreign minister, he took young Israel Klabin with him to the ministry and as sort of an informal intern. So back there, Klabin kind of learned the inner working of diplomacy, gained the experience, gained the contacts, and later those experience and contacts would prove very useful for him in his Israel-related activities. So what were these activities? So Israel, in its relations with Brazil, Jerusalem often used Bloch and Klabin to pressure Brazilian policymakers on Israel-related issues. And on other occasions, Bloch and Klabin served as sort of matchmakers. They brought together Israeli and Brazilian diplomats and politicians and generals. And there were some Brazilian elites who were close to both Bloch and Klabin, but each one of them had his own circles, which were somewhat different. So once again, Bloch was very prominent in the Brazilian domestic sphere. So his friends included, these are just some examples, important politicians like Finance Minister Antonio Delfim Neto, Foreign Minister José de Magalhães Pinto, but his unofficial diplomacy was mostly limited to that local domestic Brazilian arena, so he couldn't mobilize elites in other locations. While Klabin, as I mentioned before, he was embedded in Brazil, but also in other international contexts like France or the US. So he was close, for example, to the powerful US Ambassador Lincoln Gordon, to the English and French branches of the Rothschild family, US banker David Rockefeller, and the powerful Republican Senator Jacob Javits. And another influential friend of his was Henry Kissinger, who during a state visit to Brazil in 1976, he spent an entire day with Klabin in Rio de Janeiro. This is not an actual photo, in case you wondered. Anyway, so let's take a closer look at how Bloch and Klabin mobilized these contacts as unofficial diplomats before and during the military dictatorship. So in 1963, I'll talk a little bit about the Jerusalem Plan campaign in 1963. The Israeli embassy in Rio de Janeiro, it launched a secret campaign to convince the Brazilian government to move its embassy to Jerusalem, which has always been a very important Israeli diplomatic goal in Latin America. So as part of this plan, Klabin, Bloch, and other unofficial diplomats discreetly lobbied Brazilian decision makers to make the transfer. They were apparently quite persuasive because in May 1963, the Director General of Brazil's Foreign Ministry, he issued a secret memorandum that recommended moving the embassy to Jerusalem. I had an article a few years ago where I wrote about this in detail. So to seal the deal, Israel needed the authorization of Brazil's failing president, João Goulart, and the foreign ministry. And it was in that part of the campaign that Bloch and Klabin, they proved like the most essential. So Goulart's government was already collapsing, and the president badly needed some good relations with, good publicity and good relations with the business community and the media. So maintaining cordial relations with such influential people in these spheres like Bloch and Klabin, it was crucial. So the Israeli embassy instructed Bloch, Klabin, and some other Jewish individuals to increase their pressure on Brazilian policymakers, and this caused some of them to support the plan. And most importantly, Bloch initiated secret negotiations in Brasilia between his Brazilian correspondent, who was not Jewish, by the way, and the Brazilian foreign minister, Hermes Lima. So these negotiations were successful. I mean, the foreign minister authorized the transfer, and he said explicitly that he wanted to have this legacy, to be remembered as favorable to Jewish Brazilian interests. And Goulart, too, he said that he supported the plan. But in the end, the plan eventually failed. Yeah. Oh, that's a Bloch telling the Israeli embassy that they should celebrate that the negotiations were successful, but the plan eventually failed. So, talking is cheap, but the president and foreign ministers, they didn't actually sign the transfer order, and there was a strong faction within the Brazilian foreign ministry, within Itamaraty, that successfully they kind of stalled the transfer until the foreign minister and his director general were replaced by other officials who weren't committed to this informal agreement that was reached with Bloch. So Bloch and Klabin, they made a last-ditch effort to make the transfer happen. They pressured the government contacts, but in the end, the plan was foiled. Even so, I think that the episode demonstrates the important role that Jewish unofficial diplomats played in Israeli-Brazilian relations because of their influence, power, wealth, and their access to decision-making circles. Now, the importance of Israel's Jewish Brazilian allies, it grew after the 1964 coup. Now we're finally getting to the dictatorship. So during the dictatorship, the organized Jewish community became virtually toothless, powerless in terms of they didn't have any leverage, any political power. But Klabin and Bloch, they sort of weathered the storm. They were among the few unofficial diplomats who managed to keep most of their power because the business sector and the media remained important to the military regime. So in 1966, Israeli diplomats noted in a secret telegram that while there were almost no Jews who were close to the regime anymore, Bloch and Klabin could still be tapped to help Israel. So likewise, in 1975, the Israeli embassy complained that the institutionalized Jewish community was unable to access the president, and in fact, the Jewish leaders, Jewish officials leader, they had to go through Klabin to secure a meeting with President Geisel or his head of cabinet, Goldberry. So Israel's ambassador Schneerson, he observed that within the Jewish public, the Jewish Brazilian public, the Jewish Brazilian community means, there are certainly some persons who could help Israel, including the heads of some of the country's largest industrial and commercial enterprises. They're integrated into Brazilian society, their status or wealth opens the government's lounges to them, and they have close personal ties with foreign policy and economic policymakers. So let's see some examples of Bloch's and Klabin's unofficial diplomatic efforts during the dictatorship. Klabin's assistance to Israel was more meaningful at the time because of his international scope. So in November 1967, for example, the UN Security Council discussed the situation in the Middle East following the Six-Day War, and Brazil and Argentina presented this resolution that Jerusalem really hated for some reason. So Israel used Klabin to pressure the Brazilian government to discard this draft. For example, before a formal meeting between Brazilian Foreign Minister José de Magalhães Pinto and the Israeli ambassador regarding this issue, Klabin met with Magalhães Pinto, who was a personal friend of his, and he presented Israel's position informally. And Brazil and Argentina eventually retracted their draft, and the British draft was adopted. In early '69, Klabin once again approached Brazilian diplomats on behalf of Israel, and this time he tried to convince them to denounce a Palestinian terrorist attack against an Israeli airplane at the Athens airport. Eventually, the Brazilian representative in the UN sort of denounced the attack, which was probably the best that Israel could hope for. And it's possible that Klabin's pressure was one of the reasons for that. In '72, he mediated between the Israeli and Brazilian government and some transnational Jewish organizations in the US who worked to facilitate the immigration of persecuted Jews from Syria to Israel. But I must emphasize is that Klabin's refugee-related diplomacy was not always coordinated with Jerusalem or supported by it. So, for example, after the Six-Day War, Klabin, together with Senator Jacob Javits, U.S. Senator Jacob Javits, they promoted plans for the mass resettlement of Palestinian refugees from the Gaza Strip and initiated informal talks with Brazilian leaders, but also in the U.S., France, and other countries. So at first, the Israeli government really liked Klabin's ideas and cooperated with him, but after a while, it considered the plan unrealistic and it tried to make him stop, but it couldn't. It didn't have any leverage over Klabin, and it didn't. Probably Israel didn't want to offend him, to risk losing his assistant, his very generous financial donation. So when Yitzhak Rabin, Israel's ambassador in Washington, complained that Klabin hadn't updated him about his talks about refugees, Klabin, he sort of gently but very resolutely, he clarified to his Israeli government liaison that he wouldn't take orders from the Israeli embassy, and he continued to meet foreign officials regarding refugee resettlement. So just a few words about Bloch. So Bloch also helped Israel in several ways during the dictatorship, but unlike Klabin, who initiated his own project, Bloch was mainly an accomplice of the Israeli embassy. He usually just did what he was told by the embassy or even what he was told by Klabin, apparently. But this doesn't mean that he was inconsequential. He used his media network to influence to promote Israel's image and interest, and Israel diplomats emphasized again and again that he was an invaluable ally. He participated in many state visits of Brazilians of Israeli notables to Brazil or Brazilian notables to Israel, and he even was able to get some economic concessions for Israel. So I think I'm out of time, so I'll conclude here. So I'll just conclude very briefly. During the 60s and 70s and even early 80s, an official diplomacy by Jewish Brazilians was an important aspect of Israel's activities in Brazil and other countries, including the US. And among these Jewish individuals, Bloch and Klabin stood out as the most prominent allies and unofficial diplomats. So Bloch, with his local influence, was most effective in the early 60s because of his friendship with the powerful ex-president J.K. and was possibly a future president, and he drew his powers from his media organization as well. And Klabin promoted Israeli interests not only in Brazil, but also in other countries, and he was much more independent than Bloch, and sometimes insisted on initiatives that Israel didn't like. And finally, we must remember that even though Bloch and Klabin and their likes, they were an essential component of Israel's diplomatic portfolio, they had their limits. So in 1974, for example, the Israeli ambassador wrote to Jerusalem that Bloch and Klabin, despite their influence, they weren't powerful enough to reverse the pro-Arab shift that happened at that time in Brazil's foreign policy. So an important conclusion of my research is that states are still the major and most powerful actors in international politics. So while the influence of non-state actors like diasporas, it can only go so far, especially in authoritarian settings. Although Israel could use unofficial diplomats like Bloch and Klabin to address specific issues, they couldn't cause major changes in Brazil's foreign policy, and I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your wonderful presentations. I love the images too. I'm sure that we have a lot of questions, but we will keep these questions for the end.
Just about the image, yeah, this is shows that I'm a true student of James Green.
Okay.
I learned it from him.
Then, please, Hayo.
Okay. How do I get this? Oh, I just, is it like this?
Minimize it.
Oh, yeah,
You'll
yeah.
see at the bottom a
Oh,
folder.
right, got it.
For your name. Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah.
No worries.
If you want any help, it's okay.
Yeah, I think I got it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. All right. Bom dia. Hi, everybody. All right. So, Jim, thank you for inviting me. I think I first met you maybe in 2009 or maybe 2010. I was thinking about grad school. I was considering what to do. And I think we've met through a professor of mine who introduced me. And I really didn't know anything about academia. And Jim helped me with drafting my material. And I've sent out various applications. And I didn't get into so many programs. And one of the only ones that I got into, the University of Texas at Austin, which is an amazing Latin American program. But I was so clueless about academia, and I didn't grow up here, so all I knew about, big universities like Harvard or Columbia. And I remember, I think we spoke on the phone or something, and I'm embarrassed to say, right? I think I asked Jim, what is this university? It's in Texas. I don't know anything about it, and it's not one of the big ones, because I was so clueless about anything. And I think I remember, Jim, you kind of, in a very generous, kind of loving voice, you said, "What the hell are you talking about, right? This is a fantastic place," and you talked about the professors there and the city and Austin, all of that, and you were absolutely right, right? And I didn't know anything about academia, and I thought about it yesterday when people shared their stories about you, because I think kind of that generous and supportive voice continued, when I was in grad school, and you provided some feedback about my ideas, and throughout my dissertation research in Brazil. I mean, you provided so many essential contacts that were critical to my dissertation. And later on, doing the job market experience, and even, in the past few years, working on the book. Very critical advice. So, these words kind of repeated yesterday, but kind of always generous, kind, and supportive. Thank you. It's been such an honor to work with you and, having your mentorship. And I'm very happy to celebrate this, which is not really a retirement, as everybody said, maybe just kind of moving to another, place, but with all these projects that we know that kind of in the pipeline, I'm very excited to also kind of be part of it. Thank you, Jim. And I'm going to use Dan's trick, my 20-minute start now. Okay, so let me look at my notes. My work, I'm a historian of health and violence and medicine, during the dictatorship, kind of Cold War Brazil. And I've written about in my book mainly, which I work on now, is about the role of doctors and the role of medical professionals in state-sponsored repression. Also the way that the medical sector kind of confronted complicity and involvement in state-sponsored repression, kind of thinking about medical ethics. And I've also worked on labor and doctors, and I've published things about the doctors' labor movement and how very interestingly it worked with blue-collar metal workers, right, among them Lula. So I kind of thought about the role of doctors in transition to democracy, part of my argument. But in my recent research, and that's what I want to talk about today, I focus on the history of family planning during the Brazilian dictatorship, and I focus on the emergence and activity of what was called the Sociedade do Bem-Estar Familiar no Brasil, right? BAMFAM in short, was a family planning organization. It was founded in 1965, and it actually doesn't get a lot of attention in the scholarship. Some folks, mention it. It feature, they mention kind of that organization, but I don't think enough, and especially not in history. There's some kind of works on reproduction and cultural studies that talk about that organization, but not enough in history. And I think we should kind of give it focus. It was an influential organization. It had a significant effect on the lives of many Brazilians. Just to give you some, a sense of numbers, by 1980, over 800,000 women were served in over 90 clinics run by BAMFAM across Brazil. The numbers kind of change between the years and between the reports, but it's somewhere between 100,000 and 500,000 women were registered annually as an active users of the oral contraceptive distribution program of the organization, right? There were over 1,000 physicians, politicians, academics, journalists that participated in that organization's training programs, received scholarship by that organization. So, I think it's a very significant organization, and I think looking into the history of that organization provides sort of a window into the conflicts about public health, about population control, about sexualities, about religion, about gender in Cold War Brazil. Okay, so very quickly, Sociedade do Bem-Estar Familiar no Brasil, right, was established in November 1965, very kind of close to the coup d'etat. It was established by a group of obstetricians. One of them was Octavio Rodrigues Lima. He was the director of Brazil's first maternity hospital. Today, it's part of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. His father, by the way, Antonio Rodrigues Lima, was the founder of that hospital. He was also one of the leading physicians in the turn of the century Brazil. It's kind of like these names of the sanitarios that gets repeated. And his son and his colleagues were very concerned by what they saw, understood as the rising number of illegal or induced abortions in the country, right? Abortions was illegal, still is, and they saw it as posing a great risk to women's health, right? And to confront that challenge, they had a few conferences. This is kind of mid-1960s. They established BAMFAM to promote family planning, essentially, right? In Brazil, within 2 years, actually less than 2 years, BAMFAM becomes affiliated with and start to receive funding from the International Planned Parenthood Federation, right, the IPPF, and later on from the Rockefeller-based Population Council, and then later from the Ford Foundation, so various kind of international organizations. And with this funding, BAMFAM opened clinics in various Brazilian states, first in the kind of urban, middle-class population in the southern part of the country, but then with a lot more, substantial funding and focus in the poorer northeastern states. By the end of 1967, so within a year or so, BAMFAM already serviced patients in 31 clinics across 11 Brazilian states. As I've mentioned before, by the mid-1970s, it already had 90 clinics with hundreds of thousands of registered patients. And in those clinics, health professionals offered family planning consultations. They offered sex education classes, where women, and also couples, by the way, learned about the reproductive system, the responsibilities of newlyweds towards the future newborn, and also towards their society. And you can see here, this is part of this illustrated booklet, educational material, and it tells how to plan a family, and it's a story about Joao and Maria, and they think about a child, and they go to those clinics, and they learn about the reproductive system, by the way, not only of women, but men as well. You can see here on the right side, this is kind of the benefits of family planning, right? So you see, right, health, right, and housing and education. And right here on the right side, right, amor and cariño, right, love and care, right. Importantly, women who participated or registered, as patients in those clinics could also schedule medical exams and participate in BAMFAM's contraceptive distribution programs. That included a regular supply of birth control pills or counseling towards the use of intrauterine devices, right, IUDs. All right, so this is also a part of a larger history of reproductive control and fertility during the Cold War. To be sure, doctors and gynecologists in Brazil and other places, and especially those that led BAMFAM, talked about reducing Brazil's high rates of provoked abortions, right? For them, family planning, as they argued, was, and they said that in one of the brochures, in one of their reports, it was scientifically approved, it was safe, it was the most effective way in confronting the problem of illegal induced abortions that put women's health in danger, right? But this is also a period when debates about family planning are very much connected with the so-called population bomb, right? There's the famous popular book, 1968 Population Bomb by Paul Ehrlich. But even before that 1968 book, 1950s, early 1960s, there's various studies in the United States, in Brazil, around the world that come out and they talk about how overpopulation, right, would lead to social and political disasters, right? And in the context of the Cold War, this is important, they would lead to socio-political instabilities that serve as sort of fertile ground for communism, right? And that, of course, was especially pertinent in the third world, right, in the global south, right? So we have to kind of think about that context as well. And the officials and physicians that led BAMFAM definitely subscribe to these kind of neo-Malthusian notions. So in contrast to this developmentalist claim that contended that, you need demographic growth to expand the labor force, right, and to populate the nation's distant geographies, BAMFAM's advocates of family planning warned in different articles that I've examined that rapid demographic growth presented a grave problem, I quote here, for Brazil's progress. Right, and their publications emphasized that Brazil's, and I quote here again, rapid and disorganized population growth is an impediment to the nation's socioeconomic development. And they discussed, going back to yesterday's discussions actually, they discussed the massive migration of folks coming from the rural areas to the urban centers that far outpace the construction of housing or the expansion of public services or infrastructure, right? And the result for BAMFAM, right, for their publications would be a decline in public health indicators, in infrastructure. They said it would create a belt of marginalized people surrounding state capitals, kind of right in that sense. But it's important to kind of note that fear of exploding metropolises in the southern regions of the nations also carried kind of racial meanings, right? Because the origin, right, of overpopulation, of course, came from the poor Northeast. And given that the Northeastern population was not only poor, but predominantly non-white, right? These assessments kind of reveal how family planning advocates often racialize the population that should or perhaps should not be reproducing to advance the nation, right? So for them, in their publication, for instance, these overpopulated areas, and they were talking specifically about the Northeast, were, and I quote here, troubled by problems of poverty, illiteracy, and disease, right? So those who are kind of overpopulating, moving to the urban centers, are almost vectors, right? Agents of disease and illiteracy and poverty. We can see, by the way, these notions of race and class as well in BAMFAM's educational material. I want to show you a few things here, right? So here, this is from one of their brochures, right? You see here images that illustrate the negative consequences of population growth, and they typically present, multiple black children who appear to be neglected by their parents. This is on the left side, right? And these depictions are contrasted with images of single child family, and they appeared, of course, as urban, seemingly middle or even upper class, white. So that is important to note. There were also drawings in the same brochures that kind of emphasize a sort of dramatic before and after for those who are adopting family planning practices. You can see here on the left side, right? This is multi-child families that were depicted as poor, rural, miserable, right? And then contrasted with the single-child families, they appeared as happy members of the upper middle class. They even enjoyed the services of a baba, right, or a brigada domestica, right? So there's a lot of benefits for those who kind of practice family planning. I should emphasize this, along with other material, was actually distributed on a massive scale. I went over and examined some of the reports. By the late 1970s, BAMFAM was circulating over 750,000 copies of its publication per year, right? So, these were actually distributed in their hundreds of thousands, right, to think about the influence. So that is the first thing I want to say about kind of family planning and BAMFAM, thinking about how kind of this Cold War era and context influenced the way it was practiced in Brazil, and how kind of notions of race and perhaps gender and class are part of it. The other interesting thing, that I'd like to highlight in this research is the particular dynamics of family planning under the dictatorship. So, as I mentioned before, right, this was a Cold War discourse in which social scientists and medical professionals believed in this idea that uncontrollable increase in population size would lead to extensive poverty, hinder modernization efforts, invite social unrest, communism as well. BEMFAM tried to build on that perception. It argued that family planning not only served as the perfect solution for social and economic challenges, but also contributed to national security. Right? They say that when you have population explosion, people leave their areas, especially the rural regions. They push people away from the poor areas, and then they leave them vulnerable, right, to outside influences, right? So they kind of try to speak to the mindset of the dictatorship in that sense. And dictatorships officials, certainly subscribe to various Cold War ideologies, as we all know, right, from subversion to the internal enemy to fighting communists and torture and all of that. But they were very suspicious, right, and even opposed family planning. It contrasted contradicted their efforts to advance a kind of expansionist economic and developmentalist policy. Rather than population control, the dictatorship, certainly in the first decade, promoted the settlement of unpopulated areas, right? The growth of the workforce. And in fact, what I did in this research, and I think that's kind of where what I contribute, is I worked with a lot of intelligence reports, because I've noticed that the regime's intelligence agencies actually monitored and persistently monitored BEMFAM activity, meetings, reports, really kind of chunky files of documentation. BEMFAM also, of course, faced opposition from Catholic groups, right? The Conferência Nacional dos Bispos do Brasil, right, essentially rejected artificial contraceptives. This is 1968. The Pope issues the encyclical Humanae Vitae, right, which not only condemned the use of birth control pill, but also asserted that the artificial contraception could open, and I quote here, the way to marital infidelity and a general lowering of moral standards, right? So the opposition from Catholic side is clear. There was opposition from right-wing and nationalist right-wing groups that who denounced the efforts to reduce population or to work with international organizations, right? So I found interesting documents by different, of the National Defense League, the Liga da Defesa Nacional, that sent letters to President Medici talking about this organization as impeding on the interests of the nation by caving into foreign influence and so on and so forth. My research, though, very interestingly shows that similar attacks came from leftist groups, right? So clandestine groups, underground, that promoted armed struggle against the dictatorship and kind of denounced its torture, harshly condemned BEMFAM for its collaboration with international organization. It called that organization a criminal organization that was manipulated by North American imperialist money, and took, and I quote here, nefarious steps to mislead the population about contraceptives, right? And there are various kind of letters and petitions. One, even a threat letter made by the National Revolutionary Council, Conselho Revolucionário Nacional, sent out to the offices of BEMFAM, that accused the organization of sterilizing thousands of Brazilians under the pretext of family planning and demand to halt all activities. It wasn't just, the radical kind of underground groups. Left-leaning medical associations like the Medical Association of Guanabara State, that will become the Rio de Janeiro Medical Association, denounced BEMFAM's activity as illegal, as immoral. They submitted complaints to the Regional Medical Board, the council. They submitted complaints to the Ministry of Justice. They said that BEMFAM violates medical ethics when distributing the birth control pill because it promoted abortions, or that's what they argued. They filed complaint accusing the organization not only hurting Brazil's aspiration of national growth, but also actually engaging in crime of abortions. Some even mentioned genocide. And these attacks and various reports in the press suddenly alleged that there are sterilization campaign that was taking place in the Northeast and in the Amazon, and that finally led to the formation of a Parliamentary Inquiry Commission, right, a CPI, right, Comissário Parlamentar Inquérito, right, Inquérito in 1967, pretty early on. And that commission was about to examine, and I quote here, right, whether a plan to limit the childbirth in Brazil existed, and then in other parts it says that it will investigate the allegations of foreign interference in the country's demographic dynamics. And it conducted about 31 hearings and listened to about 25 depositions over 1 year. It never completed the inquiry. It never produced an official final report. We don't really know why. One possible reason is when you think about a 1 year operation from 1967, we're going to late 1968. This is, of course, political unrest, instability, a congressional crisis that would end up with the IC coup, right? And that is one possible explanation of why this suddenly stopped, maybe kind of risking further political instability. But despite the absence of a final report, a significant part of their records was published in the Diário Oficial. So we have a lot of transcriptions from this discussion. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because I'm running out of time. But this commission kind of invited journalists and academics and demographers and officials from BAMFAM and Catholic leaders and politicians to kind of figure out family planning and is this really a sterilization or population control campaign? And it scrutinized the involvement of BAMFAM, its budgets, its funding from outside of the state. And by the way, in these records, we also see some of the notions, some of the kind of undertones that I've mentioned before. There were experts in medicine and demography that talked about that unplanned birth would result in millions of uneducated people that would hinder national development. There were economists that said that the impending explosion of impoverished population in the Northeast would create an unprecedented pressure on Brazil's social welfare and economic growth. So we see all of these kind of ideas, and I can speak more about that commission later on. But let me kind of conclude. At the end, this commission did not have right recommendations because it kind of ended abruptly. And BAMFAM's officials were very satisfied with that. In fact, the complaints that were made against them were absolved as well in the Medical Council, in the Ministry of Justice. And they kind of celebrated that. But the dictatorship officials actually still view that organization as a concern. They continued with intelligence monitoring all the way throughout the 70s. There's various reports that I'm working on in this research. And I think that could also reflect kind of the dictatorship's increasing anxieties over gender subversion, international politics, right? That was mentioned yesterday, kind of conflating the birth control pill with sexual deviancy, with political subversion, kind of with communism, conflating everything and kind of seeing that as a threat. So we can think about that. But specifically, kind of concerned by outside influence. This is early 1970s. All right, I'm finishing up. As we all know, Jim wrote about that as well. This is a time where various international reports are coming in from Amnesty International and other organizations against torture. The dictatorship is very sensitive and reactive towards, influence from the outside. So that was maybe another kind of reason of the dictatorship feeling very insecure about external funding, right? And I'm concluding the change only arrived in the late 1970s and early 1980s. There's, economic crisis, and there are new voices in the dictatorship and in the government that are kind of now beginning to warm up to family planning as a way to mitigate the negative effects of recession and economic downturn. But what I've tried to show here, right, is that family planning definitely fit with Cold War discourse of overpopulation and development, right? But in Brazil, kind of the BAMFAM initiative triggered very distinctive opposition, right? That involved various Cold War anxieties. it's kind of in this context of heightened Cold War polarization, cultural paranoias, intensifying state-sponsored repression, we should add, that these conflicts escalated, right, to battles of legal and ethics accusation, to police monitoring and intelligence monitoring, to government investigations, as I've just mentioned. And I think in that illustrative Cold War moment, we see, right-wing radicals and leftist activists, right? All of them considered BAMFM as a threat. I also want to say, right, of course, the motivation behind the sentiments of opposition to BAMFM differed significantly, right? For the regime and its supporters, family planning challenged various religious principles, the ideas about women's proper gender roles, and so on and so forth. For those on the left, of course, the focus on family planning enabled the state to kind of minimize its responsibilities towards Brazilians, and so they believe that the solution for Brazil's challenges did not lie in kind of family planning, but in extensive state investment, right, in social services, in welfare of Brazilians. And one last thing, right, I think that some of the criticism that was laid out against BAMFM was certainly grounded in evidence, right, as I've shown. Family planning was indeed promoted and often sponsored by international organizations. They did seek domestic impact. The discourse around family planning certainly was shaped by, as I mentioned, by racial, by gender motivations. They frequently focused on problem of population explosion, right? So in this way, right, I think that the history... In this way, this last sentence, I think that the history of BAMFM illustrates not only the particular dynamics that shaped attitudes of family planning in military Brazil, but also the role that Cold War anxieties and tensions played in shaping debates about reproduction in Brazil and in Latin America. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. My bad.
Thank you for your amazing presentation. Now, João, you are going to... No, okay. André, só para deixar a imagem...
Tá. Tá bom. Like this?
Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank Jim for having me here today. It's such a great pleasure and honor. And the way I feel, I'll never be able to thank you enough for everything you've done to me. You know how much you have helped me since I started grad school. And this year, when I got a job offer, Jim was, I think, was first or second person that I told right away, because I know he would be very happy. You always made, you have a very busy schedule, but you always made yourself available to me. So again, I feel a little frustrated because I'll never be able to thank you enough. But muito obrigado, Jim. And what I'll be presenting today is an article that evolved out of a chapter of the book that I'm currently writing, which examines Afro-Brazilian participation in the democratic transition. Mulher Negra e Favelada, the 1982 campaign of Benedita da Silva in Brazil's transition politics. With hopes of free, direct, inclusive elections, yet unsettled by skepticism that the military state could, once again, reshuffle electoral rules for its own benefit, anxious Brazilian voters braced themselves to go to the polls in 1982. Brazil's agitated political scene of the 1980s was marked by the rise of civil society groups who had been forced into reclusion by the military strong-arm tactics, while the use of institutionalized violence had successfully suppressed opposition in the initial years of the regime. By the end of the 1970s, the military's constant human rights violation came under intensified local and international scrutiny. Against the backdrop of a waning military dictatorship and an accelerating political awakening from historically disenfranchised groups, Benedita da Silva made her initial electoral incursion in what would develop into one of the most extraordinary stories in Brazil's politics. Da Silva's candidacy enlists international discourses of race, gender, and class, in a singular political moment when Brazilian nationals enthusiastically debated ideas of nationhood, citizenship, and identity. By incorporating the themes of race and gender at a time when both topics were primarily seen as divisive issues rather than legitimate categories of political mobilization, Da Silva faced the organized power of the state and overcame long-standing patterns of voting behavior and political culture. This article explores Benedita da Silva's rise in Brazilian politics. It argues that da Silva's candidacy embodied the ascendance of civil society engagement with politics in the early 1980s, a revolutionary moment in modern Brazilian history marked by palpable calls to more inclusive national projects as well as the emergence of novel social and political actors. It highlights da Silva's path-breaking political trajectory to illustrate how the dramatic changes taking place in the early 1980s in Brazil offered a rich site for public debates on the politicization of race. It seeks to illuminate how Afro-Brazilians came to understand their socioeconomic and political disenfranchisement as incongruous with the prospects of an inclusive and participatory society, brought about by the impending return of a democratic system. The article is divided into 3 sections. It begins with an examination of the political landscape under which da Silva's candidacy emerged. It then traces the evolution of da Silva's political life. In its final section, this article turns to da Silva's 1982 campaign. It analyzes how da Silva's candidacy subverted historical, racial, gender, and socioeconomic patterns in mainstream Brazilian politics. In a country that traditionally elected male, white, and economic privileged candidates, da Silva launched a 3-tiered campaign that exalted her background as a representative of historically underrepresented groups in Brazilian politics: blacks, women, and the poor. Hopes, skepticism, and the reshuffling of party politics, the 1982 elections. Latent apprehension lurked over Brazil's 1982 elections. This was to be the country's first electoral experience following the end of the military-imposed two-party system. Since 1965, Brazilian voters' choices had been restricted to either the government party, Arena, or the only legal political opposition, the MDB. For political actors such as Benedita da Silva, the two-party system had failed to include their demands in the sphere of public debates. On one hand, the government party had primarily functioned as the political instrument of the military. On the other hand, the opposition party, MDB, lacked credibility within the black and women's movements since it did not promote racial and feminist issues during the span of the bipartisan system. Scholars have noted the weakness of MDB during the first years of authoritarianism to represent community-based forms of action and popular movements. Brazilian sociologist Glaucio Ari de Lon Soares argued that only after 1974, when MDB had its first electoral win over Arena, that the MDB legitimized itself as the opposition party and the representative of the working class. The longevity of the MDB as a legitimate representative of the emerging civil society groups that gained greater visibility at the turn of the 1970s was to be short-lived. Sensing the need to halt MDB's growth, General Golbery, the mastermind strategist of President Ernesto Geisel, began drafting a preemptive attack on the party. Golbery concluded that the government could maintain power divisively. His strategy to divide and rule ended the two-party system and authorized the formation of new parties. The sweeping changes in the party system occurred at a propitious moment for Benedita da Silva. During the rule of the two-party system, the absence of interest by Arena and MDB in racial issues had forced black political activism to operate primarily as an opposition group that resided outside of the realm of formal politics. While, overall, by the early 1980s, the issue of racial oppression still figured marginally in national politics, Benedita da Silva capitalized to an unprecedented degree of political openness to pursue racial and gender justice within the structures of the state. Poor people's political engagement begins at their cradle, in their communities, not in the parties, the making of the politician Benedita. Few historical actors have defied the odds as much as Benedita da Silva. The second to last of 15 children, fate had it that she would meet only 8 of her siblings. Da Silva's precocious introduction to the labor market began in early childhood, selling candy, peanuts, and lemons at traffic lights to contribute to her family's income. From a very early age, Da Silva learned firsthand how Brazil's history of race and gender domination made her vulnerable to sexual assaults, not only in the streets where she was constantly harassed, but also within the realm of her social environment. In addition to sexual violence, Da Silva was confronted very early with another dimension of gender and racial exploitation, economic and social discrimination in the job market. Within the wide range of low-paid positions she performed, working as a maid provided an epiphany in her future interpretations of the intersections of race, gender, and class. Historically, the universe of domestic workers in Brazil has been constituted predominantly by impoverished black women. Da Silva stressed that given unbalanced racial and gender hierarchies, the nature of employer-employee relationships are generally a central point of contention. As she explained, this labor contract has always been done woman to woman, and it empowers rich and middle-class housewives. She can tell her husband whether her maid is working well or poorly. She holds the ultimate decision. While Da Silva's experience with gender and racial disparities in the labor market played a central role in her understandings of politics as an instrument of inclusion and social justice, her engagement with community service shaped the leadership skills that rose her to political prominence. At 16, she became an active member in Chapéu Mangueira community. Following long years of service to the Residents Association, in 1978, amidst military rule, Da Silva rose to the highest rank in the institution. Her conspicuous position placed her in open contention with the military's acts of force. Community leaders such as Benedita da Silva lived under the constant menace of being targeted as subversive radicals and facing the regime's use of power. Nonetheless, one of the common tactics employed by the military, the imprisonment of male revolutionaries, involuntarily created unprecedented opportunities for the advancement of female activists into positions of power within civic organizations. Da Silva explained how gender roles held sway within these institutions. Because my handwriting was beautiful, according to machismo, I could only be a secretary. They only chose me to be a secretary. So as a secretary, I began to organize the women, because everything was prohibited to them. Da Silva's rise to prominence in her community was part of the internal reordering of the organizational structure of community-based organizations and the consequent disruption of gender assumptions of leadership. Every worker has race, gender, and ideology, the accent of the politician Benedita. No one knows me. How are people going to vote for me if I'm just like them? Benedita da Silva reacted with great incredulity when invited by the Workers' Party, PT, to launch a candidacy as a city councillor in the city of Rio de Janeiro. In her view, in a country where, according to her, the white and rich men represented the face of power, the prospects of a candidacy of a poor black woman seemed fated to fail. PT's close association with popular movements, as well as its devotion to participatory politics, impelled low and middle-class black Brazilians to take part in politics. However, rather than having a strong racial agenda from its inception, PT's engagement with racial issues gradually grew with the migration of politically conscious Afro-Brazilians to the ranks of the party. The stories of the trajectory of Afro-Brazilian PT militants highlight the initial difficulty in fighting for spaces within the structure of the party, and to convince their peers that the issue of race should be a central component of the party's platform. The Marxist ideological orientation of several PT leaders led them to understand racial oppression as the byproduct of class conflicts, rather than a phenomenon of its own nature. According to Da Silva, to reduce racial oppression to be purely the product of class domination was a distorted theory, since blacks suffer because they are poor. Nevertheless, they are poor because they are black. The differing views on race were not the sole source of a disagreement between Da Silva and PT's leftist intellectuals, whose ideas often sounded dissonant to those coming from popular groups. Da Silva recollected attending a PT meeting at a penthouse in Rio's wealthy neighborhood of Jardim Botânico, where she found only Easts, sociologists, anthropologists, psychologists. Despite the self-proclamation of being a popular party, Da Silva noted that the intellectual elite sought a mass-based party, but only to a certain extent. An example of dominant positions within the party was the process of allocation of candidates for the 1982 legislative elections. Da Silva noted that it was decided that those who mastered greater theoretic knowledge would run for the more prominent political offices, while the direct representatives of the masses were to compete for a seat on the city council. Da Silva was to find the required strength to pursue political office within the resilience of other women who worked relentlessly to gather resources for her candidacy. From selling pastries to organizing fundraising events, they went beyond their means to contribute to Da Silva's crusade to bring political and social change. Da Silva began assimilating the trust given by other females into the purpose of her political career. As she declared, I felt the deep pride that they had always nurtured for me. I represented a woman who studied, who fought, a winner, who they would help, and also served as a model for them. To the surprise of her own prognosis, Da Silva received more than 17,000 votes and concluded the 1982 elections as the candidate receiving the most votes among PT's city councilor contenders in Rio de Janeiro. In addition to being the only PT candidate to be elected as a city councilor in that electoral cycle, Da Silva became the first black woman in the history of that municipality to ever hold that office. Her election was just the first of a series of taboo-breaking events. Batista's political career would be marked by the rupture of long-standing patterns of electoral choices in Brazil, as she would eventually be elected the first female and Afro-Brazilian governor in Rio de Janeiro, as well as the first black female senator in Brazil. Da Silva used her prolific oral skills to denounce forms of racial and gender discrimination. On the occasion of the celebrations for May 13th, the date that commemorates the formal end of slavery in Brazil, Da Silva addressed her peers to criticize the fallacy of that historical date. Da Silva attacked the pedagogical material used at all levels of formal education explaining May 13th to Brazilian students. According to her, this version of history portrayed symbols of Afro-Brazilian struggle, such as Quilombo dos Palmares, as a refuge of slaves, rather than a site of African resistance. In the same address, Da Silva directed her assaults on the myth of racial democracy. She condemned those who emphasized the limited number of Afro-Brazilians who achieved broad civil recognition as indisputable evidence that Brazil was untainted by racism. Da Silva declared that the myth of racial democracy uses our black actors and actresses, athletes, singers and songwriters, painters and artisans as proof of the evidence of lack of prejudice. They even say that the rare, wealthy blacks and the few black parliamentarians confirm the existence of a racial democracy. The champions of such a democracy work with alleged apparent evidence, but appearances deceive. Da Silva's explicit refusal of Brazil's racial exceptionalism illuminates the transformative role played by the few Afro-Brazilians who are able to penetrate the structures of the state in the political transition. Here was a black woman in a position of power, occupying a site where white and male-centric notions of national identity went unchallenged, counteracting narratives that stressed the alleged exceptional state of Brazilian racial unity. Da Silva's germinal experience in the world of formal politics occurred in the liminal space of the democratic transition and the interface between the nationwide upsurge of racial and gender activism, as well as the emergence of novel political actors and institutions. Aware of the singularity of their moment, Da Silva focused on a broader cross-racial platform that appealed to three main underserved groups: blacks, women, and economic underprivileged. Da Silva's adoption of a broader political agenda was seemingly the reason for her successful political career, since by 1982, a campaign exclusively based on a racial agenda stood virtually no chance of electoral triumph. Conclusion. Blacks are now acting with their own personality, with their own identity, but until very recently, talking about these things was a moral sin to the unit of the family. This is what I have to say about 1982. In a 1993 interview, when asked to reflect on the present status of black political representation, the prominent Afro-Brazilian civil rights activist, intellectual, and politician Abdias Nascimento noted that the 1982 elections marked the end of blacks being featured in political parties as partisan elements without a self-identity. Arguably, no other candidacy is more emblematic of Nascimento's statement than that of Benedita da Silva. However, by 1982, the Brazilian political elite did not seem prepared to welcome da Silva into their arena. Once in office, da Silva had to face the disappointing reality that her projects would receive marginal support from her peers. However, it would be an error to deem da Silva's first political office as inconsequential, given her failure to turn her projects into policy. Da Silva's term as a city councilor compelled the Brazilian political elite to discuss inhospitable topics in institutional forums and helped to pave the way to make the state accountable for the later institutionalization of black rights that are currently enforced in Brazil. Further, da Silva showed a new generation of emerging black politicians that the days when the dominant ideologies of racial harmony went uncontested in the realm of politics belonged to a bygone era. Ultimately, da Silva's 1982 candidacy should not be assessed through measurable lenses, but rather be interpreted as a milestone in the history of resistance to dominant positions, as well as a harbinger of political change. Thank you.
Thank you, João, for your wonderful presentation. I'm a huge fan of Benedita da Silva. I think that she acted as a defensor of maids.
Mm-hmm.
in
Yeah,
Brazil.
yeah, a lot,
That's a
I-
good link
I-
with your presentation, Meg. Then, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. And she was around too, Benedita.
Yeah. She was a maid, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, Josh.
Yeah.
I do, yeah. I think it's present.
Just full screen?
Yeah. Over here?
It says presenter mode.
No.
Here, what if we close this? Michelle, do you know if there's a presenter mode?
Yeah.
It looks okay, but it's
No,
okay.
there should be. There should be. It's a PDF. Maybe that's why it's different.
Yeah, that's what's different about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I mean, as long as I can click through. Oh, no.
You can do it. Here, should I go like that?
It is a PDF, yeah.
That's fine.
There's a yeah, presenter view or something. But, yeah, if you scroll, Meg, it should go.
Okay.
You just go full screen and then scroll.
If you click 2 times, like double click it,
Which one?
double
Here?
click it, the presentation itself.
Technical difficulties. I can just scroll through it.
Full screen
Enable.
mode.
Full screen mode.
It is, okay.
There we go. Thank you. So I wanted to thank everyone who's been organizing the conference, done such a great job, and then of course Jim for the invitation to speak, but not just for the invitation. I was remembering this morning that I think I first met you in the fall of 2008 when I took your History of Brazil survey course as a sophomore at Brown. And since then, in the past 16 years, you've been a really wonderful mentor and advocate for me, and sort of instrumental in bringing about the career that I've pursued to become a historian of Brazil. And so I'm so grateful to you and so happy and so honored to participate in this really beautiful event that's an homage to your career. So today I'm going to present some of my own research that actually has really interesting intersections with João's work, so I'm excited that we're on the same panel. Okay, so this is Lenida Carvalho, who was a domestic worker in Brazil for nearly 6 decades. While anyone who's maintained a home, fed a family, or raised children understands how backbreaking and emotionally draining this work can be, and I'm learning this firsthand as a new parent, fewer people are familiar with the political claims that domestic worker activists have been making since the mid-20th century. Lenida was one such activist, the most prominent member of Brazil's domestic worker movement during the military dictatorship and the gradual transition to democracy. Her contributions were central to the movement's broader efforts to both dignify domestic work and secure parity with other professions, so that domestic workers would be afforded the full slate of labor rights enumerated in the Brazilian Constitution. Lenida was born in the arid countryside of the Brazilian Northeast, most likely in 1932, although there's no formal record of her birth. She grew up on a sugar plantation, where her mother worked in the field since she herself was a child, and just a handful of decades after the abolition of slavery in 1888. My mother wasn't sold, but she lived and worked as a slave. She belonged to a family that wasn't hers and was passed on to the children's generation when the parents died, as if she were a household object, Lenida wrote in her memoir. Lenida grew up in the large house where her mother later worked as a domestic servant, sharing a bed with her mother and younger sister and often going hungry in spite of the wealth that surrounded her. At age 12, she left school and moved to the city of Recife, where she began working as a nanny for a wealthy family that employed a number of domestic workers, who slept piled into bunk beds in what Lenida later called, quote, basically slaves' quarters. At the urging of the family's cook, she started taking night courses at a local Catholic school, and eventually met a group of leftist young people who encouraged her to discuss working conditions with the other domestic servants in her orbit. Several decades later, she helped found one of the country's first domestic worker unions, appeared before Congress, and became a national spokesperson for a growing movement. So as a historian of 20th century Brazil, I've always been interested in this period of popular effervescence as the military dictatorship came to an end in the mid-'80s. And it was during this time that second wave feminism, Afro-Brazilian activism, as we just heard about, the landless peasant movement and the gay rights movement crystallized and came to prominence on the national stage. These movements articulated demands for regime change, but also grassroots politics of social and economic uplift. Yet I found myself wondering how redemocratization was experienced by women like Lenida, poor women, mostly of African descent, with little schooling, who cleaned homes, prepared food, and took care of children. Their labor in sustaining the nation nearly invisible for centuries, but intimately involved in its social and economic systems. What did democracy mean to these women? And how did they hope their lives would change as their country emerged from authoritarianism? So today I'll share part of this story with you, and to do that, I'm going to take you back to the 1950s. Brazilian domestic workers first became politicized in large numbers through a left-wing Catholic organization called Juventude Operária Católica, or JOC. So JOC was founded in the 1920s in Belgium, and by the mid-20th century, it boasted groups across the world. It was especially active in Latin America, where we all know the doctrine of liberation theology was particularly strong. So starting in the 1950s, JOC volunteers, who were mostly middle-class students, began organizing groups of domestic workers across Brazil, urging them to professionalize, build self-esteem, and demand better working conditions. Life for domestic workers like Lenida had long been plagued by low or even no formal salaries, sexual and other forms of physical abuse, and no recognized labor rights. While Jockey literature encouraged domestic workers to advocate for themselves and value their labor, the organization tended to employ a more conciliatory tone when it came to relations with employers, urging workers to be cordial, accommodating, and professional rather than directly confrontational. It also emphasized professional development and skill cultivation, implying that the path to liberation of the worker was partly through self-improvement, which included financial savvy and proper feminine comportment. Professionalization courses like this one offered tips for more efficiency at work and encouraged young women to cultivate, quote, a pure heart and a spirit of service. Nevertheless, the Jockey years were formative for the women who would go on to form the leadership of the autonomous women such as Lenida, who began attending Jockey meetings in the late 1950s. She once told a researcher that, quote, through Jockey, I learned that there was a God and that he wanted people to be equal. Brazilian domestic workers eventually broke off from Jockey due to frustrations at the organization's paternalism and also limitations imposed from above on discussions of topics such as abortion, contraception, and sexuality. They formed their own organizing network in the early 1960s and held their first national meeting as an autonomous group in 1968. After the 1964 coup, the military regime, of course, violently repressed labor unions and political dissidents, but domestic workers were largely able to continue meeting, unbothered by the political police. In one notable exception, however, Leni de Carvalho was briefly arrested after the coup and imprisoned on suspicions of harboring communist sympathies, but she was soon released and left alone, presumably because officials assumed that a poor black maid was likely apolitical. A veteran leader from Rio told a researcher once that her group continued to have meetings throughout the most repressive days of the dictatorship, taking advantage of the fact that, quote, semi-literate women did not arouse suspicions. In 1972, under the presidency of Médici, domestic workers were granted their first major legislative victory in the form of a law that gave them access to the Social Security system, paid vacation of 20 days annually, and the official work identification card, the carteira assinada. So these two newspaper articles discuss the reaction to the law among employers, which range from praise of the modernization of labor legislation to outright indignation. One employer of a domestic worker told the journalist that, quote, the biggest problem is the low levels of education of the maids, who can now abuse the privileges of their new rights. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this law wasn't widely implemented, yet it did represent a victory for the movement and allowed them to begin to think of themselves as members of the working class. So here we can see Leni de Carvalho's carteira assinada from the late 1970s. So this carteira allowed domestic workers to seek out Social Security payments, of course, if their bosses acquiesced, and later a variety of other benefits. So over the next 15 years, associations of domestic workers formed across Brazil's major cities, and they continued to lobby politicians to expand their access to labor rights, all against the backdrop of the abertura política and the eventual return to civilian rule in 1985. In 1987 and 1988, the newly elected National Congress convened a constituent assembly to draft and ratify a new constitution. Domestic workers had been preparing for this moment since the early 1980s, when they first set their sights on the constituent process as an opportunity to make their demands heard. A document produced at a national meeting of domestic workers in 1985 reads, "We have grown accustomed to hearing that the domestic worker is part of the family for which she works, but the scorn and discrimination continues. Most are not treated like human beings, but rather like objects. The following are signs of this discrimination: the maid's quarters, the quarto de empregada, the service elevator, inferior food, humiliating nicknames, etc. All of these working and living conditions lead to a feeling of solitude and anger, which is why in our profession there are a lot of women with poor mental health. We have become citizens by exercising the vote, and now we demand that our rights be guaranteed in the new Constitution." So in April of 1987, domestic workers from across Brazil, including Lenida, traveled to Brasilia to make their case before Congress. Their journey to the nation's capital was arduous, as most didn't have any money to pay for hotel rooms or airfare. Creuza Oliveira, another domestic worker activist, recalled that some domestic workers slept on thin portable mattresses or even pieces of cardboard outside the halls of Congress. Yet each morning they woke up early and donned their matching t-shirts that read, "A constitution without domestic workers' rights is not democratic." Once inside, Lenita read this letter to the Subcommittee on the Rights of Workers and Public Servants, which demanded a number of labor protections, including a minimum wage, a maximum of 40 working hours per week, a weekly paid day off, a yearly bonus, job security guarantees, protection against arbitrary dismissal, and the prohibition of exploitative child labor. More broadly, the letter articulated a vision of domestic work that positioned maids, nannies, and housekeepers alongside their formerly employed countrymen. Quote, "We believe that anyone who works for money and lives off that money is a worker and consequently should be subject to labor and pension laws." The letter also identified the domestic worker as an integral part of the machinery of Brazilian social reproduction, one that crucially enabled the formal economy to operate, the workforce to reproduce itself, and children to transition into adulthood and participate in society. It is often said that domestic workers don't produce surplus value, as if this value were something that was expressed only monetarily. We produce health, cleanliness, nutrition, and safety for millions of people. Even without having access to schooling and culture ourselves in many cases, we provide education to the children of our bosses. Now, this letter is framed as a demand rather than as a request, revealing a firm belief in the need for the working classes to construct their new democratic regime from the bottom up. Quote, "We want to take advantage of this moment to say to the few legislators present that we know you are here because the people elected you and put you here. We don't believe that it is possible to make a new constitution without recognizing the rights of 3 million domestic workers in this country. If that happens, we believe there will be no democracy in Brazil because it will leave millions of women forgotten." Now, likely because of its transgressive tone, the letter was met with mixed responses from the members of the subcommittee. One lawmaker, in perhaps a well-intentioned attempt to demonstrate support for the movement, waxed poetic, invoking his affection for his own domestic worker, presumably hard at work, keeping the home of her employer running while he debated constitutional measures in the gilded halls of Congress. Quote, "I want to bring up my own domestic worker, Miralva, who I don't even consider to be my maid, as she belongs to the family. And moreover, she is an important manager of our finances, and she gives me excellent political advice." End quote. Ulisses Guimarães, congressman and president of the Assembly, made a brief sentimental speech in which he also cited his live-in maid, a woman who had worked for him for more than 20 years and who he believed, quote, "might as well be part of the family." In response, Lenita countered that domestic workers did not, in fact, constitute part of the family, that they had their own families, and rather than being extended the sentimental and unsolicited gesture of social inclusion in the household of their bosses, they sought to be recognized as workers. Creuza remembered Lenita's retort. Quote, "Lenita said to him, 'When the time comes for you to vote on our proposed amendment, raise your hand on our behalf. This is how you can actually recognize the woman who works in your home.' And then he got all embarrassed. It was such a beautiful moment, and we all clapped." End quote. Lenita recalled the exchange as follows. Quote, "I just said what came into my head. It was all impromptu." Now, with Lenita's comments, the invocation that domestic workers are part of the family, this old trope, was decisively and publicly denounced for what it was. At best, a naively out-of-touch appraisal of a complicated socio-political dynamic, and at worst, a cynical appeal to exchange dignity and rights for a hollow sense of affection and belonging. Rather than equalize the relationship of employer to employee through legal mechanisms, the logic of emotional attachment seeks to excuse and naturalize the deep and abiding hierarchies of domestic labor by highlighting its affective dimensions. It holds that because the domestic worker loves and is loved by her employing family, she does not need the state to intervene to protect her labor rights. These beliefs reflect a long-standing Brazilian tradition of upholding the inviolability of the home, a cultural value and legal principle that historians have traced back to at least the 19th century. Just as the state should not encroach upon the sanctity of the home to regulate relations between husband and wife or parent and child, nor should it intervene in the relationship between employer and employee, insofar as this labor is performed within a private household. In this worldview, the domestic worker performs her assigned tasks out of love for her employers and stemming from her own innate sense of care and duty. So these assumptions, which I find to be eerily reminiscent of contemporary neoliberal discourses of the workplace as a family, disarm workers of any mechanism of legal recourse by conditioning them to psychologically excuse mistreatment by presuming their employers have their best interests at heart. By disguising the employment relationship as one playing out within the economy of affect rather than in the economy of wages and physical toil, this rhetorical strategy strips the worker of the language and actions of workplace grievance, already difficult terrain for domestic workers who labor in isolation in private, deeply hierarchical spaces. Patricia Santana Pinho argues that when aimed at domestic workers, this type of paternalism, quote, functions as a euphemization of power relations, as the official script to accommodate domination. In the case of domestic workers, these ideas are closely related to beliefs about the inherent caregiving nature of women, that remunerated care work is a natural extension of the role women play in their own homes and with their own families, and thus not a profession deserving of labor rights. And in Brazil, where black women have long made up the great majority of domestic workers, as João pointed out, these beliefs reinforce the idea that the natural role of black women is to care for the homes and children of white families. So natural, in fact, that the women themselves do not even consider it to be a job, negating the need for worker protections. In repudiating this assertion, domestic workers at the Constituent Assembly not only position themselves as workers, but they also challenge their social station as a predetermined function of their race, class, and gender. Yet, despite these powerful rhetorical gestures at the Constituent Assembly, domestic workers came away from the constituent process without the full enfranchisement they had hoped for. Thanks to their erstwhile spokeswoman, who we just heard about, Benedita Silva, pictured here on the right, over a dozen drafts of a domestic work bill circulated among the Subcommittee on the Rights of Workers and Public Servants. Yet when lawmakers finally arrived at an agreement, it was a disappointment. Domestic workers would only be granted 9 of the 34 labor protections that would be guaranteed to other workers. In the Constitution ratified the following October, the rights enumerated for domestic workers in Article 7 were minimum wage, salary reducibility, yearly bonus pay equivalent to 1 month's salary, 1 day off per week, paid vacation time, maternity leave of 120 days, plus the right to return to work post-leave, paternity leave, at least 30 days of advance notice in the case of termination of employment, the right to retire, and continued access to the Social Security system. They were also allowed to unionize, which they began doing in 1989. Left out of the document were limits on working hours, a guarantee of overtime pay, unemployment insurance, and workplace safety protections, among many others. Despite this setback, domestic workers largely remember the Constituent Assembly as a triumph. In addition to providing the movement with opportunities to forge and reinforce ties with feminists, the Black movement, and the broader labor movement, including the PT, the Assembly offered a very public stage upon which they could articulate a novel vision of democratic citizenship and civic participation from which they had long been excluded. And as stated in this bulletin from 1989 on the right here, the Constitution, albeit incomplete, was now their great weapon in their struggle for rights and recognition. In 2000, Leni de Carvalho wrote, quote, "Every day I see how much the Constitution affected our sector. Most importantly, it recognized us as a professional category and gave us the opportunity to form a union to defend our interests. The Constitution was our route out of slavery and into the realm of rights." So over the next 30 years, Lenira continued to lead the domestic workers movement, presiding over the creation of a union in Recife, traveling abroad to meet with other Latin American domestic workers, and lobbying local, state, and federal legislatures for more protections for the sector. She passed away in 2021, but her work is very much still alive in the work done by Brazil's many domestic worker unions, as well as by FENATRAGE, the National Union Federation based in Brasilia. Movement leaders will be the first ones to say there's still much work to do, especially with the sharp increase in diaristas, or freelance day laborers, who are not eligible for most of the hard-won labor rights finally conquered in 2015. Yet the democratic opening of the 1970s and 80s was an undeniably important time for domestic workers and their activists. As I have laid out in this presentation, the Constituent Assembly of 1987 provided activists with the unprecedented opportunity to intervene in the public consciousness surrounding domestic work and to repudiate the notion that domestic workers were second-class members of the employers' families, and to insist on their status as members of the working class. Thank you.
Thank you for this amazing panel. We have 25 minutes before our coffee break. Then I want to know if we have questions from the audience. Michelle, please. The microphone.
Sorry, looking for the microphones.
Okay, we are looking for the microphone.
Maybe they're probably short of the. I need the microphone.
Yeah, for the live stream we need it. Sorry.
We have the microphones. Okay.
Hi, thank you for amazing presentations. I wanted to ask Eyal and Jonathan 2 questions. Jonathan, I know it's not exactly your point, but I'm going to try to understand the connection between right-wing movements, positions, and Jewish community in these days. I mean, I know it's not exactly what we work. But when you talk about lobby, Israeli lobby, you didn't use this term, but Israeli lobby, and the connection between state and civil society, and you say, no, the state show it to be, stronger than the civil society and impose its positions. Do you think the situation, I'm talking about the idea of Uri Ram, a sociologist that talks about New Zionism and the connection with civil social societies in the world. Do you think that today the connections between Israel and the civil society is more connected with the positions of the civil society, I mean, with Zionist groups inside Brazil or inside the United States or inside, every place, in a kind of what Uyam calls the diasporization of the connections. I mean, Israel is less important than the positions of Jewish or even evangelical groups outside Israel. I mean, Israel, in his position as state, is weaker than the positions of the lobby groups outside Israel.
I'm not sure I understood.
The position of groups inside, lobbies is stronger than the positions of Israel as a state. I mean, there is a kind of weakening of the position of Israel as a state, and the groups of pressure outside Israel are stronger than the state of Israel in their positions. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu works more, toward outside than inside Israel. Eyal, I'm sorry again because it's not exactly what we work, but I don't know if you know about the huge project of Instituto Oswaldo Cruz today that tries to understand the connection between medicine workers and right-wing positions, far right-wing positions, the connection between anti-scientific positions and, doctors. Yesterday we just talked about the origin of far-right positions. And you just brought the connections between terms, the language of right-wing position, far right-wing position, that I found already in your work. I mean, you just said genocide. There is a divorce between meanings and words. You could find it already there. I mean, it's possible to trace such history, or it's an exaggeration to talk about that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Other questions?
I have a question.
Please, Michelle.
Thank you so much for the phenomenal presentation. My question is for Professor João and Professor Meg. So, as a big fan of participatory politics and of Paulo Freire, I was curious whether in your investigation you've researched concerted literacy efforts for cultivating political enfranchisement for the oppressed groups that you speak of, such as empregados domésticos and the larger Afro-Brazilian population in Brazil. So that's my question. If you could speak a little bit about those literacy efforts. I know Meg talked a little bit about semi-literacy among empregados domésticos and talked about the importance of that. Thank you.
I actually also had a question, and this is directed towards Professor Weeks. I'm curious about kind of whether these organizations that you talk about in the 1950s, whether they find space within civil society in the early years of the dictatorship, and whether there were people kind of within this class of domestic workers who ever found themselves radicalized to join kind of clandestine left groups. I know that those groups tend to be mostly made up of kind of urban middle class people, so whether there was a space for their participation, and if so, what form kind of that participation took, and if not, do you think that was more a case of kind of like the clandestine left being exclusionary in nature, or more so the fact that kind of the daily necessities of life as a domestic worker, kind of the dual labor of one's own home and then the home of your boss, for example, kind of prevented people from actually pursuing those different channels for achieving social justice?
Other questions? Please, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you so much for those incredible presentations, such an enjoyable hour. So my question is also for João and Meg. I think that both of you did a nice job of grounding these struggles for rights in a longer kind of trajectory that precedes the dictatorship and of course runs through the democratic transition. But something that strikes me about the particular periods in which, so 1980s and into the 1990s, is just how pervasive this word citizenship really is. And this kind of dramatic transformation in subjectivity that people started thinking about themselves in a very different way in relation to rights than they had previously. As a citizen, as somebody who can hold rights and whose ability to hold rights ought to shape the political system in which they find themselves. And so I'm curious, why do you think that is, and what does it mean for your respective groups?
Thank you. Perhaps you can return to the panel, and if you have more questions, we can do after. Okay, please. We can follow the same order.
All right. So yeah, thank you, Michelle, for the question. And yeah, I don't think that I have like a clear answer. It just makes me think. Also, unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with this specific scholarship of Uri Ram. I know some other works of his, and is definitely important. Yes, so it also makes me wonder. I mean, I think that in at least in those days, Israel kind of regarded the Jewish communities as like an automatic accomplices, as a conduit to transfer, magbit, fundraising money and assistance, and it didn't really think of them as, it didn't even consider the possibility that there would be some dissenting voices within the communities. And but yeah, in countries like Brazil, the communities, they were definitely important. They had their jobs, once again, especially in providing financial assistance, but as I said, not as a lobby group usually, and this would make the individuals more important. Whether Israel oriented itself more toward some non-state allies, I mean, that's a good question. It's actually very related to a research that I'm doing today, but unfortunately not specifically on Brazil, but yeah, on Israel and the Jewish diaspora. It's a comparative research, Israel and Turkey. I'm working with two wonderful Turkish researchers. But yeah, so maybe in a few months I will have better answers. But yeah, right now this is basically what I have.
I go. Thank you, Michelle, for the question. Okay, I'm trying to kind of think out loud a little bit. It's hard to kind of make a comparison to today. I think specifically with the genocide, where there's a kind of a particular historical kind of use of that term in Latin America, should kind of do a study about that. But, I think it goes back to, the decimation of the population in colonial times, right? Disease, Spanish colonial epidemics, right? It is often talked with regards, the genocide of the indigenous population, and I think, we've seen it in the context of Bolsonaro, right? Genocide. So maybe there's a kind of particular historical trajectory there that I'm not sure of. If I can think of what you say, maybe it is this Cold War context, right? Anxieties, phobias, polarization. And that is a context in which we see language being manipulated a little bit, and I think that's what you're suggesting, right? The meaning and the use of the language kind of get separated a little bit, and maybe, today we also live in a context of kind of almost re-Cold War anxieties a little bit, right? So maybe that's kind of the analogies that we can make. But I think in my period, that's something that I do notice, right, where this is kind of a Cold War moment where different terms, languages are being used, weaponized, sometimes kind of reclaimed, right, by different political sides to kind of advance campaigns. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. But also thinking about the specifics of kind of the use of genocide in Latin America and Brazil is a very interesting question. I need to keep thinking about it. So thank you. Yeah.
Sure. So to answer Michele's question, oh, there you are. Great question. So literacy in terms of like sort of the basics of learning to read was certainly something that domestic workers pursued through Jockey. Many of the women I interviewed learned to read as adults or teenagers, older teenagers, by joining these church groups. But beyond the sort of basics of literacy, they also received a political education carried out by progressive clergy and lay Catholic agents who were involved in Jockey. So that political education, political literacy was certainly very much informed by a liberation theologist sort of worldview. And so that was definitely instrumental. And so the other half of my book manuscript deals with sex workers who were also receiving a sort of political education and formal literacy training from church groups as well. So there's sort of an interesting parallel there. But both groups kind of outgrew the church in a sense because of the paternalism that it sort of wasn't able to surmount sort of fundamentally conservative attitudes towards certain social issues that were much more pronounced with the sex workers, a sort of belief in like the urgency of abolishing prostitution in the long term that sex workers came to object to. And then let's see, Devin's question about militancy. So I have not come across any sources, nor in my interviews, of domestic workers like joining the clandestine left. That said, interestingly enough, I didn't really have time to address this in my presentation today, but the first domestic workers organization in Brazil was actually founded in 1936 in Santos, in São Paulo, by a member of the Communist Party, Laudelina de Campos Melo. So Laudelina was a black woman, a domestic worker, founded a number of domestic workers associations. As she moved with her employing family, she would set up an association in every new city. She was a member of the Communist Party, as I said, and a participant in kind of nascent black organizations. So she was, a real sort of radical who set the tone for the movement. And then domestic workers in the 60s were sort of starting to get involved in the formal trade unionist movement. But they felt quite ostracized from the movement, or sort of not included because they weren't formally employed workers. They were poor women with little schooling. They weren't employed in factories. Their work didn't resemble the kind of classic archetype of the male urban worker. So while they were very tenacious in insisting on their participation in that movement, they really felt themselves marginalized and felt the need to make their own organizations. They felt similarly marginalized from feminist organizing, which they sort of considered to be like the movement of our bosses. And then to answer your question about Jockey, so Jockey was basically dismantled by 1970. They were not able to continue their activities, which were sort of openly left-wing in a way that was not permitted by the regime. But as I said, domestic workers were sort of able to leverage assumptions about their harmlessness, essentially, like that they couldn't possibly be a threat to national security, so they were able to continue meeting and organizing during the dictatorship, and then actually were involved in the passage of this first piece of legislation in 1972. So that's a sort of an interesting story of like what happened in, at the sort of tail end of the most repressive phase of the dictatorship. This bill was passed that was like sort of surprisingly progressive for the time. And then to answer Dan's question about citizenship, so citizenship, it's this word that's constantly invoked by these actors. And I think it's a word that's sort of given to them by like the formal opposition and sort of more institutional elements of the coalition that oppose the dictatorship, but then they take it and make it their own. And I think it comes to mean, it sort of transcends the Constitution. Like the Constitution represents it, but then it falls short of fully enfranchising them. But they continue to think of citizenship as this sort of like transcendent, inherent bundle of rights that they're entitled to, regardless of what the state confers upon them. So I think it really does take on a life of its own, and it's continued, it's in continuing use today. And it's a very powerful rhetorical tool that I think has now come to stand in for the kind of gap between like what the state guarantees and what they know themselves to be entitled to.
Thank you, João.
Sure. So regarding the question about the legacy efforts and how that informed black political activism during this time, yes, you see a direct connection. One clear example is, so PT launched the candidacies of 2 black women as city councilors in 1982 elections. You have Benedita da Silva, who was elected, and also Jurema Batista, who didn't get elected that election. And eventually she became an elected politician in Brazil. And in her background was as an educator in her community. And she used Paulo Freire's pedagogy to teach her community. And because that provided her with very valuable tools to engage the people in her community to get an education. Okay? So that's the idea of literacy, yes, was very important. And also in terms of thinking more broadly about in terms of education, also this is a time, especially during the first years of military dictatorship, when it was very difficult for Afro-Brazilian militants to go to the streets and protest. That's the time of reclusion, and that's the time where, in my interview with them, that's the time where they became educated about struggles across the African diaspora. So, for example, what had happened here in the United States with the Black Power movement became a source of inspiration for Afro-Brazilians to demand greater political participation in Brazil. And regarding Daniel's question about identity and citizenship, so this is a time, especially, you're going to see in the 1970s, when it culminates in the creation of the Black Unified Movement in 1978, when the Black movement in Brazil becomes very politically assertive, and that's the time when they saw all these talks about inclusive nation of participatory society as incongruous with their own situation. So that's the time where they demanded civil rights, and you're gonna see that this is, when you look at the roots of policies that are currently in place in Brazil, such as affirmative action in college admission process, the teaching of African and Afro-Brazilian history and culture, the change in the law that punish cases of racism from misdemeanor to a felony. Those are all demands from the black political movement from the 1980s that would just, of course, in Brazil things move slowly, and they're gonna see that this has become law later on. Mm-hmm. So that's when it's the time that they saw themselves as being excluded from a lot of the process in Brazil, and they start fighting against this idea of racial democracy. That's when you see the disruption of racial democracy, which culminates in the enactment of black rights in Brazil.
Thank you. I think that we have time for one quick question. Please go ahead. Of course, after during the lunch, we have time to other questions. Please.
So, thank you all for fascinating presentations. My question is for you, Meg. I have a few, but I'll keep it to one. Like, I just wanted simply to if you could give us a brief account of the current situation, the current state of things now with the workers, with the domestic workers. I just have to say that my family in Sao Paulo, they all use the same discourse of she's a family member, and
quasi da família.
And another fascinating thing that I found in Rio de Janeiro in my time there was the how it affects the architecture of buildings.
Yeah.
How they have these like corridors behind the houses where the workers can walk without being noticed.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the current state of things also changes that in a way.
Thank you.
Great question. After the ratification of the Constitution, domestic workers continued to organize, but it wasn't until 2013 that they succeeded in passing a constitutional amendment. And then that was formalized with Law 150 in 2015, which now has given them essentially all the labor rights that are afforded to formally employed workers in Brazil. So that was a major triumph, but still only about less than 24% currently 24% of domestic workers work with a carteira assinada in Brazil. And now more than 50% are jihadistas. And that number is growing because it's becoming essentially more expensive to employ a domestic worker, as it should be. But it's onerous on employers to pay into Social Security and sort of do everything by the book. So now employers overwhelmingly prefer to employ jihadistas who can work for up to 2 days a week for a single employer. Beyond 2 days a week is considered a mensalista. But with 2 days a week, it's a freelance day rate rather than a salary and benefits. So what ends up happening from the interviews that I've done is that employers tend to try to squeeze all of the work that domestic workers did in 5 days into those 2 shifts. So the work ends up being a lot more difficult. And then domestic workers, are no longer living in the homes of the employing families as much, which was also a major triumph, or the movement really fought for the moradia propria idea, so that domestic workers wouldn't live in the homes of the employers, because of course that kind of renders them very susceptible to exploitation. But maintaining their own homes means also very lengthy commutes, which they're paying for themselves. And there is this idea of the MEI, the micro, micro empreendedor individual. So the MEI is like what we would call independent contractor in the U.S., but they're responsible for their own benefits, so they can pay of their own accord into the Previdência. But not many of them do that because it decreases their salary in the short term. Eventually there is a long-term payoff. But that's I would say the greatest obstacle to the movement now, is sort of dealing with how to deal with jihadistas. The irony that just when the movement secured all of these rights, fewer and fewer women are working as full-time, fully employed domestic workers, and they're not eligible for these rights and protections. And then interesting, your comment about the kind of spatial segregation built into architecture. I didn't have time to include this in the presentation, but there were actually some really interesting campaigns in the 80s and 90s to criminalize elevator segregation, so like the serviço and the social elevators in buildings, which domestic workers were prohibited from using the social elevator. So now in a number of Brazilian states and individual municipalities, it's illegal to force domestic workers and other service workers to use the service elevator. But the quarto still exists in even the most modest of middle class apartments. Although fewer women are actually living in these rooms, but it still persists as kind of a vestige of this history.
Can I just make a very, very quick? Yeah. So one of Benedita's projects when she was a city councilor in Rio de Janeiro was to end with the idea of the maid's room, quarto de empregada, but that was never turned into law. It was one of the projects that she proposed that was rejected.
Thank you for your amazing presentation. Now we have the coffee break, and after we return for the other panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benito.
Thank you.
Moderating us.
Que interessante, né?
Não,
Nosso diálogo.
Até o próximo.
Ai, é dele.
All right, everyone. Good mid-morning to everyone. Thank you for all who were here for the first panel as well, and thank you for being here for our second panel, which will be incredibly excited. I know I'm very much looking forward to it. So before we start this second panel of the morning, we actually have a little bit of a treat for you. So Jim mentioned last night that one of his books, his latest, Herbert Daniel, has been created into a musical. So I'm going to give the floor to Guta, who is going to briefly introduce the musical to you and show you a little clip we've been able to get here for you today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Marina. So the play Codinome Daniel is based on Jim's latest monograph, Revolucionário Gay, A Extraordinária Vida de Herbert Daniel, pioneiro na luta pela democracia, diversidade e inclusão. Herbert lived a part of his life torn between his homosexual desires and the resistance movement against the dictatorship. And the last part of his life was dedicated to the struggle in favor of people that were HIV positive. The book that inspired the play combines Jim's work on the dictatorship and his work on the history of sexuality. Like the writer of the play states, and I had the play there, it's an homage to Herbert, but also to Jim, who appears throughout the musical as a narrator, but a character that is essential to the play, as I see Jim as essential to the memory of Herbert's life and activism. So, quick clip. There it is. Chan-chan? Oh, do I have to? Oh.
There's a slider. Yes. Pull that up.
You see it? No. Oh, there it is. I'll put it. Can we turn off the lights a bit? Oh, you have that. Huh. So I watched the play, I watched the musical, and I read the play last night because Jim lent me the book. It's a great, as I said, it's a combination of Jim's previous work on the dictatorship and his work on the history of sexuality, but having him as a character there, and I think it was so important that the author of the play recognized that it was so instrumental to Herbert's memory that you wanted to shine light in that part of his not his own career as a revolutionary, but also as an activist, and it was so moving to see you interacting with those characters in the play because you didn't get to do it, and you say it throughout the book that you didn't get to do it in your life, but you did it throughout research, and in the play we see it live. So it's a great play, and I recommend everyone to see it. And I'll call Jeremy to chair our panel, and so I'll leave it to Jeremy. Can I sit? Okay.
It's your panel.
Okay.
Excellent. So thank you, everybody, for being here. This panel is New Frontiers in Brazilian Queer Studies. And Jim, it is 25 years since you published Beyond Carnival. So it's kind of a very opportune moment to celebrate that book that really was changing in the field, but also kind of a megalith in my own studies and changing kind of my approach, because I was working in Latin America, Spanish America at the time, and turning towards Brazil, and that book just opened up so much. So thank you. With that, I'm going to keep my comments there and just say thank you. And we'll start. We have 3 panelists today. We'll go for about 20 minutes each. And yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let me put this here. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Hannah and Andrea, for being here as well. I would like to start this presentation by thanking Marina, Andre, Rony, and all the undergrads involved in organizing this in terms of the logistics. And I would also like to thank, of course, Jim, first for accepting me as a student. And as you all know, and you witnessed last night, for being incredibly generous with me and my wife, Marta, who's not here, but wished that swapped places with my mom. So from the first time that I first heard/read you, I never again missed the chance of being close to you and your work, and never ever take your advice for granted ever since. So it's not an accident that I ended up working with LGBTQ history, and having you as a mentor and a friend is the thing that I value and cherish the most in my career. I am an historian now conducting my doctoral research on lesbian life in 20th century Brazil here at Brown under Jim's supervision. I am a lesbian doing lesbian history, which is sometimes odd, but Jim told me it's possible, so I believed him. I had prepared a presentation on something completely different about archives, lesbian history, and commemorative dates, but I will have plenty of time throughout my career to talk about my research. It's hard to surprise Jim, and I don't like to keep secrets. And Jim knows everything that will happen beforehand, as you all shared last night. But what Barbara Weinstein and Isadora did yesterday really inspired me to do something completely different, starting at 6 p.m. last night, when I broke into Jim's office to steal a copy of Beyond Carnival. And to talk about what I think is Jim's contribution to the field of LGBTQ history in Brazil and the way his work impacted my own scholarship. I remember reading the book about 10 years ago while still in undergrad in Porto Alegre at URGS, Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, and thinking, how did he write this? He's a genius, I need to meet him. And I then proceeded to follow him around for the next 5 years or so until I got into the program at Brown. And before formally meeting him in 2015, when I was 21, in my master thesis prospectus about the history of the travesti and transgender movement in my hometown, Porto Alegre, I devoted a whole page to Jim's writings in the State of the Art section, from which I translated a piece and quote here. So it's my master's prospectus, bear with it. 10 years ago. The work of James Green, Beyond Carnival, is different from the scholarship on sexuality in the field of social medicine anthropology produced during the 1990s, and it is an important addition to the incipient scholarship on the topic in the historical discipline. Green takes the beginning of the 20th century in the cities of Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo as a starting point to a history of the category homosexual and the place it occupies in society, as well as the subculture that emerges from spaces where male homosexuality flourishes. The author shows that there is a common identity between men who sought other men, attentive to class and race differences, and also discussing the dichotomy of the active/passive in homosexuals in the Brazilian context. Green's analysis is crucial because it questions the hegemonic discourse of police repression and medical knowledge by also examining oral narratives and press sources from the 20th century. Green's work, then, fills a historical gap of understanding the origins of categories related to sexuality, as well as the influence of social and historical processes on the perception of homosexuality across time. I knew then that Jim's work was very influential, and I wanted to meet him so bad, and I saw him across several packed lecture halls, never got a chance to talk to him. And in this prospectus, I proceeded to then discuss Jim's work in the intersection of carnival and gender, which at the time resonated with my research on travesti and transgender women in the 1990s, especially in terms of how gender-bending practices contributed to a broader understanding of gender and sexuality as intertwined categories of analysis. While my analysis at the ripe age of 21, straight from undergrad, might have been a bit superficial, Beyond Carnival have influenced not only myself, I dare say, but all scholars working with LGBTQ plus history. And from what I heard from Jim, other people who were struggling with their identity and sexuality at the time have also come forward to him saying that the book was crucial for them to accept themselves and to come out. And if you're familiar with the field, you know that the book is foundational for the history of sexuality in Brazil. And as the years have passed, I returned to the book several times, I still do, sometimes stealing from Jim's office, but I have several copies. And every time I discover something that I didn't know or establish a new connection with it, what Beyond Carnival does is inaugurate a new way of looking at LGBTQ plus life in the past as not simply marginal, but as a part of a broader context that articulated desire, social norms, and political change. As Jim himself says in the book, it is a bridge between historical analysis of the medical legal discourses of the 1930s and the anthropological studies of contemporary Brazilian homosexuals. Though Jim claims he didn't read Foucault to write this book, it is inevitable to draw comparison between the medical and legal discourses of the 30s that Jim analyzes and the way they influenced ideas about homosexuality and its stigmatization. It is a social history of male homosexuality because it traces the existence of a homosexual subculture back to the 19th century. Even before the invention of the term homosexual, it follows people, discourses, and ideas about male homosexuality and the way men engaged or didn't with these ideas. It is different than other works that appeared in preceding years in the field because it's not a mere list of possible gay men and evidence to support it, as others have done, but explores homosexuality's role in the Brazilian family structure, how men negotiated with the norm and appropriated events such as Carnival, which increased public awareness about elements of homosexual subculture. In some ways, it is also a history of emotions, because Jim conducted 70 interviews with men who lived in different circumstances and had to deal with their sexuality, and also navigate other spheres of life. What I think is the most important contribution, though, is how Jim historicizes the fluidity of sexual desires, identity, erotic praxis, which not only challenged heteronormativity, but also challenged ideas about active, passive same-sex behavior, the Boff-Bicha dichotomy. Men's lives were much more interesting, even before the emergence of a unified gay identity, and a same-sex erotic subculture existed in Rio and São Paulo prior to the invention of the term homosexual and the importation of European medical moderns that cataloged sexual pathologies and deviant behaviors. Multiple sexual systems have coexisted and interacted throughout much of the century, and he advises historians that should be aware of identifying the allegedly more egalitarian model of same-sex activity with progress, always aware of the contemporary gaze on historical sources. Though the book ends with the emergence of the gay and lesbian movement in the late 70s, Jim's own experience and participation on the movement meant that his writings went on to analyze that particular period later on. I will now move to where our interests intersect. My dissertation research here in Brazil, which is still underway, consisted mainly in tracing Jim's footsteps almost 30 years ago to find, instead of gays, lesbians throughout the 20th century in Brazil. Since there are no comprehensive studies of lesbian life in Brazil yet, early on, it became clear that the scope of this project presented enormous methodological challenges. While gay men took advantage of public spaces such as parks and squares to meet at night, women's different socialization oftentimes prevented them to be out in public alone without a family member, meaning that most of these relationships were private and sometimes even deemed less harmful than gay men's relationships by society, only if they could find husbands and be cured, of course. But tracing Jim's footsteps proved more useful than not. He introduced me to all the people he thought could help my project. And his sharp memory has helped me to get a sense of the political climate that enabled the emergence of the homosexual movement. And his own closeness with lesbian feminist activists meant he had a unique point of view on the movement. I went to the archives he went to, examined the same collections he did, and sometimes found absolutely nothing, just like he said might happen, which pushed my research in different directions than his. Other times, Jim himself shared invaluable sources with me, which now constitute the backbone of most of my dissertation. Numerous medical and legal treatises on sexual inversion, periodicals from the alternative press, people that I could possibly interview, clippings from old newspapers. My dissertation draws on media and press sources, medical texts and records, letters, literature, official documents from institutions, court cases, and social movements organizations, lesbian publications and our interviews. While he said I would have to be very, very creative, he stated, with the sources, and extract from them as much information as possible, the way he conducted his own research and passed down the knowledge and experience to me meant that I knew where and what to look for. He had fully prepared me to take risks and sometimes fail, which I did. But for the past 4 years, I've had the joy to call him a few times just to say, hey, I found a new incredible source. Just to hear him say, see, I told you. Because of this extensive research, though lesbian invisibility has been a common trope in historical narratives, I propose in my dissertation that lesbians were not invisible, an invisible marginalized group in 20th century Brazil. Rather, lesbians were integral to hegemonic discourse on social normativity, acting as foils for ideas of attainable femininity and as models of undesirable masculinity. I foreground the essential roles of lesbians to cultural and social development in Brazil, in music and literature. Moreover, I explore how, instead of being passive individuals marginalized by society, lesbians actively engage with and challenge heteronormative discourse. This was also influenced by Jim's work, who, throughout Beyond Carnival, showed how homosexual subculture intersected with normative discourse about sexual deviance and morality, including medical legal ideas. This is a story of women and their sociability, but not only. It is a history of the discourses about female homosexuality, how the media portrayed them, how they were targeted by repression, and how a politicized lesbian subject emerged in the late stages of Brazilian dictatorship, culminated in a strong and lasting lesbian movement that demanded rights and recognition. It also pays attention to differences in class and race among these women, which certainly influenced the way that they were perceived for their desire. Ultimately, it seeks to map out the emergency of a collective lesbian identity that mobilized the discourse of redemocratization to forge ties and kinship among these women, but also the difficulties that the process entails. In some ways, it overlaps with the broader history of homosexuality, considering parallel sociabilities and marginalization as common threads among both men and women who lived as gay and lesbian throughout the 20th century. I later had the privilege of reading Beyond Carnival's third and latest edition while Jim was still working on it. Though many histories of sexuality have been written in subsequent years, especially on the homosexual movement and press, and attentive to questions of race and gender, making it a field that is flourishing with new research, Beyond Carnival still stands out as one of the most inspiring, thought-provoking books in the field. It answers a lot of questions about how gay men lived fulfilling and somewhat liberated lives, even through hardship and difficult political and social climates. But it also shows that numerous identities and practices coexisted, were influenced by normative powers and by other social markers, which complexifies the history of male sexuality in Brazil and poses new questions. I would like to conclude by saying that working with Jim has been the greatest honor and privilege of my life. I fondly remember him saying, after our first meeting, in one of those days in someone's lifetime that absolutely changed everything, that he had been looking for a person to do lesbian social history for 25 years, and he thought that the person was me. I'm still working on it, as you can see. Forever indebted to the path that he paved us, for us LGBTQ plus scholars who venture into the study of the history of sexuality in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Gota. Andrea Allen from the University of Toronto.
Let's see.
So I want to thank Ronnie Wine for the logistics of helping me get here, and also Jim for being an inspiration. And I have other sheep that are not of this fold. I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice. So there will be one flock, one shepherd. The other sheep in this case are LGBTQ Brazilian evangelicals and Pentecostals who stand betwixt and between as negotiators with evangelical and LGBTQ communities in Brazil. Finding full acceptance in neither community, Their negotiations occur not only in public and political spaces, but with their families, communities, and individuals who sometimes have deep investments both in evangelical Christianity and greater freedom for LGBTQ persons. Before I discuss my current research project, I'd like to discuss how this project is a culmination of my various research interests and ethnographic projects that I've conducted in Brazil, the US, and Portugal. I conducted my first ethnographic project while I was an undergraduate student studying abroad in Brazil. I interviewed lesbian, gay, and transgender practitioners of Candomblé in Salvador. And one of my main objections was to examine why it seemed that there was a religion that not only tolerated, but accepted and fully integrated its LGBTQ practitioners into the fold. As a master's student, I still focused on religion, but I turned to the experiences of evangelical and Catholic Brazilian women who were immigrants to the United States. Although these projects focus on different religious communities, they share a foundation in that they both investigated populations who have experienced different forms of marginalization and stress. My next research project was a departure from the previous two in that I did not focus on religion and instead turned my attention to the experiences of lesbian women in Salvador. For my dissertation research, and Jim was on my dissertation committee, I focused on the experiences of primarily Black lesbian women in Salvador, and even more on the thorny issue of intimate partner violence in lesbian relationships. In my book, Violence and Desire in Brazilian Lesbian Relationships, which was based on my dissertation, as I mentioned, I discussed intimate partner violence, sexuality, sexism, homophobia, the religious beliefs of the lesbian women I interviewed, as well as oh, missing a page. Here it is, sorry. And their experiences with intimate partner violence and discrimination. This professional genealogy provides a framework for understanding how, for me, my current book project, which I have entitled Other Sheep Not of This Fold, LGBTQ Evangelicals and Pentecostals in Brazil and the Brazilian Diaspora, represents an intersection of my research interests. I conducted ethnographic research at an inclusive evangelical church in São Paulo and in Lisbon for 6.5 months between 2016 and 2023. One of these churches is the Igreja Nova Esperança in São Paulo. During this time period, I attended church services, conducted interviews, and interacted with congregants and the leadership staff. I interviewed 21 New Hope members, including the founding pastor of the church, Pastor Justino, and 3 other ministers. Of these interlocutors, 7 self-identified as white, 4 self-identified as moreno or pardo, and 10 self-identified as negro. For the sake of time, I will not provide a further breakdown of the demographic profile of New Hope, but I can do so in the Q&A for those interested. In addition, I interviewed 52 LGBTQ Christians who are members of Cidade de Refúgio, City of Refuge Church in Sao Paulo and Lisbon. In my interviews, we discussed racism, sexism, their religious beliefs and theological beliefs, and their political perspectives. Based on analysis of my ethnographic data, I will discuss one of my major findings in the presentation, and today I will argue for the wonky potentiality of Black queer religious hermeneutics within the context of LGBTQ-led evangelical churches. Black LGBTQ evangelicals are enmeshed in a social, religious, and political landscape that is often in a blatantly adversarial relationship with them. They experience structural, physical, and political violence as an everyday reality. One major consequence of the outright condemnation of LGBTQ Christians by the larger evangelical community is that the former have established their own churches, Igrejas Inclusivas Evangélicas, which are rooted in evangelical Pentecostal and neo-Pentecostal traditions. In these churches, LGBTQ Afro-Brazilians attempt to reconcile a literalist approach to biblical interpretation with their belief in an inclusive theology that accepts same-sex sexuality and transgender and non-binary gender identities. Yet, as I will illustrate, this Black queer religious hermeneutical approach can produce difficulties for those believers who attempt to negotiate with traditionalist understandings of the Bible, like the mandate to obey God's will, for example. These difficulties or wonkiness, to draw on Sarah Ahmed's discussion of queer phenomenology, can reveal how Brazilian evangelicalism is a religious space that is oriented toward and around whiteness and heterosexuality, despite the participation of LGBTQ believers of African descent. Their negotiations disturb queer theoretical frameworks that emphasize resistance and empowerment. Such emphases can foreclose analytical possibilities in a myopic attempt to focus on queerness as the orienting experiential framework of sexual and gender minorities. Instead, this analysis of Afro-Brazilian LGBTQ evangelicals offers the possibility for understanding the roles of religiosity and materiality as the primary grounds of analysis, eschewing an over-reliance on abstraction and subversion as analytical frames. The central focus of the analysis in this presentation will be a sermon I heard in 2016 about the biblical figure Hagar, who has inspired much discussion within academic and theological communities across the Abrahamic religions. In an article I just recently published, I focus also on interviews, but for the sake of time, I'll just focus on this sermon. Hagar, the enslaved Egyptian servant of Sarah, wife of the Hebrew Bible patriarch Abraham, has been positioned as the other, the oppressed, the marginalized, and as a survivor. Yet in the summer of 2016, I heard a sermon given by Pastor Flavio, a Black gay man in São Paulo, that essentially described Hagar as a talented breeder. Here's a picture of New Hope in one of their earliest church establishments, and then also Justine Louise, who was the founder of the church. As I processed and analyzed the interviews I conducted, the field notes I took, and my observations from church services I attended, I began to consider the inevitable tensions that arose between evangelicalism, race, and non-normative sexualities and genders. Often interlocutors lamented their inability to remain within mainstream evangelical spaces, which prevented them from full participation in their church homes. These experiences are similar to what we read in other scholarship about the experiences of LGBTQ Christians, especially evangelical Christians from around the world. Accordingly, it seems warranted to characterize evangelical spaces as phenomenologically heterosexual, as well as, depending on the geographical context, white spaces that are oriented toward and around white racialized bodies. In queer phenomenology, Sarah Ahmed theorizes that bodies become orientated by how they take up time and space. When bodies are queered, whether racially and or sexually, they disrupt the conventional orientation of spaces and produce disorientation, which can lead to wonkiness, according to Ahmed. I argue that this wonkiness is present at New Hope and other Brazilian inclusive evangelical churches. It is important to state that I recognize that this argument implicitly draws on my own reactions, experiences, and background. It would be impossible, of course, to disconnect my own analysis from my experiences. As a Black queer woman who grew up in the Black Baptist tradition in the United States. As I've analyzed my ethnographic findings about Brazilian LGBTQ evangelicals, I have undertaken a theoretical journey that I believe, in fact, has been enriched because of the disorientation that I at times experienced while conducting fieldwork. As I developed my analysis and gathered more data, it became clear that wonkiness could be a generative analytic as I articulated the negotiations and reconciliations that factor into Afro-Brazilian LGBTQ evangelicals' engagement with Christianity. The disorienting effects or queer effects of Black queer evangelicalism was more than a personal experience for me, as I will demonstrate in a discussion of a Black gay man's sermon about Hagar. And this is Pastor Flavio. It was at the downtown location in 2016 where I heard one of the ministers, Pastor Flavio, give a sermon that focused on Hagar, the slave of Sarah, the wife of the biblical patriarch Abraham. This biblical narrative focuses on issues dealing with gender, power, reproduction, and obedience. For Pastor Flavio at New Hope, obedience was the most prominent lesson to be learned from Hagar's experiences. Before he focused on the lesson of his sermon, Pastor Flavio described the situation of Sarah and Abraham, as well as Hagar's role in fulfilling God's promise to this couple. He discussed Sarah's state of barrenness, which necessitated that someone else, Hagar, carry a child on her behalf. According to Genesis, Hagar was given to Abraham by Sarah to procreate and be a carrier for her mistress. Pastor Flavio noted that once Hagar became pregnant, she became uppity towards Sarah, which he then suggested was the reason that Sarah began to treat Hagar poorly. As the result of this mistreatment, he noted that Hagar left Abraham's household, but eventually returned to give birth to Ishmael in obedience to God, and after being visited by the angel of the Lord. While there is more to the Hagar narrative in Genesis, Pastor Flavio's focus was almost solely on Hagar's duty to Sarah and Abraham. In his view, it was her God-given talent to be a surrogate or the designated carrier in Sarah's stead. He argued that Hagar did not fully accept her responsibility, which was demonstrated in her attitude towards Sarah. In sum, the message for the congregation was to use the gifts that God has given us in the fulfillment of his will and with a spirit of humility. The minister who gave this sermon, Pastor Flavio, is a self-identified black gay man in his mid-30s and the husband of Pastor Justino. Pastor Flavio is unlike most of the congregants I interviewed in that he was raised in the Catholic Church and educated in Catholic schools. I learned about Pastor Flavio's life 3 years after he gave the sermon when I returned to São Paulo in 2019. While a choir practiced for the afternoon service, we talked after a Sunday morning service in a cramped storage room next to the sanctuary. After asking him about his early experiences with religion, I inquired about this sermon. 3 years ago when I was here, I remember that you preached about Hagar. I don't know if you remember that sermon. For me, it was interesting to think about her. Could you talk about the significance of Hagar for you? Pastor Flavio immediately answered and said, Hagar was a wonderful experience in my life. Hagar for me today, if I could summarize, is about obedience. For me, it is about obedience because we have to seek out living the gospel, especially those of us who preach the word. As he spoke about the significance of this sermon for him, he repeatedly emphasized the theme of obedience, which was the message Jesus ministered to him or put in his heart, he said. Thus, the message was not only for the congregation, but for him as well, and a part of his preparation was searching, quote, searching for how to apply this to his life, end quote. As we continue to talk about the sermon, Pastor Flavio retrieved his cell phone from his pants pocket because he kept sermon notes on it. Finding his notes, he said, I began speaking about the question of appreciation because sometimes when we look at Hagar, and in the Bible itself, it identifies Hagar as a slave. She is a slave and much more. I began to appreciate her because this ability to reproduce has a certain importance. Additionally, Pastor Flavio stated that Hagar being chosen as a surrogate was an indication of how she was valorized despite her status as an enslaved woman. Pastor Flavio also noted that just like domestic workers who were nowadays treated poorly in Brazil, he hypothesized that Sarah also mistreated Hagar. In discussing Sarah's mistreatment, he stated, so you see that even though she knew that she was having a child for Sarah, she still obeyed because she could have done a little something even though she was a slave. I'm going to do a little something to not give that pleasure to my mistress who mistreats me, you understand? From his perspective, Hagar had some agency in that she could have hindered attempts to produce an heir for Abraham and Sarah. He did not make clear how exactly this was the case. In response, I asked Pastor Flavio, since Hagar was a slave, how was it possible for Hagar to have freedom? So between obedience and freedom, what is the situation? What is the choice for Hagar? After Pastor Flavio stated that he didn't understand my question, I rephrased it. Now understanding, Pastor Flavio stated, so you were asking, is it possible for her to choose freedom when in reality she is a slave and doesn't have the power to make decisions? Exactly, I said. Pastor Flavio softly laughed and said, look, it's difficult. In both Pastor Flavio's sermon and in his interview with me, he employed a traditional evangelical hermeneutical approach. Hagar's duty is to obey the will of God, and her obligation of surrogacy is a reminder that our bodies are not our own, but in essence the property of God, and that fulfillment of his will for us and our bodies is paramount. Thus even Hagar, an enslaved woman, had the ability to choose and therefore obey because she could have avoided pregnancy as a vindictive response to Sarah's mistreatment of her. However, it should be noted that Pastor Flavio only referenced Sarah's behavior towards Hagar, and not the fact that regardless of Hagar's ability to prevent pregnancy, she was still required to have a sexual relationship with Abraham, her mistress's husband. Thus, obedience and not sexual violence was the focus of Pastor Flavio's sermon and his comments to me. New Hope is an inclusive church rooted in evangelicalism, and Pastor Flavio's black queer hermeneutical approach to his Hagar sermon lines up with dominant evangelical conservative or traditional theologies that emphasize obedience and faithfulness. Yet it is also necessary to consider the ramifications of this sermon within the context of LGBTQ-led churches that have many Afro-Brazilian congregants, particularly as it was a sermon preached by a minister who is himself black and gay. If it was difficult for Pastor Flavio to reconcile fully his focus on Hagar's obedience with her enslavement, would it also not prove difficult for other members of New Hope? Furthermore, Pastor Flavio's difficulties invite a discussion of the misalignment between his and dominant evangelical theology. Despite Pastor Flavio's mostly traditional evangelicalism, his very identity as a black gay man implicitly reflects his failure to embody fully whiteness and heterosexuality, the orienting ideologies within Brazilian evangelical spaces, I would argue. On one hand, it is both a strategy and a theological choice to attempt to divorce his interpretation of the Hagar narrative from the historical, political, cultural, social, and religious landscape of Brazilian society. On the other hand, Pastor Flavio did admit that it was difficult to explain Hagar's freedom amid enslavement. He attempted and failed to align Hagar's rape and expulsion and focus on the glory of God and obedience to his will. The statement, "Look, it's difficult," acknowledged the ambiguity and contradictions of Hagar's positionality as well as his own, revealing the possibilities that could arise when bodies that are queer as well as black engage with evangelical orthodoxy. By focusing on Afro-Brazilian evangelicals, my objective is to formulate an understanding of how black queer subjectivity is constituted in different spaces. I argue that bodies that are queered racially and or sexually can inadvertently transform spaces by demonstrating the instability of them. Thus, the sermon by Pastor Flavio illustrated the impossibilities of black queer attempts to line up with mainstream evangelicalism through traditional hermeneutical approaches. Despite Pastor Flavio's attempts, wonkiness ensued. I have been particularly drawn to Sarah Ahmed's use of the word wonky to describe queer effects in white and heterosexual spaces, because it is an evocative term that invites a consideration of not just physical instability, but mental and emotional as well. Unintended difficulties erupted when Pastor Flavio articulated and defended Hagar's duty of surrogacy. So Pastor Flavio, a black gay man, preaching a sermon that extols Hagar as a willing and obedient surrogate, refuses simplistic explication. My ethnographic findings indicate that Afro-Brazilian evangelicals are not inherently subversive agents who strive to dismantle Brazilian evangelicalism and white supremacy from inside the master's house. Thus, by recognizing that agency, subversion, and disruption are not birthrights that are claimed by all sexual and gender minorities, we can formulate an understanding of how black queer religious hermeneutics are produced both in euphonious and cacophonous registers that belie the monotony of mainstream registers of queer theory. It has not been my intention during this presentation to merely poke holes in Pastor Flavio's religious beliefs. Instead, I have considered how Afro-Brazilian evangelicals, LGBTQ evangelicals, travel in a religious space that is shaped by pervasive and persistent racism, homophobia, sexism, and white supremacist forms of structural violence in Brazilian society. Despite these realities, their material reality may be rooted in a religious and not racial or sexual understanding of selfhood or subjectivity. Thus, by unabashedly claiming a kind of evangelicalism, Pentecostalism, or conservative Christianity, despite their rejection in these religious spaces. However, their interpretive endeavors can also inadvertently reveal the inherent wonkiness of evangelicalism by illustrating the difficulties of completely aligning oneself with religion that advocates that a woman submit to rape as God's will. Therefore, their insistence on being recognized as evangelical or Pentecostal Christians has numerous ramifications. Despite the fact that LGBTQ Brazilians are in constant theological, social, and cultural battle with those around them, these evangelical Brazilians persevere, carving out a space for themselves, making an appearance at the family table, and ultimately queering Brazilian evangelicalism.
And our last panelist is Renan Quinalha from the Universidade Federal de São Paulo.
Just have to find my presentation.
Acho que já está aberto.
Ah, é, aquela que você mandou. Pois é, você mandou hoje. Essa aqui, né? Isso.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank Jimmy for inviting me to be at this so special event to celebrate your life, your career, your friendship, and also your fake retirement. We already agree about that here. I'm very happy to be back to Brown, where I was during 2016 to write my PhD dissertation under Jim's supervision. I wasn't able to finish the dissertation here, as Jimmy convinced me that it was more important for us to mobilize against the 2016 coup and against Lava Jato, Operation Car Wash. As you know, Jimmy is quite persuasive, and he's usually right. It was important what we did, but we didn't stop the coup. But back in Brazil, I was able to finish the thesis and then publish it as a book. Everything went all right. Today, I'd like to talk, based on the panel's proposal, about the new frontiers of queer studies in Brazil and also of the history of the dictatorship, two themes that mark Jim's political life and academic production, as well as mine. I first met Jim at 2013 LASA Congress. Maybe we have met quickly before at your birthday party in 2012 in São Paulo. I was then a young lawyer at Truth Commission of State of São Paulo who had completed a master's degree on the topic of transitional justice. Two common friends, Janaína and Edson Teles, had invited me to participate in a panel with Jimmy. There we had an immediate connection. After the panel, we talked a lot in the hotel lobby, I think more than an hour, about our common background in Trotskyism, academic interests, political activism, and personal life. He was the only person who didn't run away from me when I said I had been a PSTU activist. For those who don't know, PSTU is a radical left political party in Brazil, very well known by this message, Contra Burguês, Vote 16. This meeting was fundamental for the professional and personal choices I have made in the years that followed and until today. At that moment, I had just came out of the closet, and it was the first time I realized I could be a gay and leftist scholar. Jim has and still is a role, he was and still is a role model for me. These were times of Truth Commission in Brazil, and we started an effort to highlight the persecution of LGBT population during the dictatorship. On March 29, 2014, 10 years ago, on the weekend that marked the 50th anniversary of the coup, we held a historic public hearing in São Paulo. Entitled Homossexualidades e Ditadura no Brasil, the meeting was organized by National Truth Commission, together with the Truth Commission of the State of São Paulo, Rubens Paiva, with the aim of contributing to an analysis of relations between the Brazilian dictatorship and the homosexualities. It was quite symbolic that the old DEOPS building, where one of the most important repressive bodies of the dictatorship operated, and which today houses the Memorial da Resistência, had reserved the disputed date of the anniversary of the coup to discuss a topic without prestige. In the completely full auditorium, with more than 200 people, there were several activists from different generations of the Brazilian LGBT movement, interested in their own memory and history. The few studies that addressed specific aspects surrounding the repression of these segments, as well as reports of the resistance undertaken by them, were exposed and discussed that afternoon. This initiative, which included representatives from two of the country's main truth commissions, the national one in the state of São Paulo, as well as secretaries of state for culture and justice, symbolically marked a commitment by these state bodies towards the LGBT community and society in general. There, at that moment, a kind of agreement was reached in the sense that that history, until then official and visible, would come to light with the final report of these commissions. Some time later, this adjustment would be fulfilled. The National Truth Commission report included a specific chapter located in the Textos Temáticos section of Book 2, called Ditadura e Homossexualidades, made under the responsibility of Commissioner Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, with research, investigations, and writing by James Green and by me. We also edited a book called Ditadura e Homossexualidades, published in 2014. The mobilization we promoted was important for this to happen. It's enough to mention as an example that at the National Truth Commission there was a discussion between the members to the point where one of the commissioners asked, por que esse assunto de viados? Viados vermelhos. Why this faggot issue? One of them asked, why this faggot issue should be included in the report, was the question. To give you all an idea, even with all the progress made and the work ready, up until the eve of the delivery of the material for the final report, it was not yet known whether the topic of homosexuality would deserve a specific chapter or whether it would end restricted to a few pages of a single section along with other themes such as gender and indigenous people, like less important themes of the dictatorship. This issue was only defined in the last few days, already in the preparation and the reading phase of the final report, which was delivered to President Dilma Rousseff on December 2014. This political articulation promoted by Jean was fundamental for the expansion of studies both on dictatorship and sexuality in our country. It is evident that standards of public morality did not invade the political arena with the beginning of the dictatorship. It was not this that inaugurated the discrimination against vulnerable populations that for centuries had already marked Brazilian culture, especially by the violent process of colonization. However, realizing that there has always been homophobia and transphobia among us is a truism that explains little, since it does not take into account the different historical manifestations of regulatory power of sexual deviation and their particular characteristics in each historical situation. As the National Truth Commission pointed out during the dictatorship, states also used an ideology of intolerance that was materialized in the persecution and attempted control of groups considered to be a threat or danger. The creation of an internal enemy took advantage of not only political contours in accordance with the doctrine of national security, but also moral ones, in associating homosexuality with a form of degeneration and the corruption of the youth. The rhetoric of morality and proper manners, moralidade e bons costumes, was central to the construction of the ideological structure that supported the dictatorship. The defense of traditions, the protection of the family, and the cultivation of Christian values were all, at the same time, motives that animated a real repressive crusade against sectors classified as undesirable and considered threatening to the moral and sexual order. The military, who led the coup with the decisive support of civil sectors, did not take long to catalyze this diffuse reactionary feeling into a cohesive discourse of more security, defense of traditions, and respect for the order that was being lost along the tortuous path of development in Brazil. Cid Furtado, a rapporteur of the draft constitutional amendment that legalized divorce, argued that development and the national security are not structured only with tractors, laboratories, or canons. Behind all of this is the family, one solidary compact, a sanctuary where father, mother, and children shape the character of nationality. I just translated what is written in Portuguese there. This sentence is perhaps one of the most perfect syntheses of the sexual policies of the dictatorship. His indignation with the divorce, in fact, referred to much deeper concerns about sexual liberation with the greater presence of women in public space and with the visibility of homosexual and travestis. Private life, the intimate sphere, and everyday activities were also the object of the authoritarian control of the Brazilian dictatorship. As a homosexual, the person was considered less respectable in her or his dignity. Publications with erotic or pornographic material were often apprehended and incinerated in a society that consumed this type of content. Editors and journalists working in the gay media were indicted, prosecuted, and their lives were devastated, often with the support of the judicial system. Movies and theater plays were censored or banned. Musical lyrics were prevented from circulating for violating morality, especially when they made an apology for homosexuality. On television, programs suffered direct intervention by censors who cut scenes with the presence of effeminate characters who, with their simple existence, caused shame to viewers. This one lyric of a music from Luiz Airão, homosexual, was also cut by the censorship. And travesties, I won't translate that word. Travesties, prostitutes, and homosexuals present in the urban ghettos were also an uncomfortable presence for the society. For this reason, they began to be persecuted, arrested, extorted, and tortured. These examples point out how sexuality and gender became a national security issue for the military. In this sense, it is in this sense that one can speak of a hetero-military dictatorship, in which there was an official sexual policy to control manifestations considered as perversions or deviations. Despite these findings, there is also a fundamental ambiguity in the late 60s and the early 70s in Brazil. Nightclubs, bars, other spaces for sociability among homosexuals grew despite the repression of the states. As long as they remained in the shadows and in the closets or in the ghettos in which they hid, homosexuals could exist and do whatever they wanted with their bodies. The problem was then when they came into light and occupied the public space claiming an existence and a political place in society. It was the homosexual and travestis belonged to the popular classes who most intensely felt the dictatorship repressive action on their body and desires. While many middle-class homosexuals, generally with a double life, participated freely in the society through the markets and through access to good employment opportunities, poor LGBT who were not so lucky were classified as vadios, vagrants, and arrested. Thus, the core of the dictatorship sexual policy was not to physically exterminate these vulnerable groups in the same way as they did with the political subversion. The objective was to reinforce the stigma against homosexual and to desexualize the public space by expelling these segments and to force a relation between people of the same sex into the private sphere. The function of the dictatorship was to make bodies and collectives invisible so that they could not claim recognition of their rights and freedoms. So the dictatorship left fertile ground for the practice of abuse and violence against homosexuals to be committed by public agents, given the lack of limits and even the presence of incentives to do so. Thanks to this new perspective in the last 10 years, we have seen an increase in the number of workings analyzing new aspects of the dictatorship in the field of sexuality. If Além do Carnaval, as Guta said here, published in 1999, it was a book that opened a field in history for LGBT studies in Brazil, the Truth Commission and Jim's work were fundamental for opening new perspectives for understanding the severity of the dictatorship in our country. As a consequence of this work, a historic opportunity was also opened to think about memory and reparation for the LGBT population in Brazil with the creation of a working group sponsored by Ministry of Human Rights. It's a kind of truth commission just for the violence against LGBT community in our history, since colonization until nowadays. We are both part of it, me and Jim, and also Benito. And right now, we are working, Jimmy and I, and Guta. It's our third book together, and this one with Guta, in a new book. And for all this, I have to thank you so much, Jim. Thanks.
Guta, Andrea, Renan, thank you for the marvelous presentations. And now we'll open it up for the next 30 minutes or so.
We need to if we need to because
Okay.
we have a lot of time for lunch. I have an hour and a half for lunch.
All right, so we have time then for a conversation.
I wanted to start out with a brief comment. There's no questions yet. I just wanted to say thank you to you three and to Jim, of course, for what I really truly believe to be groundbreaking, revolutionary, and necessary work in scholarship.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all three for presenting. I was, it's like a comment and slash a question too, regarding how influential Jim's book was. And I want to say that it's not only for the Brazilian scholarship, but also for the Latin American scholarship. I think it's like foundational to establish that through Beyond Carnival, we can see how discourses of criminalization and medicalization were essential to understand the essence of homosexuality. And you can not only see that in Brazil, but also throughout Latin America. In that sense, I want to ask you three, well, you responded that throughout your presentations as well, but yeah, I guess I want to ask how influential was this work, not only from Jim's perspective, but also for your future scholarship, if you are planning to use Jim's scholarship as well for other projects that you have in mind, or if you really see Jim's work Beyond Carnival as influential in your scholarship, and how it helped to build Brazil's democracy regarding LGBTQ studies.
Thank you all so much for your presentations. I have a question for Hina. I was wondering, you mentioned that one sort of example of queer folks being kind of written out or censored on television in Brazil. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about that, and whether in the documents you came across, or wherever it is that you came across these stories, if their reasoning for it was overtly homophobic, or if they used other sort of reasons for keeping gay folks out of television during that time. I'd be very curious to hear more about that.
I also had a question directed towards Hinan, but also open to all the speakers. You know, I think during the dictatorship era, you see there's this conflation between being gay, being a health hazard, being a subversive, an internal enemy, and whatnot. And I've heard just from kind of personal conversations with people in my own family who support Bolsonaro, for example, that I remember I had a conversation with my grandfather that he told me, oh, it was the gays that brought COVID to Brazil. I was like, do you want me to put a mask on right now? Mm-hmm. Like, what is that situation? But there's a conflation, I think, between homosexuality and all these other discourses. And I think in the 60s and 70s, it's anti-communism, and now we're seeing it develop into something else. I guess my question for you is that a phenomenon that you're also identifying right now, and how do you think that's something that we can tackle in the future? And then I also think you had a question.
Echoing Michelle's point, I just want to say how appreciative I am just to hear all of the panelists today. Your individual stories and relationships with Jim and how you've come into this space and kind of embody your own. And I think that especially with this panel, I think that the nature of documenting queer stories is so intimate and personal and emotional. And this is a question for all the panelists of how you protect your peace and your mental health when recording stories of individuals whose identities may overlap with yours, and document your time through space as also a queer person with Latin American origins.
So why don't we stop there before that list goes much farther and open it up to the panelists?
Quer começar do jeito inverso?
Como você quer fazer?
I can start then. Answering Joaquin's question on how I did mention how influential Jim's book was, but what I think is interesting is that I wanted to get away from it a little bit, and people suggested I do it. It's hard. It's kind of my nightstand book. Every time I'm like, I have a question, let me look what Jim did. And he was very, he said, oh, you should do all the stuff that I didn't do, because the time was constrained, money was tight, and there was a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do that I didn't. And I was like, yeah, sure. The stuff that you did is already amazing. I have to do the stuff that you didn't. But I wanted to look at Beyond Carnival. But there were things that Jim said to me that were beyond that, in terms of, well, women's experiences are different. You'll not find them in the sources like I did. He used to say that, well, if I found 10 cases, you're going to find one. And it's not... And I associated that it's not a needle in a haystack. There's no haystack and there's no needle. And so in that sense, I think that I thought that Beyond Carnival was possible, because also Jim was very creative. So I'm like, I need to get creative, which I wasn't. In that sense, I think that what I think that it's the most thing, the thing that influenced me the most was how thoughtful and creative Jim is in weaving sort of personal stories with broader political context, which is something that we struggle with in Brazilian scholarship. That we have the theoretical chapter, and then you have the case discussion, and I was like, I don't want to do that. So in that sense, I go back to Beyond Carnival frequently and often in looking at it as a history of homosexuality, but also a way to tell history, and the way that Jim, and that's in Jim's other books as well, the way he creates a narrative, is the thing that I admire the most. And in terms of how do I protect my mental health, and I went back straight to the time that I spent looking at medical charts and from women that were they were put in mental health institutions, and I was looking for lesbians, but what I found was way bigger than that, and it was a dissertation on its own about how women were giving their families a headache, and why not get them away from here? So women that were shopping too much, and their husbands were angry with them. Women who sometimes had postpartum depression, and families didn't know what to do with them, were sent to those institutions. So in a way, that month was tough. I did find some cases on the lesbians and sexual deviants, but integrated with the idea, the discourse on that homosexuality was tied to problems with genes and endocrinology. But what I found was that women were surveilled 24/7, and they had little, sometimes no agency in what they could do. And the hardest thing was looking at charts that said that, well, she entered the institution in 1914, and 6 months later she was dead because of, well, tuberculosis, of what. So these women had no chance. It was hard for them to survive that environment. And now it just got dark. How did I protect it? I did have to find a way of being the thing that we can be as historians, as objective as possible, is, well, this is history, and what is my investment in it to tell the stories as I want them to be told? It is sad and it is hard, but sometimes I found histories of women who did live fulfilling lives, and those that were the ones that I wanted to look at when I was having a hard day. So and this is the thing of doing a work that encompasses the whole 20th century, is that, well, it's not being fruitful, it's being way too sad in this chapter. Let me look at the things that are nice, the women that flirted, that were in bars, that played pool. So yeah, I think that's the way that I found to do it. But thanks.
Hi, before I answer the questions, I have a message from Watufani Poe, who was originally supposed to be on the panel, but he couldn't make it. He says, I want to express my deep sadness that I cannot be with you all in person to celebrate the scholarship and legacy of Jim and all those he helped to mentor throughout the years, myself included. I remember arriving to Brown as a graduate student, excited to investigate Black LGBTQIA+ communities in Brazil and the United States, but so unsure of whether my approach was right or how I envisioned framing my project would work. That's when I met Jim, who seemed to understand the importance of expanding research on Black queer activism in Brazil. He eagerly invited me to take his Latin American historiography course, and my trajectory was forever changed. Gaining Jim as a mentor helped set me up for success, and suddenly I gained a cheerleader who believed in my capacities as a researcher, even when I was in doubt. Jim always grounded his questions about my work and how this research could be used to advance movements towards further freedoms and justice for the Black queer communities that I collaborated with. He encouraged me to constantly think about how I could open doors for other Black LGBTQIA+ scholars coming after me. To this day, I take these grounding questions that Jim passed along seriously as I make my way in my academic career. Thank you so much for these gifts, Jim, and a career full of building up scholars who are working to support a more just Brazil. So that's what I want to comment. As for the role of Beyond Carnival in my own research, when I was an undergraduate, I actually checked this morning. I did cite it in my undergraduate thesis, which I completed in 2001, so only a couple of years after the book was published. And I mean, I think it's unfortunate that even to this day, it's still needed. Beyond Carnival is needed when in discussing LGBTQ populations in Brazil. I've served as an expert witness on different asylum cases for queer Brazilians who are seeking asylum in the U.S. and in the UK. And it's amazing how often I read, well, Sao Paulo has the biggest carnival parade in the world, that this is still a justification that's given by the Home Office in the UK. So unfortunately, Beyond Carnival, I think, is still necessary and is still a work that is vital. As for the how to do research on difficult situations, particularly when interacting with people, as an anthropologist, that's what I do. And while I was very emotional here, my wife says I need to blame being perimenopausal. That early in my career in doing research, especially my dissertation research, I didn't have those spaces of, I didn't recognize to a degree I should have, that I needed to have some separation in between my doing research and also living with people, because I lived with different lesbian households when I was doing my dissertation research. And the way that I found to separate myself was just to leave for maybe a weekend and stay at a hotel, because it was, in hindsight, that was a lot of money. So I don't know if I should have been doing that as often as I did, but it's really important to do that, to take that space when you do qualitative research. And I mean, speaking of that, that's what I've appreciated a lot about Jim's work is though, even though he's a historian, he also believes in qualitative research. And as an anthropologist, I, believe in history, and I try to include history in the work that I do. And, Jim and I met 2005 this summer. I actually looked that up on my Hotmail account, so it was that long ago. And it was right before you started at Brown, so this is really, a privilege.
Well, thank you all for the incredible questions. I don't know if I can answer all of them, but I'm going to try. The first one about the importance of the book. For me, it was really important in my work. But I think that personally also, because it was the first book I read about LGBT history. And I think one of the most... one of the greatest violence against our community is being deprived of a past, of a history. So I think that this book, Jim's book, gave this sense to me, like where I came from, there were people before me, like struggling and living the desires and everything. So I'm very honored to that I wrote the preface of the second edition in Brazil. And I hope that this book being more and more read there. About the question on the television, Tami, I saw and I found lots of documents em Departamento de Censura de Versões Públicas, né, also on television. In cases like Chacrinha in 1972, who was fired because he insisted in keeping like some effeminate characters in his program, the auditorium program. So I think that television was a very observed because of its the largest means of communication in Brazil at that time, like even today, I think. So there are a lot of histories about also soap operas that I found, many scenes that were cut by the censorship. So there are a lot of material, very interesting material about the censorship on television. In relation to the other question about ditadura, the dictatorship and Bolsonarismo, when I was doing my research, this PhD research, I thought that I was studying and doing a research about the history, about the past, and it was kind of very, very difficult to note that, to realize that it was about the present also, because I was writing during, I finished in 2017, it's like almost the moment that Bolsonaro was elected in Brazil. And I'm still very scared about this similarity between these two discourses of the past and of the present. I think that this moral conservatism is very important for this project of the right-wing groups in Brazil and abroad also. So I think that it's something that we had to look at with more careful and against what Lula said, like you don't have to remoer o passado. I don't know how to say remoer.
Chew on the past. Revolve.
Revolve. But I think we have to do it, like because we are talking about the construction of the present, also the future. And about the last question about mental health, I don't know, but I think that I find a way of dealing with that that is very centered with the political activism, like discussing with other colleagues and friends and building like projects, common projects like with Jimmy, Guta, this Benito, this something that gives us also this strength to do this work and to go ahead. So I think it's that.
Hi. I have a brief comment about teens' influence and a question for Renan or Guta, maybe. Of course, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity that you gave me and for the many lessons you learned me from you. And I will be forever grateful for this moment. And my question is, what are the possible reasons for the growing of LGBT people who sympathize with this right wing or this extreme right in Brazil, especially give the historical legacy of support from the left wing in Brazil? So I don't know, I can see sometimes in the news and the television, LGBT people go to the Bolsonaro manifestations, and this is so crazy for me. So I would like to understand this a little bit. Thanks.
Hi. First of all, I'd just like to thank everyone for tolerating my daughter's presence at all the panels. You know, we're hoping she's Brown class of 2045. And you know, I know Jim will still be emeritus at that point, so I'm to guest teach some classes. Thanks for these presentations, they were really great. I have a question for Hina about the protests of police brutality at the end of the 70s that you referenced, and you referenced prostitutes, which is part of my research. So I'm curious sort of what you've come across in the archives about collaborations between travesti activists and prostitutes in that moment, and maybe again, I'm thinking like end of the 80s perhaps, and in like AIDS prevention work, like peer education models, collaborations with the Ministry of Health in the 90s maybe. I'm curious what you've come across. Thank you.
I have a question. I am curious, so we referenced Jim's groundbreaking work at the end of the 20th century, and I'm curious as to what the development of public perception of your scholarship has been in Brazil in the last decade, in the last 20 years. So we referenced the Parada being the largest in the world. However, Brazil, as many Latin American countries, still holds very orthodox beliefs. So what has been this development of public perception, maybe for Renan or for Guta? What has been that reception of your scholarship?
I can start. I think Hannah is better equipped than I to talk about far right LGBTQ people. I just, as a personal take on that, is that as the movement expands, we do need to incorporate those people. We cannot say they're not truly LGBTQ or they're not they're wrong. They do have a political belief that sometimes clashes directly with their own identity in terms of what these people defend. But it's sometimes people say, "Oh no, we cannot listen to Tami Miranda." I'm like, we gotta take him. It's part of. If straight people need to acknowledge the horrible people that we also there is it broadens the movement politically. It makes sense that these people feel more. I hate the word tolerance, but I think that's what this is, and especially in far right movements. And they're very much interested in seeing that they're welcoming it. So it makes sense that these people would want to feel welcomed by what they think is progressive, what they think is conservative in that case. So yeah, that's my take on that. And I sometimes I like to engage with those people because I think that's the polyphonia of political investment. In terms of the reception of my work, I still consider myself I am an early career scholar, though I did a master's in Brazil. And a lesbian doing lesbian history, I think, is perhaps it's what people expect. So I've been welcomed by the people doing LGBTQ history so far. but in several other instances, I have to say that not all has been done, because sometimes it's your fault, Jim, because you wrote a book that's so good. Sometimes people would be like, well, but people that don't get LGBTQ history, well, but that's been done. That's what else there is to say about LGBT people? They were marginalized, yeah, sure. They lived at the carnival, yeah, sure. What is there to say further? So it is well received among people that do that, but it's also a constant battle. I wouldn't say battle, struggle, but reinforcing that there are other histories of sexuality to be told, that focus not in urban environment but in rural environments, that are not in the 70s but in the 30s. So and that depends on it's the needle in a haystack type of situation, where you have to come across something that will allow you to tell you those stories. So in a way, it's a mix. It's nice to be among peers that get it, but it's you have to, in those situations, you have to gain strength and courage to actually put up with the harder battles.
Thank you, Guta. I also want to direct my question at Andrea because you touched so much on religion, so I just wanted to make sure you.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to comment on the question about LGBTQ Bolsonaro supporters. It's interesting. I've interviewed, I think since 2019 and last year, probably maybe 50 people, and of those people, 3 voted for Bolsonaro. 1 was the mother of a lesbian couple, and 2 were gay men. And during the interview, particularly one interview, the way that one of the men was answering questions, he answered some of the questions in a way that foregrounded sort of conservative understandings of the economy and sort of very individualistic ways of answering the questions. And so I knew I needed to be careful in asking him about Bolsonaro, because I didn't want to ask him a leading question. And so when I asked about the election, he said he voted for Bolsonaro, and the reason he gave, which was the same as the other gay man, was because of PT corruption, which to me is like, Bolsonaro is so corrupt. But for them, it was solely about PT corruption, and they weren't voting for Bolsonaro, they were voting for his party. They understood that he was a fool, but they also wanted to, indicate their displeasure with PT and their overall, I would say, affinity towards his party. I think that's important to think about, that it's not only far-right LGBTQ supporters of Bolsonaro, but you also have people, and I think other people who are not queer, who are in that space of a continual displeasure with PT.
Well, it's difficult to answer it all to this question with Jimmy in audience. Maybe you can talk, Jim, and help us to answer. Leo, why this LGBT right-wing? Or I think after pure right-wing, we have to understand also this LGBT right-wing also. Like it's something that show us. I think that this voting motivation is very complex. It's not only about your sexual orientation or gender identity. We have a set of identities that cross us, and I think that for many people, the class identity is more important than the being part of the community. They don't feel part of the LGBT community. It's like something that he lives his desire, or she lives her desire, and don't think about this in political terms, but it's political, yeah. So I think that we have to understand this very complex motivation for voting and for being part of a political project. About the public perception in Brazil for these subjects, I think that it's growing, the acceptance of it, and I think that our generation, me and Guta, it's like the first generation, I don't know if Benito agree with us, because Benito studied other things during the PhD and before, yeah. And we are the first generation that in Brazil that can, like, I changed also the subject of my PhD thesis, dissertation, to this issue of sexuality, like in the middle of the process after knowing Jim, that I started working with it. And I think that we are the first generation that can study this and being recognized as an academic and being part of the university and like a serious work about it.
And that has people to exchange with in terms of that can have like a field to talk to and that respond to.
Yeah, I think that it's getting stronger, and it's very interesting to see that. Like Benito has a group in the south, Federal do Rio Grande do Sul. I'm a Federal de São Paulo. I'm always being invited to give talks in other places in Brazil and being part of the committees of PhD dissertation or master. So I think it's really growing these last years, and thanks to this, além do carnaval and this political activism and academic activism that Jim was doing during the 90s and after I think this last decade mainly. It's curious because another professor I had anthropology at USP, who studied this like some way, Júlio Simões, he talked to me like, no, it's not a good idea to study this right now. Like it made my more traditional way of your PhD with another transitional. Just for example, it was my master's degree subjects, and he said me that like it's not okay to study this yet in Brazil. But I think that it changed. It was the beginnings of the 2000. And about this question on prostitutes and travesties is a very interesting question, because both group they had like few support of the traditional left political parties, and you have some very important people that supported, but like Eduardo Suplicy at that moment, like Ruth Escobar, and they were Irma Passoni, representatives of São Paulo, Fernando Moraes, for example, people who supported this mobilization at that moment of prostitutes and travesties, because they were the same for black people, like in this ghetto, the central area of São Paulo that I showed here in the presentation, some pictures. They were the same, they suffered the same violence by the state and dictatorship, and after the dictatorship continued against these sectors. So we have very interesting pictures of this moment and demonstrations that a prostitute organized, and people from the LGBT movement were present, and the same thing happened like when the LGBT movement had this kind of mobilization. But prostitutes were they related. Marisa Fernandes tells this in an article, that book that we organized. She says that prostitutes were scared about being in the street like during the day, because it was really difficult for them to be accepted even in this sector. This identity travesti was not so consolidated at that moment also. So we had more this homosexual support with the prostitutes at this moment in Brazil.
Okay. Well, I think that we are then ready for lunch. So it's
super handy.
And lunch is in Kimco.
It's Kimco.
Okay.
The library yesterday.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming for today's afternoon sessions. I hope everyone had a great lunch. Lots of good conversation, I hope. So right now, for this afternoon, we have two panels. We'll start with our first one on Brazilian studies in Israel. As we've heard throughout this conference, Jim has been an integral part of creating a Brazilian and Portuguese studies program at Hebrew University. And so I will call on Jeremy Mumford, professor here at Brown University in the Department of History, to start us off and chair this panel.
So welcome to the afternoon sessions. As Marina said, my name is Jeremy Mumford. I was at the dinner last night, but I didn't give a toast because I felt that I didn't have much to add to the really beautiful toasts that were made. But I also wanted to extend my very personal thanks to Jim Green for everything he's done for me as a junior colleague of his in the history department. When I came to give a job talk at Brown, he sat in the back and he asked the first question and he said, so this is all very interesting, but I really don't see what the big point is here. And I had been prepared that you always get a question like that, but I still, it was asked with such directness that I was a little bit tongue-tied. But after I came to Brown, from our first conversation, he said, Jeremy, my goal in your time at Brown is to help you in every way that I can, and he did that. And he ultimately chaired my tenure committee. And I always picture sort of like the last scene in the movie Cool Runnings when the Jamaican bobsled team they end up carrying the bobsled across the finish line. That's how I sort of picture Jim with my tenure case in the history department at Brown. And my gratitude is very deep and broad. He's been a wonderful mentor to me. So in this talk, in this panel on Brazilian studies in Israel, our first speaker is Michael Rome of Harvard University, and the title is The Torah of Che Guevara, Jewish Students and Armed Struggle in Military Brazil.
Thank you, Jeremy, and I'm going to start, as everyone has, by thanking Jim for all that he's done for my career. He's been a steady support over many years, written probably thousands of reference letters at this point. And I just really want to extend my full appreciation to that. He's been, as you all know, a wonderful mentor and really lives, really walks the walk. All right, so because this is a panel on Israel, I'm going to start with a newspaper from Israel, Ma'ariv, which is an evening newspaper. And this one was published in Tel Aviv in October 1971, and the title is The Leader of the Underground in Brazil and His Jewish Lovers. So this article is about the deaths of Yara Yavelberg and Carlos Lamarca, which happened in August and September 1971, respectively. And the author of this article is actually a very interesting figure. His name is David Marcus. He was a Holocaust survivor from Poland who survived World War II in Shanghai, China, in the Shanghai ghetto. He immigrated to Uruguay immediately after the war, began working for a series of left-wing Zionist Yiddish newspapers. He came to Brazil in 1950 to work for a newspaper in São Paulo, and he very quickly moved over to Yiddish Presse, which was based in Rio de Janeiro, and it was the main Yiddish newspaper in Brazil in the 1950s and 1960s. But he also served as a correspondent for Ma'ariv because his Hebrew was fluent. He learned Hebrew in Poland and would write regularly for Ma'ariv. So in this article, he said, the affluent parents of the beautiful Yara Yavelberg gave her an excellent education, and she finished her studies in psychology. She didn't have a Jewish education, and she didn't have a clue about Judaism, which might explain why she allowed herself to be dragged to the circle of the radical left, which received the Torah of Che Guevara to change the Brazilian regime through the force of terror. And obviously there's a lot to unpack in this article. I'm sure Jim is shocked to see how sexist and machista this article is. That's the origin of the quote. So essentially, Marcus, it's important to note, was a lifelong anti-communist. even before arriving in Brazil, and this informed his understanding of armed struggle activists as terrorists. Aside from the problematic sexist and paternalistic framing, which was clearly designed to titillate his Israeli readers, Marcus also made several errors. First, he was incorrect in claiming that Yalva Berg did not receive any Jewish education, since she had attended a Jewish elementary school and synagogue as a young girl in São Paulo, in the neighborhood of Ipiranga. Actually, the Cambuci school, which was next to Ipiranga. But more importantly, the false binary that Marcus posed between Jewishness and leftist radicalism is false, since many young Brazilian Jews became radicalized through social networks forged in leftist Jewish schools and summer camps. So in this presentation today, I will talk about paths of politicization of different Jewish activists in Rio de Janeiro. The second part will examine political activism as a form of social belonging. And finally, I'll look at how Jewish social networks, far from serving specifically Jewish aims, actually served the broader aims of the Brazilian armed struggle, specifically the October 8th revolutionary movement, MER8. So many Brazilian Jews, especially but not only in Rio de Janeiro, traced their politicization to three institutions. These were the Escola Israelita Brasileira Eliezer Steinberg, which was an elementary school that Michel attended. That Michel directed. Not at this time, much later. The Colônia de Férias Kinderland, which was a summer camp, and the Colégio de Aplicação, which was not specifically a Jewish institution, but had a very large percentage of Jewish students. So first, the Escola Israelita Brasileira Eliezer Steinberg. If you look at the first row, number 7 from the left, you can see Anna Borstein. This is the first class in 1954. Anna Borstein later became an ALN activist, but I will not be discussing her today. So Eliezer Steinberg was founded in Rio de Janeiro in 1954 by Jewish leftists and named after a well-known Yiddish writer who lived in Rio approximately from 1928 to 1930, who actually hated Brazil, returned to Europe. But in his honor, they named the school after him. One student who enrolled there not long after it opened was a child named Alberto Sprecher, who was born in Rio in 1952. He enrolled there on the recommendation of his first grade public school teacher, who was a Jewish leftist, who sent her own children to Eliezer. At Eliezer, he became friends with a group of students 1 year older than him. Many of them had communist parents who had named them after Luiz Carlos Prestes, who was, of course, long-serving Secretary General of the Brazilian Communist Party. These included Luiz Carlos Hotberg, Luiz Carlos Friedman, and Luiz Carlos Schenvar, whose family went into exile in Mexico after the 1964 coup. His father was the communist activist Izaki Schenvar. Another student, some of you may have heard of, who was named after Prestes, was Carlos Mickey Baumfeld, whose name was also a tribute to Karl Marx. Since his father's name was Luis, and Ashkenazi Jews do not name their children after living relatives, Baumfeld could not be called Luis Carlos, so he had to settle for Carlos. But his sister was named Anita after Prestes' daughter. Here we have Kinderland. After graduating from Kinderland, Sprecher and his friends moved on to different high schools, but they continued to socialize at Colônia de Férias Kinderland, a summer camp founded by an association of female Jewish communists in 1950. Here you have the first year of the camp. There they formed lifelong friendships. Sprecher and his friends formed lifelong friendships that would play important roles in their subsequent involvement in the student movement and armed struggle against military rule. By 1966, they had become an inseparable social group that held parties every weekend, attended movies and plays together, and became active in student politics through AMIS, the Metropolitan Association of High School Students. Another member of this group, Luiz Carlos Friedman, remembered their foray into politics as a group experience. It was a form of social acceptance, he recalled. Finally, the third institution is Colégio de Aplicação. Another Jewish student, Alfredo Sirkis, became politicized as a result of attending the Colégio de Aplicação, an elite public high school in Rio de Janeiro that was affiliated with the philosophy department of the University of Brazil, which is presently UFIAJ. At CAPI, as it was known, Jews made up over 30% of the student body in a city where they were 1% of the population. Sirkis, who you can see in the back row, third from the left, was the son of Polish Jewish Holocaust survivors who arrived in Brazil in 1947. His parents had both survived the war in the USSR, a difficult experience that converted his father into a staunch anti-communist. Under his father's influence, Sirkis welcomed the 1964 military coup. However, after transferring from the private Colégio Andrews to CAPI in 1967, Sirkis began to rethink his worldview. In his best-selling memoir of the dictatorship era, Os Carbonários, Sirkis emphasized that his desire for social belonging at his new academic setting was pivotal to his politicization. And here we have a quote. I'll read it in English. "I have no doubt that it was, in the first place, the lack of friendships and the intellectual respect that I had for them that drew me to the leftist group. I glimpsed among them a sense of solidarity and a feeling of respect and mutual support that I wished to share." Many of these leftist students were Jewish and were graduates of Eliezer and Kinderland, such as Carlos Minky Baumfeld and Luis Carlos Hotberg, who would become Sirkis' closest friends at CAPI. In August 1968, Sirkis, Hotberg, and 5 other high school students created the Comissão Secundarista, or COSEC, High School Student Committee, a coordinating committee designed to prepare high school students to join the armed struggle. COSEC acquired its own weapons arsenal, which it stored in the vacant apartment of Hotberg's grandfather, who had immigrated to Israel. Its members participated in shooting pistols and revolvers during weekend training sessions at their parents' vacation homes in the interior of the state of Rio de Janeiro, with Sirkis often serving as the instructor, as he'd had some prior shooting experience. Even as they benefited from their parents' middle-class privilege, they conducted ideological discussions involving Maoist-inspired sessions of criticism and self-criticism, where they sought to overcome their bourgeois background and affirm their revolutionary belonging. The importance of social and revolutionary belonging for young Jewish activists can also be seen among those who chose to leave the armed struggle following the arrest of their friends, which resulted in the opposite of belonging, which is strong feeling of anguish and alienation. One such activist was the aforementioned Luis Carlos Friedman, who had attended Eliezer, Kinderland, and CAPI, where he joined COSEC. He left Brazil in 1969 after spending 4 months in Europe and Israel, and then he returned to Brazil and enrolled in sociology at PUC. In an interview I conducted with him in 2016, he said, "I felt a strong anguish when I stopped being an activist. I said I used to say, what is the meaning of life without making revolution? Which is a very unnecessary anguish for a 17-year-old boy." While Friedman felt a lack of revolutionary belonging after leaving the armed struggle, other students emphasized a lack of social belonging. This can be seen in the case of Hosanna Glatt, a Jewish student in Rio de Janeiro who attended Eliezer and Kinderland before moving on to Colégio Andrews, where she became a part of a Marxist study group with other Jewish students that she knew from Eliezer. She also became close to activists in Var Palmares and VPR. In 1972, 2 years after leaving student politics, she was arrested, and she gave the following testimony, which I discovered in the archives of the public archive of the state of Rio de Janeiro. So she said, "I disconnected myself for a while, but I was very personally involved because the high school movement was not only about political activism, it was principally about friendship, social life. It was a mental and psychological process that was very ingrained in me, which I could not break all at once. So from then on, there were several times that I ended up disconnecting myself and ended up returning because I felt empty, adrift." She used the word solta no ar. So unfortunately, she was arrested and suffered torture as a result of the arrest of friends of hers. Although former student activists like Friedman and Glatt left activism to pursue university studies and became part of the burgeoning counterculture in Rio, some students like Alfredo Sirkis decided to remain in the armed struggle. In his memoir, he wrote that although many of his friends left the armed struggle in response to increased dictatorial repression, which included the arrest of friends like Carlos Minky Baumfeld, and a desire to pursue other life choices, he resolved to remain out of a commitment to the revolution that he hoped would overthrow the dictatorship. So he wrote, "We pretended to understand, but in our hearts we disdained that weakness, that incapacity to do justice to the historic role reserved for our generation, to be the armed vanguard of the revolution at its most difficult phase, the spark that would ignite the prairie, which is clearly Maoist language. For activists in Rio de Janeiro who wanted to reduce their own personal risk while continuing to assist their friends and comrades, there was another option, which was to join the support network of the October 8th Revolutionary Movement, ME8, which drew its sympathizers from former members of the Rio student movement. At a DOPS file found also in the public archive of the state of Rio de Janeiro, as this file shows, a significant percentage of these activists, or 16 out of 55, were Jewish. The leader of the support network was himself a graduate of Eliezer and Kinderland, Ari Reutemann. On August 19th, 1971, here you have a document which shows a list of different activists, and as you can see on this page, 4 out of the 5 are actually Jewish. On August 19, 1971, the same day that police raided Yara Yalvaberg's safe house in Salvador, and she at this point was, of course, part of ME8 as well, a non-Jewish ME8 activist and former CAPI student named César Benjamin made his way from Salvador to Rio. Since Reutemann was out of town, he arranged for Alberto Sprecher to pick up Benjamin from Luis Carlos Hotberg's apartment, where he had stayed for the previous 2 days. Unfortunately for Sprecher and Benjamin, police stopped their car at a roadblock along Ipanema Beach. After Benjamin managed to escape, police arrested Sprecher and the other 2 passengers, who included his girlfriend Teresa Cristina Peixoto and Ari Reutemann's cousin Ney Reutemann. And so these arrests led to a military police inquest in August 1972, which you can see 6 out of 7 defendants and all 4 witnesses were young Brazilian Jews. So I've listed their names here. This inquest shows the prevalence of Brazilian Jews in the armed struggle against military rule and in support networks that provided clandestine activists with housing and transportation. It also showed the importance of institutions like Eliezer, Kinderland, and CAPI to these activists' politicization. Of the 10 Jewish defendants and witnesses, 6 had attended Eliezer and Kinderland, and 5 had attended CAPI. But while Jewish activists became politicized as a result of Jewish social networks, which they then drew on to provide support to armed struggle organizations like ME8, the salience of these networks paradoxically affirmed the integrated nature of Jews in the armed struggle, since these networks served the broader goals of the armed struggle rather than specifically Jewish aims. Moreover, although ties between Jewish activists proved useful in achieving the purposes of the anti-dictatorship underground, the close familiarity that these activists had with each other made their networks highly susceptible to state repression. Thank you.
So we'll take questions at the end, as in the other panels. The second speaker is Michel German, and his talk is entitled The Language of Bolsonaro.
Thank you, Jeremy. I want to thank you, James Green, and the people who organized this event. I wanted to thank, first of all, Rony Wine, who was one of the people who had contact with me. But before that, I want to say that Rony is a part of the connection between me and James Green. More than this, I wanted to thank Jim because we know that this retirement is a kind of fake retirement, but before the retirement, he was a very central figure in my life. I've been in touch with the thinking of James Green since my school, when I was also a Trotskyist activist, and I had contact with what Jim thought. After that, I have contact with Jim in my undergrad studies, and after that, during my master in Jerusalem. After that, he became my mentor. And, you know, it's very important to understand how the generosity of Jim is huge, but more than this. I am not like a kind of a historian of history of Brazil. And I'm not, in the same way, a historian of gender studies or something like this. And Jim understood that and helped me in my career, even if I was not part of the core of James studies. And I wanted to thank you very much, Jim. You became part of my life, you became part of my family. It's very important for me to be here today. I hope this retirement is really fake retirement, but... Well, in 2022, I wrote a book named O Não Judeu Judeu, a tentativa de colonização do judaísmo pelo bolsonarismo. This book was based on a lecture of Bolsonaro in the Clube Hebraica in Rio de Janeiro, where I found place to think about the relationship between Bolsonaro and with Brazilian Jewish community. But more than this, I understood I had to understand, to learn a new language that I call here the Bolsonarista language. But there was more than this. Writing this book, I understood that had been another lecture in another Hebraica. In 2004, Olavo de Carvalho, the big Bolsonarist philosopher, gave a lecture in Hebraica, in another Hebraica, a big one, Hebraica de São Paulo. There was there, during the lecture of Olavo de Carvalho in 2004, another language and another relationship between this right-wing, this far right-wing movements and the Jewish community. And the language I tried to understand in 2017, during the lecture of Bolsonaro in Hebraica do Rio, I understood it was already a common language since 2004. Today, I will present an ethnographic work I've been producing together with my colleague Misha Klein from University of Oklahoma that I hope will be part of our new book. And today I have here a challenge to be part of this panel. I don't talk here about Brazilian studies in Israel, but quite the opposite. I will try to understand how to work from Israeli and Jewish studies in Brazilian politics. So it's not to bring Brazilian studies to Israel, but to understand how Israeli and Jewish studies can contribute in order to understand and to learn Brazilian politics. Let me start with a short video, and I'm sorry that you have to see that. It's the Senator Magno Malta, an event of support of Jair Bolsonaro held in February 26 in Avenida Paulista. I hope you can see it.
Morrer é lucro. Brasileiros, cristãos, parece que nós estamos encurralados de frente do mar. E atrás está Faraó.
Compartilha, Brasil.
Estamos no meio. Faraó com seus cavaleiros. Nós estamos no meio e o mar. Mas Deus alimentou Moisés dizendo: primeiro fiquem quietos e em seguida dizem ao povo que marche. Diga comigo, dizem ao povo que marche. Nós precisamos marchar. E se nós marcharmos, o mar vermelho vai se abrir. Se nós marcharmos, a tempestade vai cessar. A diferença entre nós e eles é que o mar fica revolto para nós. Fica revolto, mas fica para eles também. Mas a diferença é que Jesus está no nosso barco. Aproveito esses últimos minutos, presidente, para te dizer uma coisa. Você nunca esteve só. Quem te escolheu foi Deus. Nunca ficou só. E nunca ficará só. Diga comigo. Nunca. Nunca. O que você e sua família têm sofrido de sandices, anarquias, sofrido fake news, narrativas. Presidente, nós estamos aqui para dizer, levanta a sua mão comigo. Diga, presidente, nós acreditamos e estamos com você. Eu sou um senador da República. Eu conheço a lei. Eu conheço a Constituição. E nunca botei o galho dentro. Eu quero falar que o Brasil precisa restabelecer o seu Estado democrático de direito. Esse país é um país que tem uma Constituição e precisa ser respeitada. Tem 3 poderes, governadores, 3 poderes, poder judiciário, poder legislativo e poder executivo, sem atropelos. Um necessariamente precisa respeitar o outro. Chamo a atenção para o presidente do Senado, para o presidente da Câmara, para o presidente do Supremo, para o Executivo. E encerro nesse meio minuto. Já fui avisado pelo pastor Silas Malafaia. Diga comigo sobre Israel. Nenhum ditador no mundo, eles atacam Israel. Eles atacam, querem a destruição de Israel. Senhores governadores, nenhum deles teve a ousadia de tocar no genocídio. De tocar no genocídio de 6 milhões de judeus mortos. Mas aquele que hoje está na presidência da República do Poder teve a pachorra de tocar na memória dos inocentes, das crianças que morreram em campos de concentração, em mulheres, homens, 6 milhões de vítimas da ditadura de Hitler. Nós amamos Israel, nós amamos Israel. Presidente, eu quero que vocês gritem comigo e eu encerrei. Diga comigo, Brasil, nós te amamos. Bolsonaro, Deus te escolheu. Não existe homem, não existe papel, não existe força humana que possa contra o eterno. O eterno está sobre ti. O guarda de Israel não dorme e guarda você e a sua família. Que Deus abençoe o Brasil acima de tudo e Deus acima de todos.
Obrigado, 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 Brasil! E agora, representando...
If you can... It was hard for you? Yes. I was there. It's harder for me. Bolsonaro language, you remember? So we can describe such discourse, such speech, with some words: sacrifice, persecution, martyrdom, and resistance. There are the key subjects pointed by Senator Magnus Malta in his speech at an event that happened in February, na Avenida Paulista. Before going over the content speech itself, it's important to analyze Senator's performance. At some points here, Magno Malta showed up on stage a kind of intruder among other VIP present people. It was like he intended to look like someone who did not belong there. However, the only speak after him was the governor Tarcísio de Freitas among religious leaders, and the only religious leader who spoke after him was Silas Malafaia, which lead us to believe that the image of intruder is part of a kind of building a narrative. With a husky voice and apparently drunk, Magno Malta, typical elements of a prophetic speech. An angry, almost subversive speech. At several moments, he seemed to imply he was being pressured, as if someone wanted to stop him. He mentioned names of people who would be asking him to stop, including Malafaia. It was like he was talking non-comfortable things, which should be not mentioned in public. He tried hard to impersonate as a rebel. He intended to make it look like he wasn't comfortable even around his own people, like an underdog. Some issues also should be noted regarding to his uniform. He showed up dressed in the Brazilian national team, soccer team. One hand, he was carrying the microphone like a weapon. But in the other hand, he had an Israeli flag around the hand. The microphone represented a weapon, and the Israeli flag was like a shield. Magno Malta's speech was a speech of a soldier, a member of the God's army, someone who was ready to the war. He ended his speech with reference of Lula's speech about Gaza. He mentioned the genocide, which was linked to the Holocaust, and closed it with a biblical quote which mixed feelings of revenge and warning. He who watches Israel will neither slumber or sleep. In Hebrew, lo yanum velo yishan b'shomer Israel. Since the event of Avenida Paulista, I've seen Magno Malta's speech has drawn little attention. And when it was brought, it seemed like something ridiculous, fanatically religious, almost funny. However, that speech was held in public, in a huge event, in support to Bolsonaro, in a place of great meaning for political memory in Brazil, and was attended by a very important public. According to research by the Quest Research Institute, the public was formed by more Catholics than evangelicals, and less people, fanatic religious, and more people that see themselves as moderate in religious aspect. The public was made not by religious people or fanatic public, but with supporters of Bolsonaro. The protested response to Magno Malta's speech was incredible. Incredible. I was there. And I saw people screaming, crying. The public seemed to pay attention to the senator every word and responded to each one of the calls of the senator's speech. Nothing seemed to compare to the durations of the speech of Magno Malta in this afternoon, except for one other speech, Michele Bolsonaro's speech. Which one? We're going to talk about that in some minutes. In this regard, I would like to focus my presentation on this point. The Brazilian political crisis needs to be understood based on this new perspective. We have a new political grammar, established as a language that's very well understood by a specific sector in the new extreme right wing. This new political code is less noted by groups that are not part of this new ideological political community. Here, I would like to present a counterpoint. I would like to talk about other political codes and another political grammar, the Bolsonaro language. We have a new political grammar where Brazil becomes a country of the new Jewish Christian civilization. In this place, the new Jewish Christian civilization is founded. A new country of the future that stands as a symbol of Christian and Jewish Christian values for the world. In this sense, the past can be replaced by an ideal, harmonious and Christian future, a new picture of the country of the future, with upcoming a strong Christian leadership, Bolsonaro, soldiers of God instead of soldiers of the army, pastors as a model of citizens would take place of the soldiers as model of citizens. We're talking about a kind of a new idea of chosen people. It's important to note, however, that the past, the new past, being brought by this far-right movement is a new proposal of past for Brazil. Not just a national past, but a Jewish Christian one. It would be a kind of imaginary Brazil that's connected to imaginary Israel, a direct descendant of the kingdom of David, a continuity with the Jewish Christian civilization. A new grammar for a new far-right movement. The difficulty in understanding this logic grammar is not something new. Professor Omar Ribeiro has been following the Bolsonarist discourse since 2016 and proposed it based on the work of Victor Kempler that Bolsonaro discourse is a new political code. We were dealing with a different political language, a Bolsonarist language. Expression were taken and used by the extreme right movements and would not be perceived by us that don't speak such language. Some words are important to understand the codes of this language. Mimimi, narrative, truth, communist, escola sem partido, partyless school, freedom, right to defense, and so on. There are some words which would have another meaning, different meanings. We can understand the words. We cannot understand the new meaning. They talk to us and understand what they are talking. We don't understand which intention have the words in the new meaning. Today, I believe that we are really dealing with a different language, deeply influenced by Bolsonaro itself. But, and I think that's the point of this article, not the same. the post-Bolsonaro language is now very connected to what Michel Lovy called the messianic spirit of the language. Michel Lovy was talking about the messianic spirit of the language in the left-wing movements. I'm talking here about the neo-messianic of the language in post-Bolsonaro speech. Magna Malta was made up on this page by the former first Bolsonaro, Magna Malta's speech was made up on this. And Michele Bolsonaro used the same narrative, the same language in her last speech. After Michele Bolsonaro, the last one to talk was Bolsonaro itself. But I have to say that much more important than Bolsonaro's speech was Michele Bolsonaro's speech. Much more messianic, much more clear, much more agenda, much more Bolsonaro than Bolsonaro itself. We're talking about a new language, not the Bolsonaro language, even not the Olavo de Carvalho language I've heard in Hebraica. It's a new post-Bolsonaro language. We're going to watch, and sorry for that, the second discourse and the last discourse of the night.
Para nós mulheres estarmos à frente da política. O assassinato de reputação ele é diário, mas algo muito maior e muito mais forte nos move para que a gente continue lutando pela nossa nação. Sim, por um bom tempo nós fomos negligentes, sim, ao ponto de falarmos que não poderiam misturar política com religião. E o mal tomou, o mal ocupou o espaço. Chegou o momento agora da libertação. Conhecereis a verdade e a verdade vos libertará. Foi um versículo que ele usou em toda a campanha e eu creio que isso foi gerado no mundo espiritual. Porque eu creio num Deus vivo, um Deus todo-poderoso que é capaz de restaurar, de curar a nossa nação. Não desistam, mulheres, homens, jovens, a nossa nação. Lembra de nós, lembra dos nossos louvores, das nossas adorações. Lembra dos altares que foram levantados para adorar o teu nome e dizer que o Senhor é o Senhor do Brasil. Somente o Senhor é o Rei dos Reis. E não há portas do inferno que se prevalecerão na nossa nação. Eu louvo o teu nome e te agradeço, Pai. Peço que os teus olhos estejam sobre as nossas vidas e aqui a tua verdadeira Shalom esteja dentro dos muros de Israel.
Your real shalom will be inside the walls of Israel. We're talking about a new language. We're talking about a new post-Bolsonarist language. Our task, in order to understand not this ideological coherent perspective, but this coherent ideological language of Bolsonarism in order to understand the post-Bolsonarism. And it's very different of the Bolsonaro as we met before that. Thank you very much.
So the third talk will be by Omri Almale of Harvard University and also most recently of Brown University, and hopefully he'll come back to us again one of these days. And the talk is entitled Islam in Brazil, 500 Years of Change and Continuity. Is there a...
Yeah, I have a slide. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'll get to see it here. That's great. I always forget to... Thank you. So thank you, Ronnie, for everything you've done to make this conference so successful. I got the permission from the moderator to say a few things to Jim, so I'm going to take this stage to do that. So next year I'm going to be 40. How on earth you started all this project when you were 40? One day you're gonna have to tell me how all of this started when you were 40. I just can't understand, beyond my scope, and it's so impressive. And I want to relate to what Marina is not here. Marina said yesterday that as students, when we approach established scholars, senior scholars, we choose carefully what we say, right? We sit and articulate the email, every word count, and then we eagerly wait for a response and all. So that's what I've done with Jim, like many others here. And I got the chance to meet Jim approaching the completion of my PhD. We sat in a coffee house in Tel Aviv, and it was very succinct, like Jim is. Okay, I like you. I got your back. Come to Brown, I'll support you. That's my number. Call me anytime. I'm with you. That was it. I came back home so happy. On the bus, I remember I felt, oh my God, one of the most renowned Brazilians in the world has my back. He supports me. That means I'm unique, I'm special, right? I went home, and of course, my wife is always good in bringing me down to earth, and she said, honey, I love you, but you're not special. And you know what? When I look at this crowd today, and I told that to Jim, I think we're all special. We're all unique because we had the privilege of having Jim as a mentor, as a colleague, and most of all, as a friend. And I want to thank you seriously from the bottom of my heart for what you've done for me. I will always cherish our friendship. And in Israel, we say, until you get to 120. So we have 50 years, right? We have 50 years of making of Jim's Dream. So can't wait to see what your next project is all about. So that's it. I'll start. Okay. Oh, no. So 2 years ago, I was asked by Oxford Encyclopedia of Latin American History to write an article on the field of study that has only recently started to get some scholarly attention, and I'm talking about the half-millennia long presence of Islam and Muslims in Brazil. And so I did. I would like to share with you some thoughts and insight from this piece. So when I wrote it, and Jim, of course, helped me here, I had in mind two types of readers. The first was any reader, general readership. So again, basically any reader who desires to be more familiar with this unfolding field of study. And if you ever read it, you'll see that it's not loaded with heavy academic jargon. It's more accessible. And I believe that this article, parts of it, the substantial part of it, gives a very comprehensive description of Islam in Brazil along the centuries. The second readership would be, of course, scholars. And 1/3, even a bit more of 1/3 of this article provides a detailed mapping of the existing literature, resources, and archives, and even other leads for further investigation. And so I believe that scholars who wish to delve into this topic will find this kind of, I call it a manual guide, quite useful. So, as I wish not to exhaust you with heavy literature review and where to find primary resource in and outside of Brazil, we will only focus on a descriptive survey of Islam in Brazil throughout the generations. So today, although 0.09% of the total population, Muslims have been an integral part of the multicultural landscape of modern Brazil. And despite these small numbers, studies have shown that Islam has been present, forgotten, revived, and reclaimed in the chronicles of colonial and contemporary Brazil. Now, thematically and chronologically, it took shape during 4 time periods spanning over five centuries of continuity and change. Now, I know trying to reduce 500 years into 20 minutes would be a pointless effort. I'm aware of that. So I will briefly go over the two first timelines, and we will focus more on present-day Muslim communities in Brazil. So Muslim communities, leaders, popular literature, and even essays with academic signature offer documented narrative of a Muslim presence in the Americas, and particularly in Brazil, in pre-colonial times. The main line of argument here stresses that Muslim rulers of the 14th century West African Mali Empire conducted sea voyages westward across the Atlantic to explore new lands, and Brazil was one of them. This said, most scholars argue for insufficient evidentiary grounds to suppose such voyages as ever taken place. So, and in many ways, unlike pre-Columbian advocates, there is a broader scholarly consensus on the other way that Muslim presence in this so-called New World dates back to the early or late 16th century. And here it is fair to say that people of Moorish Iberia with cultural, linguistic, medical, and maritime knowledge traveled with early Spanish and Portuguese explorers sailing westward, as you see here, this Muslim marine navigator aiding Cabral, getting westward to new lands. For the most part, pre-Columbian and Moorish early contact theories in Brazil is based on random, controversial, and sometimes circumstantial evidence. However, and I think that here, that's where I bring my own contribution here to this section. I think that reliable footnotes should not lessen the importance of the attempts to recover Islamic heritage in the chronicles of Brazil and even elsewhere in the Americas. And indeed, efforts are made to legitimize Islam and Brazil as being as old and as authentic as of Christianity, if not more. Moving on. The Portuguese-Brazilian system of slavery was perhaps the epicenter of the massive transatlantic slave trade that spanned from early colonial times to the gradual abolition of slavery in the 19th century. I think this is no news to the people in this room, but what's interesting that of the 15 to 15 million West and Central Africans that were captured, enslaved, and shipped to the Americas, between 15 to 20% were of Muslim descent. Enslaved African Muslims were distributed throughout the continent, but they were more numerous, visible, organized in Brazil than elsewhere in the Americas. It is only from the 17th century onwards that the emergence of an active, albeit bonded proto-Muslim community is apparent in Brazil. And African Muslims practice Sunni, Sufi, and syncretic forms of Islam, and they did that in Rio de Janeiro, Pernambuco, Minas Gerais, Sao Paulo, Alagoas, but most importantly, it was the state of Bahia as the hub of enslaved Muslims in Brazil. The immense majority of bonded people arriving in Bahia in these periods came to be known as Males. Now, Male is a corruption of the word Imali. Imali is Muslim in Yoruba African language. According to the Brazilian anthropologist Arthur Ramos, these Males were, open quote, tall, robust, strong, and hardworking. They had, like the other Muslim blacks, a small goatee, and with normal and austere life, they did not mix with other slaves, end quote. Now, without getting into too much details here for time constraints, I would just conclude and say that the gradual process of emergence, shaping, resistance, and disappearance of enslaved African Muslims in Brazil, disappearance on quote unquote, of course, came to an end, somehow abruptive end in the late 19th century. However, its legacy and footprints are well embedded and even hidden in modern day Brazilian society and its Brazilian cultures. Let's move on to the main part of the presentation. So it is popularly believed that in his 2 expeditions to the Middle East in 1871 and 1876, Emperor Dom Pedro II laid the foundations to for the later migration or migratory flow of Middle Easterns to Brazil. Not true, apparently, but I think it's a good story to begin a new chapter of Islam in Brazil. What is undisputable here is that the arrival of Arab Muslims to Brazil should be understood, should be captured within the broader context of migration of Middle Easterners, be they Christian, Jews, Muslims, Druze, Armenians, and other, from the vast Levant to Latin America, and in many ways to the Americas altogether, also to North America. In general terms, this period can be divided into 2. The old wave, starting from the last decades of the 19th century, all the way to the mid-20th century, and the new wave stretching from the mid-20th century all the way to actually present day, still going on. So just as African Muslims were numerically small within the general African diaspora, so were Arab Muslims within the general Middle Eastern diaspora, and again, not just in Brazil, but throughout the Americas. Muslim migration within the old wave was predominantly male and did not coincide with later female and family migration, and this partially explained the low numbers and the absence of established community, established organized community. And indeed, if we look at the ratio between Muslim and Christians was well present in the formation, in the consolidation of organized community institutions, and we see that until the 50s, until the 1950s, Christian Arabs and their descendants established more than 180 different types of club, associations, religious institutions, cultural centers, charitable societies, and enjoyed a thriving community press. Muslims throughout Brazil had at their disposal a single newspaper and 1 religious institution. Perhaps some of you know it, the Muslim Beneficent Society of Sao Paulo. It was founded in January 1921, defining Brazil as their second Andalusia. Now, whether Muslim, Christians, or even Jews, Middle Easterns came to be known as Turcos throughout Brazil and elsewhere, as they carried out Ottoman documents, okay, and mostly engaged in petty commerce, and such as this gentleman that you see here, who paddled his way through the vast lands of Brazil, carrying his portable merchandise. The new wave of Arab settling in Brazil is mostly about the continual arrival and integration of Muslims from independent Lebanon and in much lesser extent from Syria, Egypt, Palestine, and other Middle Eastern and North African countries. As with old wave Christians, Greater Sao Paulo remained the collective and the community epicenter for the new wave Muslims. However, unlike Christian Arabs, who mainly settled in the urban conglomerations, Muslims also gravitated towards the peripheries of Brazil, and they did so in most of the cases in order to enjoy or to benefit from emerging trans-border trade. Mostly known in this regard is the Lebanese community straddling the triple frontier between Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, which happened to be the focus of my upcoming book manuscript based on my PhD. So just shortly, I would say that in a matter of few decades, a small group of immigrants, Muslim immigrants from Lebanon, transformed Foz do Iguaçu, the Brazilian side of this tri-border zone, into the second largest Muslim community in Brazil after Sao Paulo, and into the largest in the country in terms of the percentage of city population, I mean per capita, city per capita. But it is more than that. It's not just expanding the boundaries of the Arab diaspora in Brazil to its frontiers, to its far frontiers. It's more than that. It's expanding the boundaries of the entire global Muslim community known as the Ummah. So if we go global, in recent decades, pan-Islamic organizations, both Sunni and Shiite, not only financially aided the construction of mosques, schools, cemeteries in Brazil, but also propagated Islamic dawah. Now, dawah, in general line, is encouraging people to embrace Islam. Now, this includes many and various ways of doing so, many strategies. And one of them is we could see these global entities, again, not just in Brazil, disseminated a variety of sacred texts and guidebooks, translated sacred texts and guidebooks into Portuguese for the use of both Muslim and non-Muslims. We have to remember that in this stage, we're talking about a third and fourth generation of descendants. They could be Muslims, but some of them, if not the majority, don't read or speak Arabic. So these translations of guidebooks and of sacred texts is not meant only for non-Muslims, but also for Muslims. The expansion of the global Muslim community to Brazil was not one-sided, and I show that in my research. Starting the 80s, Brazilian-born Muslims received scholarship for religious education abroad. They traveled to Islamic schools and university in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iraq, and Iran. Not only Brazilian citizens, but also Brazilian meat made its way eastwards. In recent years, I don't know if you know that, but Brazil has become the largest exporter of halal meat to the world. Halal is permissible meat in the Islamic world. Some of the Muslim institutions I've mentioned earlier and others have been issuing certificates for Brazilian industrial slaughterhouses that export meat to Muslim countries worldwide. As you see here, it says halal of Brazil, and in Arabic it says min al Brazil ila al alam, from Brazil to the rest of the globe. But less, and that's something that also show in my research, the less positive aspects of consolidation of community institutions, and we see it mainly in the inter and intra-religious tensions and Middle Eastern geopolitics. Arab Muslims coming from different, well, no, I'll put it this way. In my personal research, in the fieldwork I've done, I've discovered, and again, coming from the Middle East, it was all new to me, that Sunnis and Shiites were praying together in improvised room that they rented together in the commercial hub of Ciudad del Este and the Avenida Brasil in Foz do Iguaçu. And I came to find out, delving into that more during my PhD, that it happens all around Brazil during the 70s and 80s. So indeed, they acted under one roof and even prayed together. But starting the 80s, with the institutionalization of Islam in Brazil, we've begun to see how community institutions were shaped and defined by religious sectarianism. You mostly could have seen that through the Lebanese diaspora, the majority of Middle Easterns in Brazil, and the Shia and with Shiites and Sunnis. So if we go to that, we'll see that the insurmountable theological rift between Shiites and Sunnis was a definitive factor in the ultimate split among many organized communities in Brazil into two separative, distinctive, and representative institutions. Now, having said all this, I must say that with much respect to community institutions, the institutionalization of Islam in Brazil was and still is a matter of little significance for most Brazilian Muslims and their descendants. And this, by the way, also applies to other ethnicities, including Jews. And what I see is like the fascinating construct between a community an organized community institutions and representatives, as opposed to diaspora. And indeed, we see that most members of diaspora groups today tend to give less and less weight to institutional affiliation while immersing themselves in active and full participation in general society in which they live. Recent decades have witnessed the rise of other fascinating configurations of Islam in Brazil. So if Sao Paulo has been historically perceived as the capital of Arab Muslim diaspora, Rio de Janeiro has become the Mecca of Brazilian-born converts. The conversion to Islam in Brazil is relatively a recent phenomenon, and adhesion to Islam in Brazil and in many other non-Muslim societies derives primarily from intermarriage, spiritual self-realization, exotic thrill, and theological and intellectual quest. Likewise, some converts, and this is interesting, emphasize their choice of Islam with anti-imperialist sentiments, something in type of global South, South-South dialogue, North-South dialogue, but all that with Islam as a banner. But that's something for a different talk, I think. But anyway, modern technologies and internet facilitate and simplify this conversion process. Cyber Islam, for example, is a worldwide and multilingual online platform of Muslim websites and social media that called for dawah. And we know what is dawah by now. And in this online platform, you could easily convert to Islam, and you do it through WhatsApp or Zoom. I mean, easy as that. In recent decades, though, this growing number of non-Arab Brazilians convert has posed some substantial challenges to the traditional Arab hegemony of Islam. Since the 80s, the formation of Arab identities in Brazil has slowly shifted from ethnic or national identification to more religious ones, basically fusing Arab or Arabness with Islam. And this supposedly brings you or leads you to greater religious insightfulness. The cultural Arab characteristics such as language, Middle Eastern genealogy, and even, and this is interesting, even eating habits have become essential conditions for fully belonging to many Muslim communities in Brazil. While Arab practitioners culturalize Islam, converts aspire to break this linkage and to defy Arab primacy. Until they do so, Portuguese remains the language that is being widely used during the daily and weekly rituals and prayers, where permitted, of course, as prayer must be held in Arabic, in Fusha, in literary Arabic. But a mosque that welcomes converts would probably hold traditional Jum'ah khutbah, the Friday sermon, in Portuguese with a simultaneous translation to Portuguese, while the Dhuhr, the congregational prayer, the noon prayer that precedes the Friday sermon, will be conducted in Arabic, as I said. And this brings us to the end. So to conclude and breaking down again this historiography into periods, I would say that whether Muslims did or did not make a pre or early colonial contact with Brazil should not be the focus here. Instead, and much to as other ethnicities in Brazil, Muslims also turned to history to both justify their Brazilianness and to push the historical and contemporary boundaries of the Islamic global Ummah across the Atlantic. Far from historical assertion, West African Islam was not only imported from Africa with its human carriers, but also practiced, instructed, mobilized, and adopted by others under the watchful eye of slaveholders. While African Islam remains in the realm of nostalgia and heritage, Arabs represent the most visible followers of Islam in Brazil as they ethnicize Islam. Rejecting Islam's Arab heritage, Brazilian converts to Islam choose to transcend cultural differences and to embrace a more cosmopolitan sense of belonging to the global Muslim communities. the very bottom line here is that greater scholarly attention is needed, not only to enrich the developing of this unfolding study of Islam in Brazil, but also, and here I go back to the start, to better disseminate the premise that Islam is not new to Brazil, as previously thought and as many people think today. Thank you.
The final talk in the session is by Roe Ben Sira of the Jerusalem Academy of Music and Dance. It's entitled The Case of Brazilian Choro in Europe, To Be a Brazilian or Not to Be.
Do you have slides? Do you have slides you want to show?
Yes, I do.
So if you can open it, and then go back. Should have your own little folder.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I already made my thanks at the concert on Sunday, but I just say that I'll just say that I feel very lucky to be here. It has been very emotional. James Green impacted my life and my career, especially my academic career, and he's been a friend. And it was overwhelming to see how many other students, other people, people's life you affected and promoted, and I thought I was special. Anyway, I'm very thankful that that's also very Jim, that he kind of allowed me to be here with my both hats, the hat of the musician and now the hat of the scholar. So yeah, I'm going to speak about music. I'm sorry, I feel like everybody has these talks that are presentations that are very socially engaged, and I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about people who likes to play Brazilian shore. So I'll start. So in his book, The Music of the Other, Laurent Bell describes how musicians who try to master a music which is not their own have to deal with the myth that one must be born into a culture to master its music. As an advocate of the concept of bimusicality and learning from the inside, Aubert recommends foreign musicians to pay prolonged or at least frequent visits to the music's country of origin. As he puts it, frequenting the same places as qualified traditional masters will contribute to the development of a favorable mimetic process for the assimilation of aesthetic nuances and socio- or ethno-psychological implications of the musical expression in question. I want to invite you to join me in a famous Roda de Choro at the BP bar in Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro, where the crucial mimetic process mentioned by Aubert comes to life. From time to time, around midnight, during the regular Monday and Tuesday Choro nights at BP, the locally famous Kazula shows up. Kazula, a revered 7-string guitar player who played with all the Choro greats back in the days, including Pixinguinha, by the way, is immediately offered the best seat in this small joint, and all eyes turn towards him. He scolds other musicians when they make mistakes, but he also teaches everyone how to play the music right. When he wants to teach, he raises the neck of his guitar to the center of the table, plays louder and with exaggerated expressions, directing the attention of the other guitar players to his left hand so they can follow the chord progressions, which are usually a bit more complicated and accurate than the ones they are playing. This illustrative way of playing used by Kazula exemplifies the essence of the indispensable informal learning inside the Roda. The Roda is the circle of musicians.
Looking at the hands of the experienced musicians while imitating what they do has proven to be an effective way of learning across many generations of Shoro musicians in Brazil. It is oral visual musical transmission, if you want, in action. For an eager to learn gringo, participating in an encounter such as the one described here is a priceless learning opportunity, a potential door to the most desired assimilation process. This presentation outlines emerging exceptions to this classic ethnomusicological approach. New strategies that are used nowadays by musicians in Europe who try to learn Brazilian Shoro music. It is based on a fieldwork carried out in Brazil and in 13 European cities between 2014 and 2018, fieldwork that included participating in dozens of Shoro gatherings and interviewing 65 professional and amateur musicians. Being a pianist who has been playing and composing Shoro for many years, I conducted this ethnographic research from the vantage point of a participant observer. I will focus today on two of my European interviewees, two brilliant musicians who both play the 7-string guitar, yet exemplify radically different approaches to how to learn this music. This is the map I did. I had a Eurorail pass, and I just went through Facebook. I found where all the Rodas de Shoro are happening, and I kind of planned it by dates. It came out kind of crazy, but it was an amazing experience, of course. So the 7-string guitar. For those unfamiliar with the genre, Shoro is a quintessential Brazilian instrumental music. It is more than 100 years old, rooted in European 19th century dance music. Shoro maintained throughout its Brazilian history the European musical forms, tonality, structural symmetry, and harmonic design. All these attributes are familiar and attractive to Europeans. They sound familiar to them, and thus facilitate their path to Shoro. Europeans are also attracted to Shoro's other side, embodied in its infectious Afro-Brazilian rhythms, with their distinctive contrametricity against the beat, which is present in all aspects of this music, and usually harder for Europeans to assimilate. The Roda de Shoro is the circle of Shoro, the traditional Brazilian way of playing this music. It offers a space for social and musical expression in a structured, democratic, and festive setting. The musicians, they sit like in a convivial family-like circle with food and drinks in an atmosphere of sharing and with fluid boundaries between players and audience. If you get an opportunity to attend the Roda, I really recommend it. I did open here just to have a touch. This is a 7-string guitar. It's a very special instrument that plays the baixarias. It's like the bass line. So this is a unique YouTube video where you can see the hands of the sechi players. Professional fade out. And let's go. Oh, no. What did I do?
PowerPoint, the bottom.
PowerPoint. Sorry, I'm a Mac person. I open all kinds of things. PowerPoint. Here we are, and the play is here. Yeah, thank you. This is Olivier. Olivier from Toulouse is the first of the two Sechi players, 7-string guitar players I'm going to speak about. So Olivier Lobre from Toulouse is a remarkable individual who have created vibrant European choral communities around him out of thin air. He fell in love with his music in 2006, and since then he has managed to establish a not-for-profit organization for dissemination of Shoro in Toulouse, organize weekly Shoro workshops and monthly Rodas de Shoro in the city, produce international Shoro festivals, and lead unique workshops in Brazil, especially designed for teaching European Shoro musicians. Olivier speaks fluent Portuguese and is deeply immersed in Brazilian culture and politics to the extent of occasionally expressing his views on these foreign matters on Facebook. Needless to say, he travels to Brazil whenever he can. He is a perfect example of the approach recommended by Aubert, and one might say that he has taken it even one step further. Olivier sees in Shoro not only a music, but also a way of life, offering values and lessons that can help one become a more respectful and social human being. He believes that the Roda de Shoro can teach us to listen to one another and to be respectful without stepping on each other's toes. In his view, the Roda can serve as a space for healing. He considers the Brazilians experts in listening to and getting along with each other, and believes Europeans can learn these sensitivities from them. Let me share some of the things he told me in the interview. I come back to the social thing. Didn't you hear the other musician playing? You can't just play because you always play in that spot. You have to react to what is happening. It is by respect that you have to do that. Those are things that touch us much more than the music. For me, it is a mirror of society, of getting along with people. The Roda de Shoro turned out to be as important to my European interviewees as the music itself. The Roda is the circle of musicians again. The Roda's tacit codes of behavior both construct and express its ethics of conviviality, solidarity, and democracy. Just to give you a taste of what I'm talking about, in a Roda de Shoro it is expected of the more experienced players to help and encourage the beginners and the shy. Respect, good spirits, and camaraderie are considered more important than musical excellence. This ethos elevates Shoro beyond the mere shared musical expression. Adopting this ritual from somewhere else, it appears that Shoro enables Europeans to get out of themselves and become closer to who they want to be. Shoro is clearly not a part of their musical heritage, yet they protect and promote it with a revivalist passion, as if it is their own. In a way, they Brazilianize themselves. Olivier is not alone. Many European Shoro aficionados are in search of this intangible essence of Brasilidade as a key to learning Shoro and as a way of being. Just saying something, I wonder if like a lot of the scholars here that are not Brazilian but are very deeply into Brazilian studies feel some of this, it rings a bell for them, right? Maybe I ask you the question at the end. So now I would like to present a striking exception to this way of learning Shoro. The first time I met Hartmut Preyer, another key figure in the European Shoro scene, was in the summer of 2013 in Berlin. We played the lively Shoro Shegei. I arrived by Pishinginya, and I remember thinking how good of a Shoro musician this European guy is. When I interviewed Hartmut, I was surprised to learn that he had never been to Brazil. Moreover, he was not in the least interested in going. When I asked why, he replied, I want to do it my way. I don't need the inspiration of the country. I don't have to be in America to know what jazz is. Hearing the music, hearing the records, the album is enough. Records that I like are made in the United States, but it doesn't matter if I listen to them here or there. I do it well on my own. Hartmut had never learned Portuguese and never immersed himself in Brazilian culture. Judging by his words, it seems that he had not done his homework on how one should learn the traditional music of the other. His approach could have been dismissed if it was not for his high level of proficiency. He is one of the best 7-string guitar players in Europe. His approach poses a real problem. How can one obtain such a high level of bimusicality without ever leaving home? Could it be that we have been over-romanticizing the identity blur needed for the task? To understand Hartmut's unorthodoxly gained yet undeniable achievement, we must take a closer look at the Europeans' learning process. The way musicians learn has changed dramatically in recent years with the rise of the internet. And to a greater extent with the appearance of social media, mainly YouTube. YouTube gave musicians access to audiovisual information with unprecedented ease. 20 years ago, finding a video of choro masters from Brazil playing an informal roda de choro in Rio de Janeiro was almost impossible. Nowadays, with YouTube, there are plenty of those, together with an endless supply of choro albums, live recordings, instructional videos of how to play, and play-alongs. For Europeans who have neither rodas de choro nor live choro concert to go to, these recent changes are nothing short of a revolution. When asked how they learn choro, most of my interviewees emphasized the importance of YouTube in their learning routines. Hartmut was no different. It seems that the oral visual musical transmission described earlier with Kazula can be obtained nowadays online with YouTube or with other platforms. It might partly explain Hartmut's musical and technical abilities. But Hartmut is also very knowledgeable about the codes of behavior inside the roda de choro. This tacit knowledge is usually internalized through participation in many rodas de choro in Brazil. There are a lot of codes. It's like jazz has its own codes, so choro has a very different set of codes that you need to know. Yet Hartmut is familiar with most of it. YouTube is not sufficient for the acquisition of this type of knowledge. How could Hartmut obtain it without ever being to Brazil? The interviews revealed that when choro started to pick up in Berlin, there was a Brazilian 7-string guitar player living in the city for 2 years. And his contribution to the knowledge of the local musicians was substantial. Through him, as an ambassador of choro, the genre's tacit knowledge was transmitted to the local musicians. Hartmut played with and learned from Brazilian choro musicians, only it did not happen in Brazil, but in Berlin. He puts it plainly, I don't need to go to Brazil. Everybody is coming to Berlin. Social media not only facilitated the access to priceless learning materials, but also the communication between the choro musicians all over the world. There are not so many of them. European and Brazilian, it's because the music is very hard. It's important to understand that. It is European and Brazilian choro musicians easily find each other on Facebook. It is not rare that a European musician is approached by a Brazilian who looks for playing opportunities when abroad. It is a win-win situation in which both sides profit, the local outsiders and the foreign insiders. What's interesting here is that the problem of cultural appropriation, which often accompanies attempts of professionalization in someone else's music, becomes more complex. Hartmut's statements might have sounded at first as lacking respect for the culture from which choro sprang, but the circumstances in which he gained his knowledge could also be looked at as much more equal than traveling to Brazil. He's learning from Brazilian musicians who choose to play their music with Germans. They actively seek him, the outsider, out and want him to be a capable choro musician's companion and a comfort in a foreign land. Choro musicians are rare everywhere. Setting aside for a moment the resolving of the ethical implications, it seems reasonable to say that Hartmut challenges Auber's assumptions. While Auber's description remains true and important, there are striking and effective alternatives that help us think about learning the music of the other in new ways. It is also important to note that while Olivier and Hartmut approaches are very different, they are both made possible by the technological novelties of the 21st century. Before I concluded the writing for this presentation, I contacted Hartmut and Olivier to ask for their consent and to give them a general view of what I'm going to talk about. I want to share with you some of the things they told me. Hartmut, the YouTuber, told me that his current passion is Portuguese fado. He has a fado band where he plays the guitarra portuguesa, which is a bit similar to bandolin. When I reminded him of what he said in 2016, he laughed and told me that while traveling to Brazil to learn choro is indeed unnecessary, to learn guitarra portuguesa properly, one has to be in Portugal. I'm still not sure what to make of it. As for Olivier, during the epidemic, he spent even more time than usual in Brazil and started a photography project. He has been taking professional photos of choro musicians all over Brazil, photos that are available for their professional use for free. He told me that he is happy to give these Brazilian musicians something back. Thank you.
So we'll follow the example of the other panels in taking several questions first before answering them in a group. And I would request that for the first batch of questions, there could be, since the topics are disparate, heterogeneous, we could have at least one question for each panelist in the first batch of questions. Would anybody?
Hi. So my question is for Michael. Well, first let me say that although not as famous as Carlo Minki and others, I'm also a graduate of Eliezer and Kingdom, and that's where my question is coming from. And I say this because I spent like more than 10 years of my life in both of these institutions, and Eliezer was definitely very transformative and formative in my political and view of the world, but Kingdom wasn't at all. It became I'm going to say totally, nothing is apolitical, but it became totally apolitical. Like activities and discussions were never centered around issues of politics or of citizenship or of anything like that. And on the other hand, I think, well, so the question starts with how do you understand this change and if you see causes for it? And then the follow-up question is, why is it that in your studies and your research, or at least in your presentation, there didn't seem to be a space for youth movements in the Jewish community? Because at least in more contemporary times, over the past 10, 15 years, the Jewish youth movements in the community definitely occupy this role that perhaps Kinderland used to occupy.
You mean Zionist movements?
Yeah, yeah, all the Jewish youth movements in Rio at least are Zionist movements. So yeah.
Sorry. Well, I really want to thank all these presentations. They were really interesting, and I got to learn so many things. And I want to thank especially Michael.
Michel.
Kerman. No.
Michel.
Yeah.
Michel.
Sorry. For showing some painful things, which I was trying to point out to some of that yesterday in my speech. I don't know if I managed, and you illustrated and you presented some of those videos that are so important for us to keep track of those things as they're happening. And I was a bit looking into the work of a professor of international studies. I think she's at York University in Canada, Professor Sabine Dreher, and she's talking a little bit on kind of like the new political language that you're talking about. Like she's focusing a bit on a fundamentalist neoliberalism, kind of discussing a bit of a resurgence of power, trying to gain power through religious frames. The reactionary right-wing form of religious reassurance and kind of like a neoliberal globalization, and kind of ways to dismantle an overbearing state. And I think some of the discussions that we've been having here as well is like women emancipation, LGBT rights, so many things that are advancing to one side of the pendulum and bringing to the other this rise of new forms of combating the maintenance of the status quo, right? So I think as a whole, for my question, sort of I don't know a lot about the religious studies in Brazil, but the more I spend time there, I have a sense of, without romanticizing it, but like a space where a lot of the syncretism has been possible, like looking into neighborhoods in São Paulo, like Bom Retiro, or places in Salvador, like the religions of African roots, and then the Muslims, and then, the Jewish community, the Muslim community, and a lot of possibilities for syncretism that has kind of worked historically. So I wonder if it's like a strategic place to kind of stir up some sort of crisis and hate. Well, of course, I think like the African-rooted religion has been suffering that for a long time, but I don't want to dismiss that. But I wonder if it could be like a space that is strategic to seek establishing this new form of power, which again, I'm sorry if this is coming from an ignorant point of view, but like I don't think it has happened much in Brazil precisely, right? And so far has been pretty chill overall. So I wonder if this could be having this approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions, if I may. The first being about choro. There was something almost, I think, sweet and romantic about the fact that these are people coming to Brasilidade from a place that seems almost outside of time. And I was just curious, in this era of polarization, of, one of the things that one hears about Brazil outside of Brazil in recent years is, inherently political. I mean, Bolsonaro, the Amazon, these kind of catastrophic stories. And I was hoping you might address sort of a little bit specifically whether that is observable in these rodas de choro outside of Brazil. Are people coming to Brazil through these things and accessing sort of political debates, or is that seen as not something that we talk about? In these, we don't want to contaminate the artistic integrity, which is very beautiful. And then for Michel, I wonder, very bluntly, can Michel Bolsonaro become president? Ou seja, is there a ceiling for what this kind of rhetoric is capable of without the other things that Bolsonaro brings to the table? How do you see the potential? Is this going to continue to grow and reach more and more people? Or is it a limited rhetoric that is powerful, but is it inherently limited, or do you see the potential for even more growth? Both are alarming, but how do you see it? Thank you.
Okay, I'll start. Thanks.
One more question, I think.
Yeah, I have a question for both Michael and Michel. My question for Michael is, I'm wondering if you could talk about the instructors of the schools a little bit, if you're seeing that the schools or camps were also a place for political involvement of the counselors, of the youth instructors, what their experience was like alongside the students. And my question for Michel really involves the kind of mediation of the social media. We saw the phone in the background of every one of those scenes. So I'm wondering what the relationship is between the live audience and then the people that might be rewatching it or just seeing it in an internet space.
One last question. I also have a question for Omri Almala about Islam in contemporary Brazil. Is there any heterodox Muslim movement in Brazil analogous to the Nation of Islam in North America, a kind of nationally reinterpreted or rearticulated Islam in opposition to the Ummah? Yeah, we could just go right to left.
Thanks, Hani. That's a really interesting question. In my research, I discovered it wasn't so much the school, the Eliezer and Kinderland, like the content of what they were teaching that made a difference. It was more forming this social network with many parents who came from very progressive homes and then having that influence, but really also having the influence of the generation, the influence of Colégio de Aplicação or Pedro II, where some other students went. And so also to answer the question about the founders or the instructors, many of the counselors were themselves campers, like Anna Borstein, who I alluded to briefly, went from a counselor to a camper. The founder of Eliezer was a communist from Lithuania named Pesach Tabak, who actually founded Eliezer because he got kicked out of the Communist Party. So he wanted to have a school that would be leftist but not affiliated with the Communist Party. I also found that there was this interesting dynamic in Rio where it was really a Zona Sul phenomenon, like the students, people who went to Kinderland and were living in the Zona Norte, where Michel is from, were not as likely to join the armed struggle. Like it was really, I met one person who said, all my friends, we went to different beaches. It was a very different social group. Even though they went to the same camp, it was a different experience. I don't necessarily know much about how these institutions have evolved over the years, but I know that Eliezer continues to produce leftist activists like Esther Dweck, who is Workers' Party minister. So I don't think, first of all, I don't think it was ever the content that was so important. It was really just being in an experimental, progressive space, not learning specific ideals or historical viewpoints. And about the Zionist youth movements, I mean, they were very much at the front of the opposition to Bolsonaro, as Michel's work has shown. At the earlier time period, I think they were much less involved in the left because Israel was the focus. There were some exceptions, and some people moved from Hashomer to the armed struggle. But in doing so, they broke with their background. And there was a really interesting movement that I think is not very well studied, which is called IMI, which was a independent Zionist youth movement that only existed in Latin America, that went from the right to the left and became very active in the struggle for Palestinian equality in Israel as exchange students. Bernardo Sorge is one of these people. But also became involved in the Workers' Party. An example is Jacques Wagner, so that's someone who was Zionist. But it's usually not people that went to Troar or Hashomer who became active in the Brazilian left.
It's very difficult for me not to enter in this discussion because it's very important, this research. I mean, I think it's connected to the new perspective of Jewish studies in Brazil. And Michael brings the question of sociability as Jewish identity. And IMI is if you look for subjects to research, IMI became from Likud Connected Party, even not Likud, Beital Connected Party, to Matzpen. It's a very pro-Palestinian Trotskyist or neo-Trotskyist organization in Israel. So, and the people we don't have research about that, I think. No. So it's open to, honey. Well, thank you for your questions. And Juliana, you don't have idea how important was your question, because this is the issue today. I coordinate in UFRJ a center of named Extremes. That's the Center for Political, Violence, and Religion Studies. And a friend of mine, Christian Vital, my colleague that coordinates together with me, she sees the question of religion as the element to understand the far-right movements. And I don't see that. I think that religion is a kind of weapon for the right-wing movements to use this language in order to reach places that it would not be possible for them if not this language. And I'm going to give the example. this thing I just show you, if you understand the demonstration pro-Bolsonaro as a demonstration, as a religious demonstration, you don't understand what happened there. But it was a kind of, the truck used the language, and I use the structure of the language by Quentin Skinner, that understands the grammar and the construction of the language in order to reach public that you cannot reach without it. But if the truck was religious, the public wasn't. And you have to see, for example, the biggest black religion in Brazil today is the Neo-Pentecost churches. So there are connections that you have to understand before that. It's a weaponization of the religion and not the religion itself. Because of that, I work together with my colleagues that I love them, but I work understanding not the religion as the point, but the politics at the point. And the uses the people make of the religion is important for us that don't know much about religion. We talk about our friends in University of Brazil. The people don't study religion so much. I mean, we have to understand how to understand such elements more and more in order to understand what they want to talk, and not only to understand how they talk, what they talk. I mean, the language is very important. And there, I am a historian. I can preview the past, not the future. But
point of information, you're a sociologist.
Yeah, I am. Because of that, I can answer the question of André. But as sociologist, I have to say that this this element of limit doesn't exist anymore. Okay? I wish I could talk about more the speech of Michele. I don't know if you understood what happened there. Juliana, talk about gender. Bolsonaro was behind, tried to enter. She didn't give him to enter. And she spoke about women many times. She's connected the speech with what we call gender issues. But again, it's not connected to what we call gender issues. It's another kind of gender issues. And what I say here, and again, I'm not in Global News or something like this. Yes, it's possible. It's possible to understand Michele Bolsonaro as one of the 3 or 4 important names of the far right-wing movements in Brazil. Yes, no doubt about that. And you can ask me after 3 years if yes. And I would say that after Tarcísio, it is Michele Bolsonaro. And I would not be surprised if she would be the vice president of Tarcísio. Yes, yes. And the question of gender, just like the question of religion, is very important to be understood in this new political language of post-Bolsonaro idiom. Again, like Quentin Skinner uses it, and much more messianic than it was before. Bolsonaro is much more pragmatic. About social media, I think that's the point. I mean, the connection between the public and what happened inside the truck is the social media. I mean, I was talking to someone here, I don't remember her name, about what? Siria. About the importance of not understanding what's happening there by the point of ideological question. It's much more to be part of a political community. And to be part of the political community is to be part of it, we saw here, but also to be part in the channels of social media. So it's very important to understand that it's like to be part of something that is much bigger than I am. So much more important than to see there what I did. I went to there and to see how the people just behave there is to understand how important it is to be part of it after it. and after it, and when I want to feel like strong, I see Magnum Malta. It's a kind of political identity that's part of the new Bolsonaro language. Thank you for the question.
Andrea, thank you for your question.
In the mic.
In the mic, you cannot hear me? This one? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So you're saying out of time, it's funny because in anthropology when they speak about ceremonies, so one of the discourses is like talking about them as time out of time, like you enter the time of the ceremony, like everything else disappears. And of course, the Hoda Shoro is like an island of sanity. People sit, drink beer, food. Look at each other's eyes and play music. Forget Bolsonaro. Yeah, in Europe not so much, but yeah. But of course, it's not sterile in any way. So first of all, in the Hoda, they talk about everything. And also it's allowed to speak even when you're playing. That you can play and then you're saying something or you stop and teach. I mean, it is the social is before the musical, but of course immediately I started thinking of what you said and three things came to mind. The first one is Olivier that I spoke about. The Brazilianized himself a little bit like me, maybe. Speaking Portuguese. Going a lot to Brazil, making my PhD about, Brazil. A lot of people are always astonished what the Israeli guy from Tel Aviv is doing, playing and researching music from the other side of the world. And so his Facebook posts that I mentioned before are exactly about these subjects, which is, I share a lot of the things that my Brazilian friends put on Facebook, for example. So yeah, we are also kind of ambassadors, being there and being a political activist, social media activist, in a very small scale, but we are kind of an ambassadors of the political issues in Brazil. That's the first thing that came to mind. The second thing was Bipi Bipi, which was the bar in Copacabana that I showed. So Bipi Bipi was run for many years. It just died recently by Alfredinho, which was like it's a unique place. This guy is sitting there. People drink their beer. Nobody pays for it. At the end, they count, the empty cans, and they pay. So, like almost every Hoda, sometime in the middle of the night, he gets up from his chair suddenly. Like most of the time, he's not moving, and then he goes up and gives like a very enthusiastic speech about Pétain and about how everything is like shit now. So that's the second thing that came to mind. So no sterile, not at all. And it always like with like bad language. Sorry, I said the S word. And the third thing that came to my mind is a workshop I participated in a small city next to Sao Paulo, Shoro, and a lot of the people from Rio came, like Mauricio Carrillo, Luciana Rabel, all the big masters of Shoro came, and people came from all over the state of Sao Paulo. Usually they don't have the opportunity to work with these people, so a lot of people came, a lot of young people from 18, like many like in their early 20s, and every night there was a Hoda Shoro, starting like at the end of the workshops, 8 p.m. and ending, 3, 4 in the morning, crazy, like 2 a.m. Usually the professors they finish drinking with each other and they join the students. So, and it's amazing. And in a way, I tumbled into a conversation of 3 participants that did not play, but like in their 50s, talking about these young people and saying that this is amazing, that people are sitting like for 6-7 hours playing, not looking, they don't have their phones on the table. Leave Bolsonaro aside, leave global warming aside. We are all victims of, And this is, in a way, it's resistance. So there is something about the act of itself, of sitting and playing music by heart, looking at each other's eyes,
Or escapism.
talking, drinking, and
It might be escapism as well, right?
No, I don't see it as escapism, because with the minute it's ending and in the morning, they open the newspaper and read them. I mean, it's not, but it is something that our world, we have less, it becomes more and more scarce. This is what I'm saying. It's very unique. I don't know a lot of examples of people that are engaged in such a way, also with each other, with all the values of the Hoda, like helping each other if somebody, is weak, so taking the melody from him. And so yeah, these values are in a way, can be seen as an act of resistance in some way. Thank you.
Oh. I was thinking about your talk. I really liked it.
Thank you.
That was fascinating. Jeremy, I think yes. The answer is yes, and I think if I had a chance to review my talk, I would have added this, because I think that new converts to Islam in Brazil are mostly black, from the black population. I didn't say that, we didn't mention that. And this consolidation of this community, again, which is expressive since 2 decades ago, stands on 2 legs, right? First, the necessary process of de-ethnicizing the Arabness of Islam. It's necessary. It has happened in other places in the world, okay? That's a necessary part, and I think we talk about it. The other part is to elaborate your own, right? A version of a Brazilian Islam and the globality of Islam, which is not necessarily, being global not necessarily mean creating transnational connections with Saudi Arabia, Iran, or Iraq, okay? In this respect, it's quite fascinating, because black Brazilians converting to Islam in Brazil take their inspiration and the consolidation of the community from the US. From what happened in the US in the last, let's say, 70, 80 years. I'm talking about, again, I would not elaborate more on that. I don't think this is the platform to elaborate more on that, but we're talking about also the Nation of Islam. We're talking about Louis Farrakhan. We're talking about Muhammad Ali as a role figure. We're talking about Malcolm X. These figures were imported to Brazil, and it took shape and size in the Brazilian form of Brazilian Islam. I think it was there on one of the slides. An Islam with a Brazilian face. This is the meaning. And again, with the integral and important and necessary process simultaneously of de-ethnicizing Islam. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I haven't included that in
It's fascinating.
in my talk. I think it's really important.
Thanks so much to all of the panelists. Those are wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna take. Ah, vou ficar com isso aqui. Posso? I took it, okay?
I want the plastic. I don't want I'll show it to my kids.
Yeah. Você sabe tem uma pesquisa agora de uma
Amanhã tem um rolê. Amanhã tem uma...
רצון לעוד. הרבה מהנושאים בכנסים. נכון, הם חשובים, הם כבדים, זה לא פחות חשוב, אבל צורת ההגשה גם. כיפי. Yeah, how are you?
stay for the talk?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, yes.
Is Mariana staying already there?
No problem.
Huh?
Is Mariana staying there?
No.
We have a break. We have a break.
Oh, you're up now? Where are we putting all the old water?
Well, ela vai porque ela vai
Drop? Really? Oh, yeah. You gotta take this out.
Is the Adam link up?
Oh, that's yours.
Shadi, how you doing?
Julia, come here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And then wait, I'll just like. Wait, go take this seat.
Michelle, would you run back there and see if Adam is up on the link? Oh, there he is. Amazing. All right. All right, everyone. Right on time, 4:30. We've been managing to run this very tight ship as a very tight ship, so I'm very happy about that. So right now we're onto our last panel of this conference. We made it. And this panel is dedicated to one of Jim's many projects, but one that I think has had such an incredible impact over the past 10 years, and one that is also very dear to my heart as I've been running it for the past 6 years along with Jim. So Opening the Archives is a digital archive project. It's a transparency effort to make available U.S. State Department, Presidential Libraries Department that pertain to U.S. involvement, overall surveillance, any types of documentation we can find about the Brazilian military dictatorship. The project covers documents from 1961 to the first failed attempted coup up until the Constitutional Assembly. It's truly a mammoth of a project that has right now available over 52,000 documents. Those documents would be otherwise, I think, pretty inaccessible to researchers globally, given, the sort of constraints, obstacles, and overall financial conditions necessary to visit the National Archives and the presidential libraries being scattered around the country in the U.S., and the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, being a little bit, geographically inaccessible to Brazilian scholars. So today, we will have what I think is a very exciting panel. We have Adam Waters, who was part of the founding of this program back in 2013, 2014. We have Devin Kamlani and Julia Terra Salomão, both who act as managers of our current project, undergraduates here at Brown, who've been running this so well. I cannot express my gratitude enough. And René Cordeiro, who coordinates the Dominican Republic part of this project as we have expanded through the Caribbean. So since this is an hour-long panel, I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to Adam so he can speak about the experience, and then we'll move on from there.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's a real honor to get to be a part of this panel and conference in Jim's honor. I also appreciate the opportunity to revisit the Opening the Archives project, a really formative experience for me as an undergraduate at Brown from 2011 to 2015. And apologies that I'm unable to be there in person to celebrate with all of you. So thanks to Jim and to Ronnie for setting this up to allow me to zoom in. So I want to start by sharing an anecdote from my time in graduate school. I'm currently in a PhD program at Yale in history. And a few years ago, I ventured up the hill from Yale's main campus to the Divinity School campus to shop a course. And so this was the historian and Brazilianist Erica Helgen. Some of you might know Erica. This was her class on the history of Latin American liberation theology. And as I looked over the course materials, I was pleasantly surprised to find that Professor Helgen had included the Opening the Archives website as a resource for students to use as a way to conduct primary source research on church and state in Brazil. And I remember really distinctly leaning over to a friend and whispering to her, like, I did that. That's the project that I worked on. I helped to make that happen. And so, of course, buoyed by my own sense of pride and ego, I had to take the class, right? I had to be a part of the class where they were pitching opening the archives. And I now actually find myself writing a dissertation about the history of liberation theology in Latin America and the United States. And so, in a real way, this project has set me on a course that far exceeded my time at Brown. I wish I could recall the specific moment when Jim first introduced to me the idea of opening the archives, but I do remember how it felt. I had started college imagining, as I think many undergraduates at Brown do, that I would concentrate in international relations and that I would go on to some career in foreign service or in non-governmental work. But then I took Jim's Modern Latin America class, and it changed everything for me. As I'm sure many others in attendance at this conference can attest to, Jim's passionate teaching made me fall in love with history and with Latin American history in particular. And so I realized that I had to change my concentration to history and that I needed to be a part of any possible project I could be a part of with Jim. Our first collaboration together was a group independent study project to help edit the Modern Latin America textbook, which was fantastic. And shortly thereafter, Jim pitched me and Andre Pagliarini on an ambitious proposal to digitize tens of thousands of US government documents related to Brazil's military dictatorship at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland. What can I say about this proposal? It was big, it was new, it was serious, it was exciting, and I hopped on board right away. I was like, I want in on this. In the lead up to the project launch in the summer of 2013, we spent months hammering out the details of how the digitization effort would work. And so I'll spare you all the nitty gritty details, but I think there's two things from that period that really stand out to me. There's two things that I really remember about my time with the project. The first is that digitization at the scale we envisioned was hard. There were all sorts of questions. And, of course, there were other people and projects in that space at that time. But it did really feel like we were tackling some unknowns, right? Some real questions about how to do digitization at the scale we were imagining. So how do you balance the desire for high quality text searchable scans with the need to work quickly and efficiently in the archives? Where do we save all the images that we create, and how do we back that up, right? What kind of online interface do we need to make the documents easily accessible while also maintaining some semblance of the archival research process, right? The actually being in the archives and looking through the boxes, that process that we as historians have such an intense love-hate relationship with. How big of a team would we need for a summer, for a year, for many years? And would the National Archives even let us in to do the project? These were all things we had to figure out, right? And Jim was the consistent voice of possibility in this process, always believing that the work was important enough that we had to do whatever we could to find an answer to these questions. The second thing I remember, and I think the real defining element of any Jim Green project, was how collaborative opening the archives was from the very beginning. The initial team of Jim, Andre, and I soon expanded to include Seiji Munoz at the State University of Maringá in Brazil, Peter Kornblue at the National Security Archives, archivists at the National Archives, and the wonderful staff at the Brown University Library. And then there was the whole group of students who moved to DC that first summer to do the actual digitizing, Brown undergraduates and graduate students from Brazil. The following year, we were back in the archives with a whole new group of students doing it again. And Jim also hosted a conference at Brown where I had a chance to speak about opening the archives in front of a really distinguished panel, a really distinguished audience, including Paulo Abrao, right? So this was like everybody was invested in this project. And being a part of opening the archives team was one of the most meaningful parts of my undergraduate experience. I can't be more appreciative of Jim for giving me the opportunity. I moved on from opening the archives when I graduated in 2015, and I moved to DC to start work. But I followed the developments closely, heartened that the work we had started continued on and took new forms. It's really remarkable to see that still, after more than 10 years, undergraduate and graduate students recognize the value of this project and jump at the chance to be a part of the expansive network of past, current, and future digitizers. But of course they are. because at the center of it all is Jim and his incomparable commitment to teamwork and mentoring. And so just before I conclude, because I know we don't have a lot of time together, I want to say a few words about what I see as the stakes of opening the archives. When we started this project, nobody could have predicted that the world would be shut down by a global pandemic. But I was one of many PhD students who found after spring 2020 that the plans we had dreamed up to travel around the globe, work in dozens of archives, and write incredible, path-breaking dissertations that would become incredible first books, right? That those plans were no longer possible. And okay, maybe it wasn't just the pandemic that made those things impossible, but the reality was that, all of a sudden my research plans were totally up in the air. In that time, when travel was limited and archives were closed, it was projects like opening the archives that ensured that historical research could go on. I'm glad that we've gotten to a better place where in-person research is possible once again, but the goal of opening the archives to make archives accessible remains as important now as it did even in the midst of the COVID pandemic. But there's something bigger here too, I think. Earlier this year, I had a chance to read the historian Matthew Connelly's very interesting new book, The Declassification Engine: What History Reveals About America's Top Secrets. I think the title suggests something much flashier and actually much less substantive than what the book is actually about, just how the US government is completely and utterly failing in its obligation to its citizens to archive its own history. Connelly is primarily focused on our outdated and needlessly complicated system for classifying and declassifying documents, but his book points to other problems, that with the rise of email and text, there are now millions more documents to be archived every year, that the archival system the National Archives uses is inadequate for this task, and that the right-wing wars on good governance and on truth have converged in conservatives' push to strip the National Archives of necessary funding. The current archivist of the United States, Colleen Shogan, gave a talk at Yale recently that I had a chance to attend where she drove home the same point, right? The staff at the National Archives want to find new and better ways to make US history accessible to citizens and researchers in this country and beyond, but they simply can't if they don't have the budget. The result is that bureaucrats are now looking for ways to save space and money by permanently deleting documents that they deem unnecessary. So it's no longer just a question of where the document's going to go, but are the documents even going to exist in perpetuity? In this context, it's clear why we need projects like opening the archives that take some of the burden off our cash-strapped government bureaucracy. It's perhaps unfortunate that we have to settle for some sort of public-private partnership to digitize state documents. It shouldn't be our job, right? But the reality we live in demands that it is. There is no alternative absent a much larger change in US and global politics. Confronting the massive backlog of historical information hanging in the balance between the archives and literally, in this case, oblivion, right? It is archives or it is oblivion. We as historians must also figure out how to become archivists. The future of the past depends on it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Adam, for that wonderful talk. I'll hand it over to Devin and Julia, who will speak about their experience running the project and working as undergraduates in its current form.
I don't know how to do this.
Is that it? No, it's not. No.
The Google Drive.
What's the name of it?
Melania, and it's K.
Yep, it's because you're in Rose file.
Yeah.
There, is that it? There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to Professor Green for the honor of inviting me to participate in this important event. Witnessing only a fragment of his incredible career and being a part of its concluding chapters here at Brown has been a privilege I will always cherish. My name is Devin Kamlani, and I'm a third-year student here at Brown, double concentrating in history and East Asian studies. Since the summer of 2022, I've had the privilege of serving as one of the student managers for the Opening the Archives project, working under the guidance of Marina Adams and Professor James Green. My role has centered around overseeing the two primary phases of our project, the digitization or scanning of US government documents at various archives, and the indexing, wherein students input metadata to facilitate the accessibility of our materials to researchers. Before delving into my experiences on both the front and back ends of opening the archives, I'd like to stress what a crucial role this project has played during my Brown experience. Beyond instilling in me leadership skills essential for my future career, such as managing a team of colleagues, conflict resolution, communicating effectively, and relationship building, this project has connected me with an extraordinary network of scholars in the growing field of Brazilian studies, many of whom are here today for this conference. It has also opened up a wealth of knowledge that has deepened my understanding of the country that many in my family call home, shaping both my research trajectory and subsequent coursework at Brown. I am truly grateful for the opportunities this project has afforded me, and I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Green and Marina for their guidance, mentorship, and the trust they've placed in me to contribute meaningfully to this important work. Today, I'm excited to share with you the unique experiences that I've gained through my involvement with opening the archives, as well as what I believe distinguishes our initiative within the ever-expanding world of digital humanities. My involvement with opening the archives kicked off in my first semester at Brown, thanks to Professor Green's first-year seminar, Tropical Delights. This course marked my initial foray into Brazil beyond familial ties, focusing on understanding Brazil through the lens of foreign observers. In lecture and classroom discussions, we delved into the vibrant yet complex legacy of Carmen Miranda, the quote-unquote Brazilian bombshell, who dazzled and puzzled audiences in equal measure. We read about Austrian writer Stefan Zweig's optimistic portrayal of Brazil as the country of the future in the mid-20th century, and fiercely debated the notion of Brazil as a racial paradise, a concept deeply embedded in the nation's collective ontology and most famously articulated by Gilberto Freire in Casagrande Senzala. Particularly relevant to today's discussion was our class's examination of the US government's perspective on Brazil during the Cold War. Documents from the Opening the Archives project provided tangible evidence of the Red Scare's dangerous influence on US foreign policy, including Washington's tacit support for the military coup against Brazil's democratically elected president, João Goulart, in 1964. Professor Green's captivating lectures left me utterly fascinated, and I found myself relentlessly pursuing opportunities to work with him in office hours. Eventually, as our rapport strengthened, he asked me to co-manage a team of undergraduate students at the National Archives and Record Administration in Washington, D.C., and naturally, I accepted enthusiastically. In the summer of 2022, I spent approximately 6 weeks in Washington, D.C. with my co-manager, João Pedro, and a team of 11 undergraduate students from both Brown University and City University of New York. Our objective was ambitious: to digitize 15,000 documents from the National Archives and Record Administration and the Smithsonian Institution archives. Far exceeding our expectations, we managed to digitize an additional 8,000 documents, bringing our total to 23,000. These primarily consisted of embassy records from Brasilia, along with consular documents from Porto Alegre and Belém, though our scope eventually broadened to encompass records from other important Brazilian cities, such as Rio de Janeiro, Salvador da Bahia, Recife, and São Paulo. Remarkably, the majority of our team, myself included, ventured into this project with no experience in archival research or digital humanities, setting the stage for a learning curve steeped in both discovery and challenge. A particularly memorable and, in retrospect, comical incident occurred when a team member inadvertently left a document in one of our scanners as we departed from the reading room, nearly resulting in an accusation of archival theft. Fortunately, we swiftly clarified this misunderstanding, and this incident, while dramatic, was just one of many experiences that marked our journey in the archive, a world governed by a stringent protocol that at first was both daunting and confusing. As the days passed, however, our team became adept at navigating archival procedures, and gradually, it seemed the vigilant archive staff found less need to hover over our tables with a watchful eye. By summer's end, each team member had not only developed a newfound proficiency in handling archival materials, but had also gained confidence in working in unfamiliar and occasionally intimidating situations. As we deciphered historical documents together, celebrated our successes, and navigated the occasional mishaps, my colleagues and I began to forge meaningful connections with one another. My co-manager, João, and I planned many outings for the team that both aligned with the project's values and made use of the many offerings of our nation's capital. We observed Juneteenth at the African American History Museum, participated in the March for Our Rights protests, and relaxed during picnics at Memorial Gardens. To this day, we continue to host reunions at Brown, where we reminisce over our summer in DC with laughter and nostalgia. We recount tales of our initial awkwardness in the archives, the thrill of discovering documents that seemed lost to time, and the simple joys of exploring DC together. During the academic year, our project transitions into its second stage, indexing. Working in a collaborative environment, students read, analyze, and index documents scanned over the summer, utilizing metadata to enhance accessibility for researchers across the globe. Metadata, in short, encompasses essential information about each document, such as its place of origin, key contributors, creation date, and pertinent keywords, acting as a bridge between the document and potential researchers. As such, we urge our indexers to put themselves in the shoes of the researcher, considering what terms and criteria might be used to search for these materials on our database. By engaging in this process, students not only contribute to the project's infrastructure, but also develop a deeper understanding of academic research methodologies. Once a batch of documents is fully indexed by one of our 16 specially trained students, it progresses to the quality control stage, which is overseen by Julia. This ensures that the indexing not only meets our project standards of archival integrity, but also aligns with the informational needs of researchers. Beyond providing students with a convenient, paid, on-campus job that offers the flexibility of being asynchronous and remote, working with the Opening the Archives presents a valuable opportunity for those interested in historical research, digital humanities, and Brazilian studies at large. Recently, Julia and I also began refurbishing the Opening the Archives website, aiming to enhance its overall aesthetics and integrate new features that resonate with the project's mission and values. Although it's still a work in progress, we are excited about the introduction of a featured works tab, which will highlight scholarly publications that have utilized our database. I also would like to point out that at the heart of our redesign is a profound commitment to accessibility. We are dedicated to ensuring that every visitor can smoothly navigate our site, a testament to our project's pledge to make information freely available. This effort mirrors Professor Green's foundational vision for Opening the Archives, to democratize access to documents for researchers who might not otherwise have the opportunity to engage with these materials firsthand. To further this goal, we have enhanced the website's bilingual functionality by improving Portuguese translations and translating all finding aids into Portuguese. Additionally, we've developed a comprehensive how-to guide filled with practical tips for navigating the Brown Digital Repository. This guide is designed to empower researchers with the knowledge and tools needed to extract the maximum value from our database. Julia and I also recognize the importance of showcasing the active involvement of students in driving forward the project, a cornerstone of Professor Green's vision. As such, we created a student involvement tab that celebrates the efforts and achievements of both undergraduate and graduate students in bringing this project to life. Before I yield the floor to the next speaker, I'd like to pause and reflect how Opening the Archives has enriched my own understanding and my own research vis-a-vis the Brazilian military dictatorship. In the past year, under the guidance of Professor Green, I've been working on my honors thesis in the history department here at Brown. My research focuses on the Communist Party of Brazil, better known as the PCdoB, or Partido Comunista do Brasil, during the dictatorship era, analyzing the cultural and political dynamics that motivated PCdoB militants to adopt Maoism as a revolutionary framework in their struggle against military rule. Although U.S. government documents present their own set of challenges as sources, requiring what historians often term an against-the-grain reading to excavate historical truths, they have proven indispensable in providing my analysis with critical insights that would otherwise remain elusive. When studying opposition groups like the PCdoB, who deliberately sought to leave minimal traces in fear of government repression, the details provided within U.S. government documents prove invaluable. Included in the slides are excerpts from a document that details a 1960 visit by members of the Brazilian Communist Party to China, which was the precursor to the PCdoB. While conducting my primary source research, this singular document opened a window into the experiences of Brazilian communists in China, including the classes they attended, their eagerly anticipated meetings with Chairman Mao, and a host of revelations about their interactions and learnings. It serves as a testament to the far-reaching impact of the U.S. espionage network, which, despite its intended purpose, has now provided researchers like myself with a treasure trove of historical data that otherwise would have remained hidden. While I have always held the Opening the Archives project in high esteem, applying it to my own research has transformed that respect into profound gratitude. This project has truly revolutionized our source base for comprehending the Brazilian military dictatorship and Cold War Latin America as a whole, and I'm eager to see how it continues to inspire scholars worldwide in the coming years. Thank you so much.
It should be on, yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi, everyone. As Devin said, my name is Julia Terra Salmão. I'm the Quality Control Manager on Opening the Archives. I'm currently a senior at Brown. I'm studying Portuguese and Brazilian Studies and Education Studies. I'm going to be echoing some of what Devin already covered in his talk, but I want to just talk a little bit more about my own personal experiences with opening the archives, how I got involved with this project, and really what it's meant to me in my years here at Brown. So to begin, while this is not technically opening the archives, I first got involved with Jim Green and his whole world of research in my first semester at Brown. It was COVID, I was home, and I was trying to find what classes I would take. For context, both my parents are from Portugal, and so I knew a little bit about the Portuguese dictatorship, but when I saw Jim's class about the Brazilian dictatorship, I realized I knew nothing about it, and that was something that I thought I needed to fix. And so I joined the Zoom, and I see that I'm one of 2 undergrads. The rest of the class is all graduate students, and I remember Jim telling me, like don't be intimidated by that, stay, you can do this. And having that confidence from him right off the bat really set me on a good path for the rest of my undergraduate career. I never for a second doubted that I could do it, and part of that is because of Jim and the trust he put in me in that class. And as I took that class, I just learned so much about this period in history that I didn't know anything about. And towards the end of the class, Jim asked me if I wanted to continue working with him on different projects related to the dictatorship, and of course I said yes. I later got involved with specifically opening the archives during that visit to DC over the summer. I was one of the student indexers and student digitizers. And this was this was an incredible experience. First of all, this was the first time I'd ever been in an archival space. And an archival space like NARA is a very intense one. As Devin kind of touched on, there's a lot of protocols, there's a lot of rules, and just kind of learning how to navigate that when at first they kind of look at this group of young adults and think, what are you guys doing here? And learning how to navigate that and kind of gain their trust was one that was really useful for my later experiences in archival spaces. And it was also just incredible to actually hold these physical documents in my hand. This history obviously is not that long ago. It's within our lifetimes, but it becomes so much more real when you actually have the document in front of you and seeing kind of the fascinating aspects of it, but also the mundane aspects of it. These are all governmental documents. Some of them, it's just like a telegram saying I didn't receive your telegram before, and seeing all the connections and the networks that are involved in the U.S. involvement in the Brazilian dictatorship. And with that experience, it's also taught me a lot about just digital humanities in general. Thinking of, and I think Adam touched on this a little bit, but just thinking about all the labor that goes into preserving these documents. Every day we would, be physically scanning all these documents. We'd have to scan hundreds of documents every single day. And now that I'm working on the indexing side and the quality control side, even seeing before when I would go to a database, I didn't think about how do these documents get here. Now I know exactly how those documents get there, how the information gets put in the metadata. And another thing that's really important about that is realizing the humans behind it means that these archival spaces are not neutral or in a vacuum at all. And just keeping that in mind when we're navigating these spaces, when we're thinking about how to make these spaces accessible. For example, I'm quality control manager. Part of that is thinking about, what information is important for researchers. How do we standardize the metadata across years because this project has been going on for so long? And that's something I think about all the time is we have so many students working on these documents, and at the end of the day, it's up to me to decide, is this metadata good or not? And I'm just one human. And of course, we have all these checks for that exact reason, right? We have multiple people looking over this metadata to try to eliminate some of that bias, but ultimately, the human touch is always going to be there. And I think that's something that's really incredible to remember and something that I've definitely learned and brought with me in my other research experiences. And I think for me personally, and I think for the other student indexers that are working on this project, Devin mentioned this, but it really does help you think like a researcher, actually putting in the metadata, actually seeing these documents. Before, when I would use any sort of archival space or a database, I didn't really know how to search well, but now that I've had to physically put in that metadata myself, it helps a lot thinking about what might have been put in. And the last thing I want to touch on is, again, something that we've talked about a few times already, but just about our focus on accessibility of this archive. Like, it is absolutely I think the best aspect of this project, the most important aspect of this project is the goal of making these documents more accessible. Obviously, we've talked about kind of like on a larger scale, on a geopolitical scale, making these documents accessible is a really important step in preserving these memories and acknowledging the involvement that the US government did have in the Brazilian dictatorship. But I think also from an individual level, for example, for me as a student, having this project guiding me into these archival spaces, that was huge. The first day I went into NARA, I was so intimidated, I was so scared I was gonna do the wrong thing, and like having this project allow me to learn how to navigate these spaces was incredible. But even, let's say, someone who doesn't have physical access to this space, creating an online space where they can do that same sort of work without having to navigate NARA or figure out how am I going to pay to get myself there? How am I going to physically get there? I think that's really, really important too. I'm not going to get into it because that's a whole larger discussion, but in my time at Brown, I've thought a lot about these questions of like the ethics of archives and accessibility of archives. If anyone has more questions about that, we can absolutely talk about that later. But I really think that this project speaks to those questions of how to work within these archival spaces that are made by and to an extent for the US government, and how to make those work for researchers and for people who have perhaps different goals, right? It really has been an honor to be involved with this project. I also want to thank Devin and Marina. They've been so incredible to work with. Again, I just started out as a student working on this because I thought it was cool, and having the opportunity to now be speaking at a panel, to be learning how to manage students, it really has been incredible. And definitely my college experience would not have been the same without it. So I really thank you all. I thank Jim, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you both for honestly everything so far. And now, last but not least, we have René Cordeiro. Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So take it away.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I have to admit, I'm not a historian of Brazil. I'm a historian of Hispaniola and the Dominican Republic during the 20th century. And I have to say, I am so proud of this group because not for one instance during these 3 days have I felt like an interloper to the intimate cabal of Brazilian historians and scholars. So thank you so much. That's a feat of academia in and of itself. So I also want to thank Marina, Jim, who was one of my dissertation advising committee, and the folks at the library who have helped so much, particularly Ashley Champagne, right? We shouldn't forget about them. So at the risk of inciting mob violence here at the Watson Institute, I'm going to take us a little bit away from Brazil and into the Dominican Republic, because I think the Caribbean offers a really good vantage point for how to understand what OTADR is doing as a contribution to the socio-historical memory in the Dominican Republic, okay? So for this short presentation, I'm going to do 3 things. First, I'm going to discuss what OTADR means in the historical memory of the Dominican Republic. 2, I'm going to show how OTADR is building a cross-class, cross-university alliance based on the initiatives of research, access, and dissemination. And third, and lastly, I want to share with you my vision for the next 10 years of how I see OTADR developing, okay? It's a little ambitious, but I think it merits the effort. So my main proposition or argument, if there is one, is that OTA-DR emerges as a critical link for the Dominican Republic and its diaspora's effort of reckoning with the violence of the Cold War and the upheavals experienced during the latter half of the 20th century. But before I begin, OTA-DR cannot be told without this anecdote of how it emerged. And of course, it all happened in typical Jim Green fashion, where, I don't know if you experienced this, where the brevity and matter-of-fact disposition with which he proposes something belies its enormity and importance. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And I remember it very clearly. It was the spring of my first year in the doctoral program, and as any good first year, I was riddled with doubts and unhealthy doses of imposter syndrome. And so it was on one of these days that I go to Jim's office to implicitly express all of this. And instead of giving me the trite pep talk, I come out with having to coordinate one of his archival legacies. So at first I thought this was going to exacerbate my anxieties, but little did I know that it was going to be a pivotal step in my career. And so as if I didn't have enough work as a PhD student, I was entrusted to carry out a similar mission of reckoning with the Cold War, with what happened, right, in the Dominican context. But it wasn't as much, I wasn't intimidated as much by the amount of work it required. I've never shied away from hard work. But as much as what this project meant for the socio-historical memory of the Dominican Republic. And I don't think, Jim, you realized what this means, what the stakes of this means in contemporary Dominican Republic.
I did realize.
You did? Okay. Good. And I think this segues into my first major point for this talk. I want to show you something here. This is very interesting. This is the metro stop of the Dominican Republic, and it sort of gives us a portal into how historical memory is dealt with in contemporary Dominican society. Just take a look at this. I know these names are not familiar to you, but I want to point out the southern part of this, where Amin Abel is located right next to Joaquin Balaguer, right? The metro stops in Santo Domingo plunge you into a labyrinth of political story maps, and you don't even know it. People ride this every day, right? And these names are both contradictory and overlapping. But I want to tell you the story between Amin Abel Hasbun and Joaquin Balaguer. The stop Amin Abel Hasbun is one of the student leaders of the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo, who was murdered explicitly and admittedly by Joaquin Balaguer. So you're literally taking the train and you're going into this portal of repression without even knowing. And this is just one example among many others. Amin Abel Hasbun was a Lebanese descent political activist, and Joaquin Balaguer, just so for those of you who don't know, was the protege of Rafael Leonidas Trujillo and was the intellectual mastermind of the Haitian massacre of 1937, which left almost 30,000 dead in a span of months. Right? Now, the fact that these two things can coexist alongside each other tells us a lot about how Dominicans are on a daily basis dealing with a conflicting historical memory, right? And this tells us a lot about how OTA-DR is filling this gap or being a negotiator between a lot of these different historical memories. So how is OTA-DR part of this conflicting narrative or trying to correct this? By making declassified documents available through the OTA repository, we make these documents available to historians who cannot travel to the archives. This is very, very powerful, right? I have a really touching story about this. When I was doing my oral histories for the dissertation and what's now going to be my first book project, I did 3 rounds of interviews with this one student activist who was persecuted during the 60s and 70s. And every time I would interview him, he would tell me, man, I always felt like I was being followed. I always felt like I was being followed. And I would turn around, there was no one there, and he would keep repeating this and repeating this until I found a document in NARA detailing his vigilance and his persecution. And when I showed it to him, and he just burst into tears because for a long time he thought he was crazy, right? Somebody was following him, but he couldn't figure it out. And this is the type of things, and now he's using OTADR to sort of write his memoirs about his time as a student activist in the Dominican Republic. But while historical research for the Global South is one way OTADR is redefining academic success, another way is through internship opportunities for CUNY students who want to experience archival research. We launched this in this very room in December of 2019 to great fanfare with the Dominican community. Elected officials came, and a lot of people from the civic Dominican community came, and this is a great project. I mean, we've been running it for two years now, and we've already had most of the students, CUNY students who go, are declaring history majors in their respective institutions. This is a big feat in a time where the humanities is decreasing. Our efforts to build institutional collaborations bring me to the last segment of my talk. What do I want to do with OTADR in the next 10 years? One of the things I want to do is the oral history component. Oral histories are incredibly important for telling the history of the latter half of the 20th century. Just like we had stories with Guaroa Ubiñas, that student activist I was telling you about, so do we have these beautiful stories of these Afro-Dominican women who, during the big growth and urban transformations of Santo Domingo, entered into national politics, inserted themselves into national politics through the university, right? And I did a number of interviews with Edie Suarez, one of these student activists, Afro-Dominican student activists who came from a really marginalized neighborhood, and because of the institutional and urban reforms at the university, was able to insert herself into these conversations that otherwise she would not have been able to. Now, second, and on a more shorter term, though no less ambitious, I want to do a project of rescue and recovery with OTADR. Marina and I have been talking about this for a long time, and so this summer, I'm going to go to the Dominican Republic to plan the recovery of this endangered archive of the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo, which is in shambles, as you can see. It is subject to flood, fire, gales, anything. And one of the things we want to do is get a $70,000 grant to not only organize this archive, but allow it to be linked to OTADR through the constant scanning and indexing with equipment that we will donate to the archive. This idea came to me one day when one of the most important sources that I use in the book manuscript was out in the open and people drinking beers around it. I'm like, oh my goodness. And I said, man, we have to do something about what this university archive means, not only for my project, but for the Dominican historical memory of the Cold War. Now, third and lastly, something I want to start doing this summer is going into Record Group 170 of the Drug Enforcement Administration. Record Group 170 is fascinating because it tells us the transition from a Cold War collective action period into the transition of neoliberalism in the Caribbean, particularly how drugs started to take a central role into the cultural, economic, and social transformations of the Caribbean. This is also part of I'll say this in a recorded setting. It's also part of my second book manuscript project. I haven't finished the first, but it's getting there. But these are the ways in which OTADR will aid in that project of telling an alternative history of the Dominican Republic in the latter half of the 20th century. Do you know that the Dominican Republic is one of the only countries in Latin America that hasn't had a truth and reconciliation process? It's as if the violence of the Cold War never happened. In fact, impunity seems to have gotten so exaggerated that I don't know if you guys remember the Odebrecht scandal. When the Odebrecht scandal happened with the Brazilian contractors, not one Dominican official or one of those who were involved in the corruption scandal was even brought before a court in Santo Domingo, right? And so there is this tradition of borrón y cuenta nueva, of erase and start all over, that seems to pervade Dominican history, right? And particularly now, as the Haitian gangs are in contention with a possible Kenyan invasion force, and so on and so forth. And the Dominican government is revamping the centuries-old tropes of anti-Haitianism. OTADR assumes a very, very pivotal importance. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, René. We will take questions from the audience then. We'll do the same as we've been doing, the rounds of 3 questions. We'll pull Adam back up. Honi, already on it. And we'll take questions for Adam, Devin, Julia, and René. And if there's anything I can answer to, I'll jump in. But yeah. Yeah.
Great. This is so interesting. So I am both a trained historian and now a librarian. So I was thinking about that with kind of 2 hats on. And there's a few things I'm really interested in. So kind of take your pick of how you answer and who answers. One thing I'm really curious about is the metadata process, decisions about the translations of metadata, how you made it accessible for researchers both interested in topics now and thinking to the future. So how you made decisions about your controlled vocabulary, how or if you worked with librarians on developing that. So really interested in that. And the other thing that perhaps several of you could answer is, what are your thoughts about the kind of perpetuity of it? How you make sure that this is a project that is accessible for researchers now, but also in 20 years, or even in 40 years or 100 years. So thinking about the challenges of maintaining digitized archives, a form that we think of as safe, but that really comes with an additional set of challenges. Thanks so much.
Have another one here.
Question for René. Thanks for a really interesting presentation. And I really like the use of the subway as an entry point into the history, the historical memory of the DR. I'm wondering, I mean, I noticed that there's no Trujillo stop. So was there one at one point? Was it removed? If so, why was he, subject to removal and not Balaguer?
We can start with just those 2. Yeah. Do you want to do Michael's one, and then we can all tackle the other one? Yeah.
That's a great question, Michael. That's a great question, Michael. It's not because of the lack of not trying, right? The descendants of Trujillo, particularly Trujillo's grandson, was actually going up for re-election about 10 years ago. Could you believe that? I mean, you have a place in which even Trujillo's memory is still contested. After all of these books have been written, after all of this evidence has been marshaled of his authoritarian and anti-black and racist nature, you still have a sense of an adherence to the Trujillato, right? Now, why does Balaguer get this different treatment? Balaguer was able to be what one author called the Bonaparte of the Dominican Republic. He braided all of these different strands of empire the middle class, even the poor, the peasantry. He was able to braid them under his authoritarian regime. And also, he comes back in 1986, as an octogenarian and blind. He comes back, wins the presidency, and is able to exert another 10 years in power. And so Balaguer's memory is quite contested. And in fact, the political parties that are now in power owe their power to the alliance that they did with Balaguer in 1996 in order to not allow Jose Francisco Peña Gomez, a Dominican of Haitian descent who won the presidency but was stolen, in order for him not to win the presidency, because we couldn't have a black person in the Dominican Republic leading the country. And so the differences between Trujillo and Balaguer are one of contingency, right? Are one in which historical memory, because of a particular time in historical memory, the Trujillo regime was taken off of the face of state-sponsored propaganda, but does not mean that it is not propagated and disseminated among a lot of the citizenry.
The question, I think...
Could I
Yeah,
there answer that
absolutely.
question? What's your name? Jennifer. Jennifer, I think, just because it's on my mind and I don't want to lose the thought, you mentioned perpetuity, and one of the ways in which you assure perpetuity is by institutionalization. The more we build cross-class, cross-university, and even cross-country collaborations, the way which I forgot to mention with the AGN of the Dominican Republic, the more you have a project of preservation.
I'm going to let the students answer the question on the metadata, specifically how they've been dealing with it, because Julia particularly is our quality control, and so everything goes through her in that sense. But I will preface that by saying that we work very closely with the library, and so control vocabulary, all of that. I think Adam can speak to how control vocabulary came up, how it was thought of initially. But Ashley Champagne, as René mentioned in his talk, is our project manager director in the Center for Digital Humanities at the library. And that's also where we find a lot of our questions of maintenance and perpetuity. The library has been indispensable, invaluable, really amazing in agreeing to tackle a project of this magnitude and really maintain it in perpetuity. I can't speak to 100 years from now, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. But at least, in the upcoming decades, I think we can think long term in that sense that this will be up and running on the website with some side projects that we can talk about later. But I'll let, maybe if Adam wants to talk about the control vocabulary first, and then we can move on to Devin and Julia.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. I guess what I can say is that the beginning of the project, it was a bit of a Wild West, right? I don't think we did not have, it was a collaborative, ongoing process to try to develop a vocabulary. And we worked very closely with the library staff as we tried to figure it out as we went, right? And I remember in that first summer, we experimented with lots of different ways of coding data, lots of different terms, had to figure out, I think we were typing into a spreadsheet, right? We were using a Google Sheet. Hopefully it's a different system now, but we were typing into a Google Sheet and had to figure out how people could type the same words and spell them correctly and get people's names right and put accent marks in the right place. But I think actually in some ways the vocabulary came out of the documents, right? So we worked closely with the library to try to understand what is the right way to structure a controlled vocabulary, but what the right words were, we could only figure out once we were actually in the archives looking at the documents themselves. And so it was a sort of learning as we go process. Also to say something on perpetuity, which is that, yeah, I don't think this, the Opening the Archives project is fantastic. It is not a solution to a question of like, how do we store documents forever? Because technology will change, right? Just like, people thought that paper documents would survive forever in physical archives, and they don't. And, I actually think that one of the real benefits of this project, in addition to the incredible work of preserving historical knowledge, is that it's training a generation of historians and people who are interested in history, in archival science, and in the importance of thinking critically about archives. How do archives come to be? How are they structured? How do they store information, right? Like, we will have to figure out when the internet is no longer the way that we store information, we'll have to figure out how we get all the documents into wherever the next place is. But I actually think that that's good, because it is a constant challenge on people to decide actually, what do we want to preserve about our history? It is an important question about like democracy, right? To have to be confronted in every generation with the question of like, what do we care about keeping, and what is important about the past, and how do we actually fight against the people who want to say that the past is unimportant? And so I don't know how long this project will last, but I hope it lasts a long time, and I look forward to whatever the next version is.
Yeah, if I could build off what Adam said as well, I think we are still, to some extent, operating in kind of a Wild West environment. Inconsistencies are inevitable in the type of work that we're doing. I won't lie and say that, for example, Castelo Branco is spelled the same in every single document. It's not.
Well, and they're not spelled the same in the document. So then in the metadata, that's a question of what do you do with that? Do you go with the original spelling? Do you try to standardize? It depends.
And I think the question that comes is, how do we weigh the benefits of speed and quantity against making sure that everything is consistent? And that is a conversation that we are constantly having as a team, trying to figure out. And I think that what is important at the end of the day, of course, is facilitating kind of the research process, so that when someone types in Castelo Branco, they find a document that has to do with Castelo Branco. And we do that. The inconsistencies are kind of inevitable, but we are developing strategies actively to kind of, I guess, standardize the way that we insert metadata. So for example, we use a database called FAST, which basically standardizes the keywords. So all of our indexers, for example, can go and type something into FAST, and they'll see exactly how they should put it within the Opening the Archives website. They also all go through a metadata training with the library. Like Marina said, the library is so very involved in our project, and they are much more equipped than I am to answer these questions. But yeah, I think these strategies allow us to kind of address the issue of inconsistency, but it's also so important to recognize that it is kind of an inevitable phenomenon. And then just to answer your question kind of about perpetuity, one thing that I've been thinking about is the formats that we use kind of online are constantly changing. And I am by no means kind of an expert with that stuff, but I know that that's something that the library is thinking about. And I remember when I was at NARA, I was having a conversation with a woman, her name was Karen Needles, and she runs a archive she has spent 25 years digitizing documents related to Abraham Lincoln. And she is very worried about that legacy being lost for whatever reason. Our iOS updates or something doesn't allow us to open those files. And that's something that we're also in constant conversation about and working with the library to see how we can continue to update that as time goes by.
Yeah, definitely the collaboration with the library is very essential to kind of also answer Adam's doubt about like, what does it look like now? It is not a Google Sheet anymore. It's now everything is through the Brown Digital Repository, which is a system that the library has set up. And so when student indexers are going in, when they go in to type the keywords, the standardized FAST keywords are already there. So they don't have to be coming up with something new every time. And that's something that like, for me as quality control, that's one of my priorities. And when I train the student indexers, I tell them like, the most important thing is that you on your own have consistency, because there's only so much we can standardize across 10 years, right? But you as an individual who are indexing and me as an individual who's QCing, I can be consistent in the decisions that I'm making. And I always tell people, if a researcher is trying to find, we always use the Castelo Branco example because his name is spelled like a million different ways. But if someone is trying to find something on him, having it spelled like one random different way because the document had it spelled that way might not be as helpful as having it the same as all the other documents that are spelled, because now you have these documents coming in conversation. That's not just like one document. So that's another thing to consider with metadata, is not just the individual document, but how is this whole collection coming together?
Thank you all so much. I also just quickly want to acknowledge and thank, we have a lot of our students here in the room today. So I want to thank you all for the work you've been doing. And we're now going to move into our closing procedures, our end of this conference.
I'll put it somewhere. Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait.
Sim.
Ah, in the cone. Oh, I see. I see. I thought it was a physical cone. Vai falar alguma coisa? Vai falar alguma coisa?
Acho que a Marina vai, eu não sei nada sobre isso.
Marina.
Eu fico aqui, but I don't know anything about it.
All right on time again. We're doing so well. So before we move into Jim's closing remarks, which I know it's the highlights that we all been waiting for, we're going to give you a quick taste of a in-production documentary. So Opening the Archives, as the panel that we just saw, was born out of Jim's impetus to bridge a gap between Brazil and the U.S. And that impetus is also present in one of his most remarkable, unfortunately not the most well-known, but one of his most remarkable works, We Cannot Remain Silent, in which he brings with historical flourish a wealth of detail. He brings to life the history of U.S.-Brazil solidarity during the military dictatorship. Now, a while back, he received here as a visiting scholar Evanise Sidon, who is a Brazilian filmmaker as well. And she was enthralled with his work and was pushed herself into making this brand new documentary, which we will see. Now, the documentary as a whole, as a feature-length film, will bring to the scene the wealth of protagonists that Jim brings to us in truly his masterpiece. But right now, what we will see is 15 minutes of that documentary with some parts that pertain, I think, most to the man of the hour, who is Jim. So without further ado, I'll press play and let's enjoy.
Hoje você é quem manda, falou, tá falado, não tem discussão.
Em Nova York, milhares de pessoas protestavam contra a guerra no Vietnã. E em Brasília, o embaixador dos Estados Unidos recebia manifestações hostis de estudantes, dissolvidos depois por forças do exército.
É um desafio de explicar a realidade brasileira para um público. Porque os americanos dominam o mundo, mas eles têm pouca informação sobre muitas partes do mundo, a qual o governo está interessado em dominar.
Apesar de você, amanhã há que ser outro dia. Você vai se dar mal, etc e tal. Laraiá, 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 laraiá.
envolvimento com o Brasil, na verdade, começou quando estava envolvido no movimento contra a guerra em Vietnã, nos Estados Unidos. Eu estava morando com um grupo de amigos em Filadélfia. Resolvemos fazer um grupo de estudo sobre a América Latina. Era um grupo de jovens muito politizados. Por que Filadélfia? Porque, na verdade, houve um movimento de jovens ativistas dessa religião Quaker que estavam radicados aqui em Filadélfia e nós queríamos fazer parte. Nos anos 70, tinha muito poucos latino-americanos em Filadélfia ou em outros lugares. Então, resolvemos mudar para esse bairro. Era um bairro que antigamente era de brancos, mas saíram e ficavam negros e porto-riquenhos. Compramos uma casa em preços de banana e moramos com 7 pessoas nessa casa de 3 andares. Tinha um lote aqui que estava vazio, que tinha uma casa que foi destruído. E depois tinha uns vizinhos que eram porto-riquenhos. Era esse tipo de prédio e a gente morava no 2º andar. Mas não tem mais, acabou. No dia 12 de setembro de 73, todo mundo da esquerda da Filadélfia se juntou aqui no centro da cidade para protestar contra o golpe de Estado contra o governo do Salvador Allende. E resolvemos formar um comitê, o Chile Emergency Committee, o Comitê de Emergência sobre Chile. Então, a partir desse momento, todo mundo que trabalhava sobre o Brasil nos Estados Unidos se dedicou a fazer um trabalho sobre Chile, por vários motivos. Primeiro, porque tinha muitos exilados brasileiros em Chile, e estavam sendo ameaçados, muitos foram presos, alguns torturados e mortos. E também era muito importante criar essa solidariedade como uma perspectiva mais global da América Latina. Que esse Brasil sofreu uma ditadura desde 64, agora Uruguai em 73, Chile em 73 e, eventualmente, Argentina em 76. Então foi uma mobilização, uma politização de ativistas aqui na cidade em solidariedade com o Chile. Entre essas atividades foi protesta em 74, quando houve o golpe em Chile. Um dos centros de tortura foi um barco oficial do Estado, Esmeralda, onde vários presos políticos foram torturados. E em 74, o governo do Pinochet resolveu fazer mandar esse barco pelo mundo inteiro para promover Chile, né? Então, soubemos que esse barco ia chegar em Filadélfia. Quando chegaram, os oficiais viraram a esquina e enfrentou 1000 pessoas gritando Chile sí, junta no. Justamente quando a Esmeralda estava aqui em Filadélfia, o Living Theater, um grupo de teatro experimental de Nova York, estava em Filadélfia fazendo uma apresentação. Essa apresentação tratava da questão da tortura no Brasil. Eu fui falar com eles, convidaram eles a participar na protesta contra Pinochet. Então, eles montaram um esquema de fazer uma passeata pela cidade, que foi muito impactante. E conseguiu, com isso, muito mais publicidade sobre o ato político nosso. O Médici, que foi a terceira presidente da ditadura, ia visitar o Richard Nixon na Casa Branca em dezembro de 71. E o grupo Committee Against Repression no Brasil, Comitê contra a Repressão no Brasil, organizou uma protesta frente à Casa Branca quando o Médici foi visitar Nixon. Organizado por Marcos Arruda, exilado, e um grupo de aliados deles, americanos, que estavam morando em Washington. Antes dessa campanha, o Brasil era país de futebol, de Carmen Miranda, de carnaval. Eles conseguiram introduzir outro estereótipo, que era um estereótipo sobre o Brasil. Brasil, país da tortura, país de repressão, de autoritarismo. E
foi um ato importante, foi talvez o ato mais importante, maior que houve, mesmo com poucas pessoas, desde então, nos Estados Unidos contra a ditadura no Brasil. E conhecendo as pessoas em Washington desse grupo, comecei um caminho, uma história, um namoro com o Brasil que está com 50 anos agora. A primeira ação pública que eu fiz foi no 7 de setembro de 73, onde o grupo Committee Against Repression no Brasil tinha organizado uma protesto à frente da Embaixada Brasileira em Washington. A primeira ação política que eu fiz foi tentar conseguir assinaturas por um abaixo-assinado denunciando a prisão do Manuel da Conceição, que era um militante camponês da Ação Popular que foi preso e torturado. O que eu acho muito bonito dessa história da solidariedade com o Brasil nos Estados Unidos, que eram muitas poucas pessoas, alguns brasileiros exilados, entre eles Anivaldo Padilha, que também militava com Marcos. Marcos estava em Washington e Anivaldo estava em Berkeley, tentando organizar outro polo dos Estados Unidos que era importante. E tinha aliados muito importantes. Pessoas como Ralph de la Cava em Nova York, Brady Tyson em Washington, D.C., Jovelino Ramos, que era um exilado que estava morando em Nova York, William Whiffler, que era um pastor do Conselho Nacional das Igrejas, que foi muito importante nas campanhas que foram feitas denunciando as violações de direitos humanos no Brasil. E quando comecei a trabalhar com esse grupo em Washington, foi muito importante para mim porque conheci pessoas que tinham participado na resistência à ditadura, especialmente Marcos Arruda, e me inspiraram a acompanhá-los nessa jornada, essa aventura, essa atividade de fazer essas ações políticas nos Estados Unidos e eventualmente ir para o Brasil.
Em todo o país ocorriam manifestações contrárias à Lei de Segurança Nacional, decretada no dia 11 pelo então presidente.
Então, quando eu chego lá em Washington, a primeira pessoa, além da minha irmã, que eu procurei foi o Brady Tyson. Ele já estava sabendo da minha chegada. Por meio dele, começamos a fazer outros contatos. O Plínio de Arruda Sampaio fazia pouco tempo que estava lá. A gente foi tomar um café na casa do Plínio, nos convidou. E aí eu fiquei sabendo que o Plínio e o Brady também tinham tido contato com o Marcos Arruda. Tive informação sobre ele quando eu estava preso, na Operação Bandeirantes e depois no Tiradentes. Porque os nossos advogados eram os mesmos. E perguntei para o advogado, uma visita que eu recebi, ele falou que o Marcos estava realmente hospitalizado, mas havia perspectiva de saída. E a mãe dele era cidadã americana. Então ela tinha vários contatos lá, ela fez realmente muita pressão e conseguiu que ele fosse para lá. Nós chegamos praticamente ao mesmo tempo em Washington. Aí o Plínio me deu o telefone do Marcos, eu liguei para o Marcos e a gente estabeleceu um contato.
Eu participei da liderança de duas organizações. Uma era dos brasileiros, como eu e outros, que tiveram que sair do Brasil, mas estavam aqui. E a liderança do movimento Anivaldo era parte da liderança do movimento de solidariedade com os brasileiros. Ralph de la Cava foi um dos líderes e um dos escritores. Artigos começaram a aparecer até no New York Times, mas graças a isso, graças àquela iniciativa, ele era um intelectual muito respeitado na Columbia University. E houve até conferências especiais sobre a situação no Brasil, e ele foi muito influente sobre isso. E o Conselho Nacional de Igrejas também.
Nos anos 60, houve uma transformação em várias igrejas protestantes nos Estados Unidos, conscientizada pelo movimento pelos direitos civis dos negros e pela guerra em Vietnã.
eles apoiaram iniciativas de justiça social nos Estados Unidos e internacionalmente. Então foram muito importantes nesse momento. Era outro momento das igrejas protestantes norte-americanas que hoje em dia são muito mais conservadoras.
We had support from a variety of church organizations, which corresponded to also having support from both Protestant and Catholic church groups in Brazil. And so there were networks there that could maintain their own dynamic of connection. And we had formal letters of support from Lula, from Cardinal Arntz, from Jaime Wright.
Então, essas papeladas, algum escrito no papel higiênico, notas, umas folhas assim, dobradas, que eram dos presos, dos torturados, explicando o que, onde estavam, em quem. Então, me pediram se eu não pudesse traduzir isso. E publicamos um folheto que se chamava Terror no Brasil. Eu escrevi para a Commonweal, que é uma revista de leigos católicos. E comecei o meu artigo sobre a tortura de uma freira no maior país católico do mundo. Foi lida em Washington, D.C. E um grande escritor do Washington Post, Coleman McCarthy, pegou esse artigo e escreveu uma matéria para o Washington Post em cima da minha matéria. 73, a gente já tinha conseguido essa desmistificação da ditadura. Então, acho que a gente já tinha construído um movimento importante e levantando a bandeira dos direitos humanos.
As pessoas sempre me perguntam por que eu escrevi esse livro, apesar de vocês. Na verdade, é uma história interessante. Eu estava num congresso da Associação dos Estudos Latino-Americanos em Guadalajara, México, e eu estava com um brasileiro que estava fazendo doutorado nos Estados Unidos. Ele estava muito frustrado, que ele achava que os americanos que estudavam o Brasil não entenderam o Brasil. E ele falou, inclusive, que eles não fizeram nada contra a ditadura militar. E eu falei, não, isso não é verdade. Então, eu sentei com ele durante uma hora, contei todas as informações que eu tinha, e eu percebia que os brasileiros não sabiam nada sobre o que foi feito nos Estados Unidos em solidariedade com o Brasil. Com todo o envolvimento nefasto dos americanos no Brasil ao longo dos anos, há um sentimento muito anti-americano, que eu entendo. Mas eu achava importante contar outra história de setores da sociedade civil americana que estava 100% em defesa da democracia no Brasil. Então, apesar de vocês, para mim, foi muito importante publicar no Brasil e, eventualmente, nos Estados Unidos, onde consegui publicá-lo numa editora muito reconhecida no meio acadêmico. Você transformou a minha vida. Por causa de você, Marcos e outros, vocês me inspiraram a seguir militando ao longo dos anos a favor do Brasil. Então, quero te agradecer muito por essa sua colaboração da minha trajetória, que foi fundamental.
Você me deixa emocionado com isso, né? Muito emocionado, porque eu poderia dizer a mesma coisa. Por que um americano com uma vida aparentemente privilegiada poderia sair da sua situação de comodidade, né? Abdicando de todos esses privilégios para se engajar numa luta, que é uma luta que, digamos, aparentemente não é uma luta de vocês, é uma luta nossa. E eu só tenho a agradecer o trabalho que você fez.
Apesar de você, amanhã há de ser outro dia. Você vai ter que ver amanhã renascer e esbanjar poesia. Como vai se explicar vendo o céu clarear? De repente, impunemente, como vai abafar nosso coro a cantar?
I can't wait for that, Jim. That looks great. And now, basically, to conclude, we'll hear from Jim himself. That's the kind of the denouement, the kind of the climax of the last few days. So yeah, without further ado, let's welcome Jim up here. Thank you.
Marilda Ferri is here. She's the executive producer of the film, and I want to thank her for being with us today and working on this amazing project. I wanted this event to take place here in the Tchaikovsky Auditorium because for many years, many of us spent glorious lunches or afternoons at lectures and at amazing events on Brazil, and so I just needed to come back to this place, which was where we built a community at Brown University. I don't think I'm going to say brilliant things right now, but I want to say three very important things. The first is many of you have heard many parts of my history of how I ended up here today in this auditorium. It's obvious that it began with 1973 and this commune I lived in, but especially meeting Marcos Arruda and his sister, whose daughter Suya is here with us today as part of my Brazilian family, and her husband Andre and their beautiful daughter who is enjoying this luxury hotel that she's staying in these last few days and didn't want to leave to come here, which is fine. And you know, my journey to Brazil with Martinha and falling into the left and the opposition to the dictatorship, and then also being really lucky and privileged to be a part of the founding of the LGBTQ movement in Brazil, but especially its left wing. And I think it's objective to say that I founded the left wing of the gay movement in Brazil. And I think that's one of the most amazing things that I will leave as a legacy. And I think today, people like Renan Quinalha, he was very modest, but he's the president of the Grupo de Trabalho that's going to investigate reparations for the harm to LGBTQ people in Brazil from the colonial period to more recent times. A very bold task that he has. But that really is a part of a way I understood living in Brazil. And it was building relationships which subverted the vertical relations between the North and the South, and finding all the time ways to rupture that relationship and build another kind of relationship. And that was the essence of working with every single student that I worked with. I came into the university because I had lived in Brazil for 6 years. I went back to the United States to be a union organizer, community organizer, a social worker, and eventually I was saying, how do I get back to Brazil? I don't earn enough money. I have a 2-week vacation a year. And I talked to someone in New York, Bob Stam, some of you might know his work. He said, well, why don't you become an academic, get a PhD? And I went, I don't think I can, I'm not smart enough to get a PhD. And I called my sister, Mary Carolyn France, who is here today, and has read and edited every single thing I've written, so I have to thank her for that. All the things that are well written in English are because of her, not because of me. And I called her and she said, yeah, you can do it, you can do it, just apply to school. So I started out, I went to Cal State Los Angeles to see if I could enroll in their master's program in Latin American Studies, and I had no formal background in Latin American history and studies, although I really knew much more than maybe even some of my professors by this time. And so I started the program, and then by hook and crook I got it to UCLA, almost by accident. And the decision was not just to be able to go back to Brazil, but was to find a unique intervention at that moment and that time in the process of the democratization and the clear gap there was in the work on LGBTQ history in the country. And so I saw that. I decided to plunge into that project. My advisor really encouraged me to do a social history. Originally, I was going to do a comparative history of Argentinian Frente de Liberación Homosexual de Argentina with this Grupo Somos in São Paulo. And he said, no, go to the archives and find the material in the archives. And those who know Beyond Carnival kind of see what I discovered there and found that. And it led to a job at Brown University after other challenging difficulties getting a good job. And I finally got this job here, and I've been very, very happy here for the last 20 years. And so with COVID, locked in the house, you get tired of working and watching TV. And so I started organizing my archives. I've discovered that I had accumulated over 10,000 letters that my family had written to me or I'd written to them over the years. To organize them in files and got all the documents that had been going around the world with me for the last 30 years in different places, and started organizing them. And then when I became 70, I really entered a crisis. I said, God, I'm 70. I feel like I'm 25 and I'm 70. That's really, I hate watching myself now. I just don't like that image there. It's horrible. I feel like I am an old man, but I feel young at heart. So I decided I really wanted to go to Brazil for the elections. And people know about all the work we did to found the Washington, Brazil office and the political work we did before that to mobilize against Bolsonaro. And I had already I'd gotten half a sabbatical, but because of COVID, I didn't get the full one. And so they allowed me to go for 1 semester. And then the university, you got to come back. That's the rules. I said, and they got to come back. So I said, okay, screw you, I'm retiring. And so I stayed in Brazil for a semester and began the phased retirement of 3 years, 1 semester teaching, 1 semester off, half your salary with a little bonus, and started planning this event. And it was really clear that I had to bring I wanted to bring everyone back, but I didn't have the budget for that. So I brought key people, mostly my students at Brown and people who I was on their doctoral committees and felt that I played an important role in their work outside of Brown. And I wanted to show the breadth of the kinds of things I've done. And the relationships that I've had with my students is the most valuable thing in my academic career, much more important than the books I've written. And the ability to get them enthusiastic about projects and to feel that they don't have to immediately go on to Wall Street or to law school. They can do dangerous things and they can travel to Latin America. They can learn a new language. They can have an adventure in life, because unfortunately most youth today are very career oriented and it's very hard for them to see beyond the possibility of straight and narrow down the road. And so that was I tried to be very subversive with my students and try to get them to break out of the molds. And it's very clear that I was successful, at least with the people I brought back. So that's a wonderful thing, just really fabulous. The other thing where is he? He's not even in the room probably. Where's Moshe? He's not here, right? Oh, there he is. He forbid me to do this, so I'm going to do it anyway. I met Moshe at my second year in graduate school at UCLA. And the first night I stayed at his house. The next morning I got up at 6:30. He said, what are you doing at 6:30? I said, well, I have to go to UCLA because I needed more money, and I'm part of the union drive to get graduate students into the union, and I have to sign cards because I really needed the job. I told them about my union experience and organizing experience, and they were so blown away that they sent me to mathematics, geosciences, and physics, of which I know nothing, and are the hardest students to organize. So every day I had to get up and run to UCLA and spend an hour signing union cards and then go to my classes and do my work. And he knew from the second day we met that I was crazy and invention, so it's like I gave him notice on that, and so he has been the most amazing person to support my career in so many ways, and I just can never, just an amazing partner to have, husband, lifetime partner. When I wrote Beyond Carnival, he refused to allow me to say my lifetime partner. He said, "What if you get divorced with me? I'll look ridiculous." So, but every single book has been dedicated to him. Some to my sister and some to my bio daughter, Sonia Kurhulak Ali, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but is, I think, going to follow in some of my footsteps, maybe. We'll see. So yeah, it is fake retirement. When I announced 2 years ago, everyone wrote back and said, yeah, right, you're going to retire. So what I won't have to do is grade papers, go to department meetings, deal with what I consider incredibly insignificant and petty university politics. And for someone who's done the kinds of things I've done, it really is pathetically ridiculous, like fighting over nothing with big stakes when we're fighting in other places in the world on big stakes. So that will not be a part of my life, but what will be my part of the life, beyond this community of all of you who I hope don't disappear, will be the projects I want to do. And I really need to do them in order to keep my energy up and my youth, even though my body is failing me a little bit, but the youth of the energy is still there. So I do have 5 book projects. Who knows if I'll write any of them or all of them. I do have 4 documentaries that I'm working on. This one I think is very rough now, but we're going to make it amazingly marketable when we finish it. It's a great beginning. The feature-length film on Herbert Daniel and the opera. And the opera, everyone thinks it's crazy when I'm talking about this opera I'm going to do, and it's crazy. But it really is full circle, and I'm projecting it to take 8 years to make happen till we get it to the Municipal Theater in São Paulo. All of this planning is not me, it's my mother, who taught me how to plan and think ahead. And I'll tell you anecdotes about that at another time, but 8 years from now, we're going to launch the opera at the Municipal Theater in Sao Paulo. And it's based on the story of Marcos Arruda, his imprisonment, his torture, and his freedom. And I have students working with now translating the original book that his mother wrote about his imprisonment into, we translated it into English, we got it published, some of you have read the book with Duke University Press, and now we're retranslating it back into Portuguese, and we're hoping to get a really good publisher to publish it in Brazil, and then start the process of bringing people together, convincing them, seducing them into this project, and then seeing if we can actually make it happen. And if it doesn't happen, that doesn't matter. It's the process, it's the journey, and that's been the most amazing thing about my life. The journey to Brazil. I was planning to be there for 6 months. I stayed 6 years the first time. It changed my life. I'm not a Brazilian. I have no illusions about that, but people know how much I love the country and its culture and its people, and I know all of its defects and problems, including getting your cell phone ripped off last week on Sao Paulo by a guy going by on a bicycle. And so I joke to people that I finally feel I'm really a Brazilian now that my cell phone has been stolen, because every Brazilian's had their cell phone stolen at some point. So yeah, this is it, and it's not it. It's the beginning of a new chapter in my life, and I cannot wait to begin it. Moshe and I will be in Berlin in the fall at the American Academy, and then we're going to spend Carnival in Rio. We're going to actually do it, the premier Carnival in Rio experience, because Moshe's never seen that. And then we're going to kind of be vagrant travelers to be in New York and Europe and in Israel. Keeping up the work, I'm committed as the president of the board of the directors to the Washington Brazil office in 2026, December, when I will have served a 6-year term as president, and I needed to have other people take on that role so I can have time to work on the opera. And that's it. And I just want to thank every one of you for coming for this conference. It means so much to me. Ronnie is no longer here, but he was just essential for making this happen. Devin and Michelle, the people in technical in the booth there, all of my students, my graduate students, my colleagues who are here in this thing, I thank you all. You have given me as much love, or much more love than I think that I've been able to transmit to you, and thank you all very much for everything.